Hello, everybody, and welcome to CRL in 2026. That's right, beginning our 9th season of CRL. AC, you were just a baby back when we started, and we are here for a huge weekend of matches. 16 players coming your way, heading towards our 2026 World Finals. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy. Joining me is Joshua, AC, crap, Sharon, AC. It's been a while since DreamHack Atlanta, man. How you been? How you feeling about the game? What's up?
I've been good, living life, enjoying myself. But, what's the point of living life if you're not going to be watching CR? I am so happy that the Clash Royale season is back underway. This is going to be a good, fun day.
Yeah, look at that. You got a goatee going. You're growing up, man. When we started CRL back in 2018, you were just a wee baby, but here you are casting at the desk. We got a big stack. We got a big stacked lineup of players. We're going to get to them in just a little bit. We got former world champions. We got repeat world finalists. And then, of course, we have no names, which is a big part of CRL. Anyone can be here on any said monthly final. But the reward is the matches. But there's also a reward for you guys for watching them. Make sure to get those phones out when we have these rewards up on screen. You can scan the QR code. Today, we're just going to give away one after game 16, but we got a lot more to give away throughout the weekend. And like I said, the real reward is watching these matches. We have return world finalist, world champion Mohamed Light. We have world champion Ruby Zales coming in, and we have a lot of other great players in a brand new or relatively new meta. But before we get into the action, which we have a lot of action to get through today, Josh, talk to me about our format. A little bit of changes here in 2026.
That's right, and I really welcome these changes. Anytime we can get more players added on, that's something that the community and just myself in general will love. This time we have 1,500 players being able to qualify from finishing up top every single month. We get to the monthly qualifiers, 9-round Swiss stage, 64-player group stage, and then here we go. This is one of the big things. We have 16 players in these monthly finals. Going to be a double elimination bracket as always. It's nice seeing more players get out there.
Absolutely, and of course that golden ticket, we'll be giving away 5 golden tickets throughout the year. Then there will be 8 more players joining those 5 at World Finals from our leaderboard. And then of course we have our last chance qualifier at the very end of the season, and then we'll be bringing 2 players from the additional region to a World Finals, grand total of 16 players. I cannot wait. Prize pool, right? It's not just about the golden ticket. It's also about that gold. We're going to be giving away a lot of money this weekend. $14,000 and a golden ticket to the champion. Second place gets $8K. Third place, $6K. Fourth place, $4K. And then 5th and 6th, $2,000, 7th and 8th, $1,500, 9th through 12th, $1,000, 13th through 16th will be still getting $500. And as you mentioned about the group stage, more players in, more players rewarded. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 6th through 8th, they'll all be getting a little bit of cash, which is really nice to keep people incentivized to keep coming back month after month. And the other part about this is not only will those players in the group stage be getting money, but everyone on screen will be getting points as well. Obviously, way more points to our champion. But if you think about people living in that group stage, maybe they're just outside of making it to the top 16, those players will still be getting points throughout the season, which means they can make a last dash effort if they ever end up winning or ending in the top 3 to top 5 of monthly finals. AC, we had a stacked group stage, man. A lot of players that have been around for a long time, as you guys can see, or as you talked about, top 2 players from each group. These are our 16 players in gold. Any players that you want to talk about here that you see that did or did not make it that you're excited about, or anything that stood out to you here?
Yeah, I mean, you can basically pick any of these players, and I can talk about being excited. Love seeing Basoto being able to qualify. Last year was definitely a down year for him, and so he's going to want to fix that. Mohamed Light, as always, making it to the monthly finals. That's going to be another great story to watch. I mean, if we have another year where it just starts off with, Mohamed Light is already making it to the Worlds, that would be, I mean, it's beautiful, and it's also just painful for all these players. It's going to be really cool to see that. And then Sandbox making it as well is another player that I really want to be watching.
Yeah, Sandbox having a bounce back year in 2025. Here he is to kick off things in 2026. First place in Group B. And talking about Mohamed Light, he lost 2 games and 1 set in the group stage to Ian. He ran some very interesting decks there. Otherwise, he did not drop another game, and he had a pretty stacked group stage. So Molite looking just as scary as he's always looked. Let's take a look at our bracket. We're going to be getting through 16 matches today. That's right. You get more players, you get more matches. So we're going to go through our first round. Then we'll go through the first round of our lower bracket, eliminating some players. And then we'll be going through our quarterfinals. Remember, during CRL weekend, it is best of 3 duel mode. And if you guys don't know how duel mode works, we'll describe it more in just a little bit. AC, any matches here that you're really excited about? I have my match that I'm really excited about in the first round, but I would love for you to go first.
Yeah, Ruben and Vitor is definitely going to be fun. I think I do have to go back to Adriel and Samuel Basoto. I mean, those two guys are so talented with micro, the macro. Both players can handle the pressure. Basoto is definitely one of those players who is all about momentum. If he starts off strong, he will finish strong. We'll see him go farther and farther into the bracket. So getting matched up against such a good player in the first round is actually pretty rough for him. Adriel, even if he loses that first set, you know that he's probably still going to have a chance of making it to the finals. Definitely my biggest early opening set.
Yeah, Adriel and Samuel both in the 2023 World Finals. Samuel going 12th in that. Adriel going 6th and 6th last year, but Samuel did get 3rd place in World Finals back in 2022. We'll see what he's going to bring to the table today. The one that I'm actually really excited about, I mean, Adriel and Samuel was my other pick, but I'm really interested to see how Molite goes against Rockin. Rockin is a guy that has done very, very well on top ladder. He's been in the CRL mix for a while. While I still think Mo probably walks away with the win, it would be really interesting to see a first round upset from Rockin over Molite, and then Molite to do what we all love to see him do, go for a lower bracket run. But we've got a little bit of ways before we get to either of those matches. We're going to start things off with two not unknowns. EGW has been around for a while. AC, you and I don't know him very well, but we both know of him. He's been in the community for years. He's been showing up in CRL events since 2023. He's never had that many top finishes. He's never been a huge contender in terms of CRL, but what he has done is he's shown up time and time again, so there's good consistency there. He was one of the top 5 finishers in 2v2 ladder, and it says that he used to be a coach, so really curious to see how EGW does today against, a relative unknown in Rafael Nadal, who's, I mean, if you watch tennis, you probably know who he is, but that's not the same guy here. I'd say Rafael's biggest accomplishments is he got 3rd place in the CRL warm-up last year, and then he finished number 2 on ladder back in 2023. AC, any thoughts on these guys? Again, not a whole lot to talk about in terms of history in CRL.
Yeah, I mean, definitely EGW has a little bit of history, and he's definitely going to be the favorite, in my opinion, for this match. He's really, I believe that I remember seeing him run a bunch of Giant Skeleton even 3, 4, 5 years ago. So the fact that it's, so powerful in this meta right now, I think EGW is going to feel good in this meta.
EGW bottom of your screen with an 81.3% total win rate. Pretty exceptional if you ask me. And then Rafael Nadal not too far behind at 75%. EGW was 1st place in Group A, going 6-1 in the group stage, only losing to Pedro, able to take down Sub, who was our world at number 2 in Atlanta last year at DreamHack. Rafael Nadal on the other side of it did lose to Riley in his group. That's, no tall task there. Beating Riley is very, very tough. But he did beat Asaf in Nikoko, so definitely has some great gameplay to show us, as it looks like he's starting off with some RG. Wow, Curse and Rage to start the day off here for EGW, so definitely not going with super traditional spells.
Yeah, EGW used a lot of Mega Knight, a lot of Giant Skeleton last weekend, and just going back to it, feeling good.
Yeah, he had a Mega Knight Graveyard deck. He had Mega Knight Ram Rider. This one looking a little bit different than what we've seen. That Little Prince ability is going to be super nice to have when you're talking about dealing with his RG. Little Prince not very commonly used, so happy to see him starting off with that to kick off our 2026 CRL run. And shout out to production for getting us right into the matches. No time to waste.
Yeah, as much as I like talking, it's always good for the fans. get into the gameplay right away.
You know, you would think that they liked listening to us after all this time, but understandable that they don't. Rune Giant coming out. Very, very surprising here. Rafael Nadal actually ran a Rune Giant deck. Or excuse me, EGW actually ran a Rune Giant deck. Different than this one. It was a Rune Giant minor Magic Archer with Demolisher as well. So kind of a change on that, as we can see that buff doing some decent damage here.
Right now, a lot of troops on the board.
Yeah.
But a Fireball can clean up pretty
Death
much
damage?
everything.
Nice.
That's huge death damage right there.
Yeah, really, I think maybe only one other person ran Rune Giant throughout the weekend. Maybe, but it might have just been EGW, and it's starting off strong here.
Again, building another push. Demolisher over the middle to take out the Fisherman, and here we go. It's just attack and attack and attack. And EGW has a really big push right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be towered down, just completely overwhelmed. Well played there by EGW, coming out with Game 1, Little Prince, Rune Giant, Goblin Curse, Rage. And wow, I mean, when you talk about the meta right now, it really is all over the place. I think in general, it's just a little bit heavier than it has been in the past. But AC, this meta is actually allowing decks like this to be successful. It's kind of just wide open.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be fun. And EGW, I think this is like really great for him to be the opening set of the day, because he gets to be creative. He gets to find out what's actually going to be working the best. He doesn't have to worry about decks getting stolen or decks getting used, so that way other players have to prepare. I think this is really great for him to be able to be opening set.
Yeah, and when you talk about the fact that these guys are both, you know, relatively unknown compared to the Rileys, the Mo Lights, the Rubens of this tournament, it's also nice to come out and not have to go up against a titan of the game, right? Maybe kind of warm yourself up. I think for both of them, I'm sure Rafael and EGW were both kind of happy to see who they got in the first round, although Rafael and Nadal right now having a little bit of trouble. Like I said, did really well in the group stage, went 5-2, was in the same group as Riley, Asaf, and Nakoko, ran mostly heavy decks. We saw a good amount of Royal Giant and Electro Giant in there. Really had an MK minor poison deck that he ran a few times and a couple of back-to-back sets, so I'm curious if he'll kind of go to something like that. But game number 1, it really just felt like he was completely overrun the entire time.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like he ever had a chance. It just felt like every 45 seconds EGW was attacked. There was no back and forth. There were no like real bridge battles to watch. It just felt like eventually he would get overwhelmed. And that's exactly what happened. I also was looking through a bunch of Rafael Nadal's games, and it just felt like RG was a deck that he kept going to. It just felt a little bit too easy for game number 1. EGW was very well prepared, and I'd like to not have seen your deck that you've ran in the previous weekend, because it's just too easy for EGW.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. I mean, when you talk about being a relative unknown, the last thing you want to do is be predictable. You kind of have that in favor, you know, when you talk about these other guys that are a lot more well-known. You're like, oh, well, Pedro, he's going to probably run minor. Oh, it's Mo Light. He's going to run anything. Oh, Riley's really good with bait, although Riley has played very well with pretty much every archetype over the last. I mean, that's the other thing right now, is because the meta is so wide open, when you go through and you look at what all these players ran in the group stage, there's very few repeated win conditions. I would say the most popular thing that I saw throughout the all of those matches was a lot of piggies. A lot of piggies out there, a decent amount of drill. But yeah, coming out and being predictable in game 1, never anything that you want to see. So here we go, Rafael Nadal trying to stay alive here, not get 2-0'd to kick off our day. EGW coming out with that Hero Magic Archer that did just receive a nerf, but doesn't seem to be shied away from, at least to start off our 2026 campaign. And there he is, first giant skeleton of the day. Probably going to see a lot of those. Nice high zappies to deal with that Inferno. And Battle Ram in. A lot of Battle Ram, a lot of Ram Rider in general. Misses the stop there on the Battle Ram, so a nice connection, and then the Golden Knight dash keeps those barbs on tower. Golden Knight just out of range, and you can see Rafael Nadal already in a lot of trouble. It's so weird saying Rafael Nadal over and over when we're not talking about tennis. And nice lineup there. Does get the NATO out of Rafael Nadal. And you can see how kind of frustrated he is. So aggressive is EGW. "90 seconds remaining here in regulation. Looking like a E-Giant deck at the top of the screen. And an aggressive Lumberjack at the bridge to see what he can pull out of his opponent now. Instead of a Goblin Hut comes out, so it could be a little bit different of a look.
Yeah, Nadal just getting overwhelmed constantly. EGW just feeling good with the Giant Skeleton. I love this deck choice from him. This deck is so powerful. The Battle Ram plus the Lumberjack, it's just constant splitting lanes, splitting pressure.
Yeah, and then you get that Giant Skeleton out front with the Ram behind, and it's just so difficult to deal with. A little bit late there on the vines was EGW, and you can see Nadal shaking his head once again. Nadal ran a very similar deck to this, but it had the Goblin Cage instead of the Goblin Hut. It did not have the Hero Barb Barrel, but otherwise everything else was about the same. So we'll see if that E-Giant does end up coming out.
Whoa! Okay. Right there, I thought we were going to be seeing something fun.
And now pressure in the opposite lane. Battle Ram does not get pulled, so a NATO has to be used. Battle Ram's still going to connect once on that left-hand tower, and it looks like the nerves of CRL might be getting to Nadal just a bit.
Another Magic Archer over the middle. We should see either a popped ability or the Zappies, and we do see the Zappies.
And still has time to use the ability, doesn't get it off in time. Golden Knight Dash does do some nice work there as another Battle Ram is sent in with the vines. Now a NATO has to be used. You can see how frustrated Nadal is. That is going to be it. A very quick 2-0, and EGW giving us the heart as he is very happy about how his 2026 has started off here in CRL.
Yeah, 2 up, 2 down, just perfection. And Nadal, you can't feel great after that opening set. It felt like both matchups were really rough for you, and
yeah,
I don't know. Something needs to change with the strategy for his next set.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it so much over the years where it's so important to have an analyst, to have a coach, and obviously with more and more people coming into the scene, they don't have analysts or coaches, or maybe they don't have as experienced analysts or coaches. They don't have the money to afford to pay for one yet, right? That's like one of the luxuries that happens. The better you get, the better your team gets. That's the same way it is in most every sport. When you look at game number 1, and we'll have the decks up on screen here in just a minute, you know, there really wasn't a good way for Nadal to get on top of the ranged units, right? The Demolisher and the Little Prince were really tough to get to. You know, only having the Hunter, the Fishboy, the Monk, you know, you'd think maybe the Monk Reflection could do a little bit more, but just didn't have great ranged units, which ended up being a problem as the game went on, especially having to deal with something like an Inferno as well on top of the Demolisher and the Little Prince. And then in game number 2, he wasn't even able to get his win condition out, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, it was just way too easy. The thing about Monk is that even though it's supposed to be this great reflection, it feels like it's missing that final 10%, that final 15%. And so if you don't have that exact answer to help it just doesn't do enough for you.
Yeah, Monk is one of those cards that when it works really, really well, and then otherwise it can be left wanting just a bit. Obviously a decent ground tank, it's really nice to have that pushback, but that just wasn't really the situation that he was in. And then when you go to game number 2, like I said, not being able to get the E-Giant out at all. We're at a 3.3 cycle there, so it's a little bit heavy. 13 elixir to get all the way back around, so really, really hard to get back to responses that you might need. And just really overwhelmed from the get-go. And what I think is really interesting, too, about EGW's decks is that he did not run any big spells in both those games. Vines and Snowball in game 2, Rage and Curse in game number 1. Otherwise, still really heavy decks, but just, you know, not using the traditional spells that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and I love that when the meta is set up that way. It allows for so much creativity that you're not really used to seeing. You can't just fall back on what you've been using for the last 2 years. It's new, it's fresh. I love seeing it's interesting, but I love seeing metas where there's the potential for no big spell usage.
Yeah, Yeah, and we saw it work out really well right there. So as you guys can see, we're going to be moving through our bracket. A very quick start to our day, 2-0, but Rafael Nadal will have a chance to come back later on as we get to our lower bracket. He'll be facing an elimination game. Next up, we have Riley and Tanjiro. There you go. Rafael Nadal down below. Thank you so much to our production team. But next up, we have Riley versus Tanjiro, which is a interesting matchup. Now we're in the landscape of a very, very experienced, seasoned player, Riley getting second place in the world 2 years ago, going up against someone that is truly, at least in my mind, an unknown. AC, any thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as the opening set, but even more so. You really have to have so much faith in Riley for this opening set. It feels like he's right back on top, ready to go. You know, it's one of those things where you finish well at the World Finals and you're like, you're on top of the world, and then it doesn't go well that next year. And you have to be able to prepare. You have to be able to just get that confidence back. Riley's one of those players you don't actually have to worry about. You know he's going to get that.
Yeah, I mean, Riley missing World Finals last year was a really, really big surprise to everyone out there, including all of us casters. One of those guys that you thought after the previous year in 2024, he was just going to come out, run the table. Not the case. That's just the way it is in CRL. It's incredibly competitive. Even someone as good as Riley is going to miss the mark sometimes. But he didn't really miss the mark at all in the group stage. Going 6-1, he lost one game to Nikoko. He 2-1'd Asaf and Rafael Nadal, as we just saw Rafael Nadal struggling just a little bit. He actually played Expo and won with it in a competitive set, which is something that we're not seeing a lot. He looked scary, scary good. His deck pool was really, really deep. He only repeated a couple of win conditions throughout the entire day. Otherwise, it was basically just, I'm going to run everything that is working in the meta. And starting off with an Ice Spirit and a Tesla could be a lot of things. Maybe he does want to go with Expo again to start things off. I'd be very surprised, but wouldn't be mad about it. Perfect interaction there. And definitely not going to be Expo. Expo usually not with the Ice Spirit anyway, but we could dream. And Giant Skeleton does not sneak through to the tower. Tanjiro gets the card down just in time. Fireball out to deal with the minions. And that Golden Knight not going to connect with the help of a log and Skellies. Riley at a total of 87.5% win rate. In Group H, he had a really nice group stage, but the Swiss stage was a little bit more difficult, only going 66% in terms of win rate, 12-6. But his group did have Asaf, Nikoko, and Rafael Nadal, and Celestia Vow, who actually had some pretty good upsets. So here we go, MK plus Hog. MK tanking, EQ comes down for the Tesla. Hog should get maybe 2 hits, only gets 1. Right now, Riley having a hard time getting on offense, having trouble dealing with these minions. And Giant Skeleton not close enough. Well played there by Tanjiro. This Musketeer is something that Riley's going to have to figure out how to abuse as this matchup goes on, and Hog comes out opposite lane. Nice. The Evo Mega Knight is out of cycle.
You always gotta love seeing Riley run the Hog, and right here, Giant Skeleton. It's so good, but in these situations, Mega Knight starts to get really scary.
And that is a difficult interaction there. The Mega Knight leaps just as the Tesla is played. Fireball comes down. Mega Knight leaps on top of tower. Golden Knight completely ignored opposite lane. Mega Knight does get a hit on tower as well. Riley takes the lead for a split second there, and then gets overwhelmed in both lanes, down now. 186 remaining, going Musketeer plus Hog opposite lane to try to make anything happen. MK going to come out to clean things up. Now Riley's going to have to worry about the counter push on the left-hand side, as this right-hand side is EQ and Log, and that should do it. Tanjiro with a big upset in game number 1.
And right here, he's going to try to do something, not going to work. Power down to 544, but what an opening start for Tanjiro. I mean, MK seems to be really solid right now.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there where the MK was just really difficult for Riley to deal with in general, just to DPS it down on his side of the board. There looked like there was maybe an opening where the Evo MK comes out for Tanjiro on the right-hand side. Riley gets the perfect hog timing on the left-hand side. Looked like that was a moment where he was going to kind of even things up in the game. It felt like he'd been playing only defense, kind of trying to feel out his opponent, deal with those minions, deal with the Golden Knight. And then he was like, all right, now I have a moment where I can get on offense. And then as quickly as that started, things went very, very south for Riley, getting overwhelmed in both lanes there, AC.
Yeah, and one of the matchups that you have to watch throughout the day is definitely going to be Giant Skeleton. Giant Skeleton is so good because you block up the bridge, you get all these cards funneled into the bomb, and it stops everything. But the MK is going to be a card that can stop all of it. Push the Giant Skeleton back, not allow it to give value. So that's going to be something that I think we should all be.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting the way that the, one card can affect the meta. We saw that last season with the Magic Archer and how much Fireball was just basically everywhere. Barbarrel was everywhere as a way to deal with the Magic Archer. Now we're in a different meta here with Giant Skeleton in so many decks. So we are seeing a lot more Mega Knight in general, Evo Mega Knight to be specific. And yeah, so Tanjiro, 5-2 in Group A. He was able to beat Sub, who was last year's, world runner-up, second place. He also beat Pedro and Seok. So you talk about who he was able to take down on his run. Pretty impressive. Taking down those guys. See, Elder Pedro was, yeah. And then running a lot of Battle Ram and Ram Rider, something that it seems like so many people have done, but also favored Lava quite a bit. So, pretty vast deck pool, if you will. Obviously leaning towards the heavier stuff. And I just want to clarify, yeah, he did take down Pedro, Sub, and Seok, which is really impressive. Just lost to EGW and someone named John77. Whoever John is, congratulations. But when he played against Pedro, he was able to beat him with an MK Hog deck, similar to this, at least parts of it were similar. It was actually quite different, but at least the MK and the Hog were there. Then he lost game 2 running Golem, Evo Skarmy. This is actually one of the decks that stood out to me the most, AC. Really, really heavy at 3.9. 11 Elixir to get all the way around. But it was a Evo Inferno Dragon, Evo Skarmy, okay, Golem, Night Witch. Things are sounding a little bit normal here. Then it was Skeleton King, E-Golem. So he had Golem and E-Golem with Evo Skarmy in a deck, and Pedro wanted nothing to do with that. He was able to win that game. And then Tanjiro closed things out with the Giant Skeleton Loon Miner deck, which I saw a lot of Giant Skelly Loon as well, looking through everyone's deck pool for the weekend. Riley looking like he's going to be playing some Drill. Riley was very, very successful with Drill in the group stage and Swiss stage, and he's been making videos about it. Been actually watching a lot of Riley's content. And it looks like Tanjiro might be going to the Giant Skeleton Loon deck. He did not have Snowball in that deck when he ran it, but he did have all the other cards that we're seeing so far, the Evo Xe, the Giant Skelly, and the Skeleton Dragons.
There you go.
Nice cleanup there.
Giant Skeleton Executioner. And Riley, I love seeing Riley use the Evo Drill Bomber. You just know we're going to be watching some special gameplay soon.
Yeah, definitely one of the best out there in the world when you talk about playing Drill, and he's got this perfect King Tower activation. I've seen him pull it off many times before. There you go. Good placement on the Drill. Bomb going to set that King Tower off, which is going to be really, really helpful to deal with the miners, deal with that little Larry inside of the balloon, and of course DPSing down that Giant Skeleton.
So a little bit different with the Evo Snowball. And Evo Snowball and Balloon decks is always super interesting. You think it's going to be this great thing, it's going to synergize perfectly, but then it kind of just pushes everything into the middle. You have to be so careful using that with Loon.
And Riley not wanting anything to do with that Skeleton Dragon on the right-hand side. Drops a Berserker for the left, Mighty Miner for the right. And there we go. Evo drill in. Tanjiro maybe trying to get a NATO out or maybe just pull the goblins back. And then he uses the Evo snowball and moves the goblins forward. So just a rough set of interactions there to give Riley a substantial lead.
Again, forcing out a lot on defense. These goblins going to town on the tower, almost getting it down to triple digits. And Riley playing perfect. And that King Tower activation just makes his life so easy on defense.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't even feel like he's worried about defense right now. He's putting so much pressure up that Tanjiro's elixir is just all over the place. His units now are just getting kind of desperation dropped all over the board. And looks like he has to work in the left lane now, but you don't really want to work in the same lane when you're that far behind and your opponent has poison. So he still goes back to the right-hand side. As we talked about, King Tower activation going to help out quite a bit. There's the little Larry coming out, or the Bomber Berry, whatever you want. I'm pretty sure there is an actual name, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
I like Bomber Berry.
And Evo snowball in, goblins down. Tanjiro knows it's over, and Riley going back to comfort here in game number 2 with an emphatic victory.
Yeah, I mean, just a perfect gameplay. The King Tower activation made it so easy for him. And yeah, I mean, he has to feel really good about being able to bring it to a game number 3. And man, I'm not a huge fan of Loon Evo Snowball. I really don't think it works.
You think it just synergizes better with regular Snowball and that Evo or Hero slot should be used for something else?
Yeah, I have seen the Goblin Cage. So the one that I used last weekend had Evo Goblin Cage and Zap instead. I think that would have been much better, much smarter to use that version. But it just has to be something he saw, something his coaches saw, and set him up that way. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, good call there. Evo Executioner, Evo Cage, Hero Balloon, Giant Skelly, Skelly Drags, Miner, Zap, NATO. I think maybe just a little bit cheaper or close to... Actually, I think that's about the same. I guess he had Tombstone instead of the Cage. So just a little bit cheaper, I think, was the deck he ran today. But yeah, Evo Snowball just not doing it. And the worst thing, too, was the Evo Snowball actually... Not only did it not do what he needed on offense, it also kind of did him dirty on defense. We saw him NATO all those goblins back on the Evo Drill, maybe to try to get them by the Miner that was already placed that got Evo Snowballed by Riley so that he could have tanked. But then Tanjiro uses the Evo Snowball of himself, pushes the goblins to the front of the tower, and just takes more and more damage. The NATOs were just not doing it, and Riley very, very happy about that win. Yeah, as I said, Riley didn't really repeat a whole lot of decks, but he did run a good amount of drill. Notably taking out Asaf with drill, going up against Royal Giant. Asaf, obviously one of the best drill players in the game, but I think Riley's making a pretty good argument for himself. He also ran Evo Drill Marcher against Rafael Nadal, so going up against guys that are, big names in the game, and obviously Rafael Nadal qualifying here this weekend, even if it wasn't a great start for him. So here we go, our first best of 3 actually making it to game number 3 here in our second set of the day. Just trying to see what else. Oh yeah, and the other thing that Riley ran it with was with Furnace, Hero Goblins was another drill deck that he ran, also with Delivery in there. So playing a lot of drill, but playing different versions of it was Riley. And like I said, he ran so many different decks throughout the week, the weekend, the 2 weekends, and was very successful with a lot of them. At the top of the show, we talked about how predictability is one of the things that favors newer players, because you're like, oh, well, I know EGW likes beatdown or heavier decks, but there's like 100 heavy decks that work at the moment. Riley, Mo, Samuel, Adriel, these guys that have been watched for years at the highest level. Now with the meta as wide open as it is, it's pretty cool to see them winning with so many different archetypes that it makes them pretty unpredictable as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if both players are unpredictable, then the edge just goes completely to the historical pro.
That's a good point.
Riley, I mean, just the fact that he's using so many quick cycle decks instead of so many heavy decks. He tried out Lava, and I like that, but using so many quick cycle decks will give you a lot of freedom in your third game.
And curious to see if Tanjiro goes to the skies. Definitely had some success with that this last weekend in the group stage, but coming out with Cage right away, and Riley going to Marcher Goblins. And Hero Barbarrel. Rich and I talked about this a little bit during the English versus Spanish Creators event. Shout out to Team English there, who was able to come away with the dub. But Hero Barbarrel is pretty fascinating because it's a card that, when it's used correctly, wielded by the right player, can actually be incredibly annoying to deal with. It's something that I just didn't really... I think it was a really brilliant rework there to make a card that is basically only had a couple responsibilities over the years, now to become something that can be an annoying offensive threat.
Yeah, anytime you can really add skill to a card, it also makes it a pretty interesting update. And yeah, it's nice to see Barbarrel have a lot of freedom and a lot of different uses.
So looking like Tanjiro could be going to the skies. We could be seeing Lava. He ran a Lava deck that had Baby Drag and Evo Cage and Spirit Empress in it. Some changes, though, had Dark Prince instead of Valkyrie. And Riley going to Piggies. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, messed up the interaction by just a little bit. Never really want to be giving up that Magic Archer damage, but should not be the end of the world. And right here, decent push, getting a little bit of pressure on both sides, and getting both towers to about 2,000 HP.
Yeah, a nice pick there for Tanjiro to go with the Valkyrie instead of the Dark Prince, just to deal with the Piggies. Maybe something he was looking for, knowing that everyone was running a ton of Pigs, including Riley. So I do like that pick, even though Dark Prince can be decent against Piggies. Valkyrie definitely better, especially the Evo form. Which is why we're seeing Riley do dual lane pressure, and that Barb going to tank for those Goblins just a little bit. Very fortunate there for Riley.
Yeah, really good timing right there with the Barbarrel plus Goblin activation. Good, solid lightning, but this is going to be a pretty big push, and Riley doesn't have a ton of elixir.
Yeah, opting to use the Evo Valkyrie on offense instead of defense here, and now a Dark Prince comes down, kind of a desperation Dark Prince. No elixir in the tank for Riley as that Baby Dragon is tanking for the pups. Another Lava at the bridge, and now goes Evo Piggies opposite lane to try to bait out some attention. Zap plus Fireball going to clean it up, and Riley is in trouble, AC, able to retarget the Lava with the E-Spirit.
Yeah, didn't panic, used the E-Spirit plus Bomb Tower to perfection. And, I mean, he's trying to pressure properly, but it's just not working. Tanjiro, whenever he has the wrong cards in cycle, he has the right evolution. And whenever he doesn't have spells, he's got a different way to take out a troop on the board. He's just playing this to perfection.
And a shake of the head there by Riley, knowing he's in trouble, has to Lightning on top of that Spirit Empress, plus the Lava Hound. Can't deal with the Baby Dragon, and a big upset here in set number 2. Riley could see the writing on the wall for a while, and a very nice pick there by Tanjiro. Again, having the Valkyrie to deal with the Piggies actually wasn't ever something that came up in the conversation. The Fireball plus Zap, though, to deal with the Evo Piggies. And then you talk about the inability for Riley to get on top of the skies, right? When you watch him on stream, when you watch his videos, you know, you see people put up these really tough matchups where they only have one air response going up against lava decks. And it's always really, really impressive to see. Always a lot to learn from it. But when you get it in CRL, it's obviously not a spot you want to be in. Can Riley play through that difficult matchup? I'm sure he can, but this just was not a case where he could do it. Not really any way to get enough DPS down, especially when you talk about this type of lava deck, right? When you talk about the Baby Dragon and the Spirit Empress and how tanky they are.
Yeah, that lava version was definitely really interesting. I love the Spirit Empress. It just allows you, because you have the Empress and the lava, you just have plenty of time. You can take your time. It doesn't allow for Riley to overextend and pressure properly. He was always defending really well. And I mean, Riley was doing everything he could. You know, I really liked the timing on a lot of his cards. He wasn't panicking. It just meant nothing. Tanjiro with a perfect deck, a perfect setup for himself. And that's a great way to make it to round number 2.
Yeah, and, you know, while most CRL and CR fans out there in the world are probably disappointed that Riley dropped that set, and he's not out yet, we'll see more of Riley towards the end of our day. EGW, probably very happy about how that went. Having to face off against Tanjiro instead of Riley, although Tanjiro has played very, very well. So there we go. We have our very first lower bracket matchup coming your way in quite some time. Rafael Nadal versus Riley. That will be an elimination game. Remember, guys, this is a 2v2 duel mode. Excuse me. Best of 3 duel mode, not 2v2. I was reading off on the side at the same time. But, so what that means, if you guys are new to CRL, you cannot repeat any cards in any specific set, but you do have 2 lives to give in that double elimination format. A couple of work in progress balance changes that were announced recently, yesterday, I believe. Spirit Empress getting an HP nerf, which would have been nice for Riley to deal with. I don't know if that would have solved all of his problems, though, in that game. And then, of course, the Giant Skeleton getting a bit of a rework, a lot of moving pieces there. We'll see if either of those make it to the actual balance changes. I imagine at least parts of it will. But AC, so far we are 2 sets into the day. Any thoughts on what we've seen so far about any of it, the players, the meta, or this upcoming match between our former world champion Rubizales, or Ruben from Team Queso, and Vitor, who is a repeat world finalist, still of course looking for that gold at the end of the season to be crowned the CRL world champion?
Yeah, so far it's been kind of what I expected, which is a few things fresh, a few things, normal. And it's always really nice seeing lava used and not having to say, why did he use lava at the end of a game? It's a lot of fun seeing that win. And yeah, it's just fresh, and it's a new start.
Ruben getting first place in Group D, going 5-2. He was able to take down Lucas and T-Tone. But he did lose 0-2 to Saint Belly making a resurgence here in 2026. Excited to see that. Did not play very well with Piggies, so I'm sure we won't see Ruben playing much Piggies to start, at least. Played a lot of Battle Ram and Ram Rider.
Okay, yeah, I expect Battle Ram, Ram Rider, and RG. Even seeing the Valkyrie, I still think that with Ruben it could be, but we're probably going to be looking at Lava on his end. Vitor just running Royal Hawks spam, and yeah, that's always a good deck. You can always get some sort of good matchup with Royal Hawks.
Ruben kind of up and down since he won back in 2020 with Team Queso in the teams format. Going to the individual format, he showed up in 2021, getting 32nd place at World Finals. Not a great follow-up year to his championship season, but then in 2023 was able to get 6th place at World Finals again. So while it hasn't been as successful as being champion of the world, he has had some pretty good showings over the last half-decade.
And right here, a lot of cards on the map. Vitor gonna have to figure out how he wants to approach this. And Tesla is gonna be a pretty good response to this lava.
So Tesla to deal. Tesla, Evo Tesla, plus the Marcher. So we'll see if Vitor can have maybe just a little bit more success. Riley running Bomb Tower, obviously, in that last lava matchup. Tesla a bit more effective.
Magic Archer over the middle to snipe. And this Mega Minion, are we going to see the ability popped?
We do.
And we are. And it does take it out.
But not without a little bit of consequence. Damage done in both lanes here as some Skellies come out on the right-hand side. Bar Barrel there for pressure. Ruben cleans things up relatively nicely. Lava Hound, a lot of times you have to sacrifice some HP to get some damage out there in the world. So we'll see what he wants to do as Vitor sets up a Tesla. Vitor also was... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just allowing, again, to have his Goblin Cage get sniped. The Mega Minion a lot quicker right there. And finally, I mean, without the Loon, you need to switch things up. I like that he's pressuring both lanes.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like Ruben's playing the Goblin Cage to bait out the Magic Archer to make Vitor have to defend in a little bit more uncomfortable of a manner, but Vitor's doing a good job of it, and now keeping up the pressure. Ruben back around to Cage, Evo Cage this time. No Magic Archer coming out for Vitor. Vitor getting 2nd place in Group E, going 5-2. Lost to OP Sam and Sosa, but was able to take down Morton 2-0. Didn't play a whole lot of RG, but definitely still played it a few times, along with Ram Rider, Hog, Miner, GY. He was kind of all over the place. He also played 3M Battle Ram, AC. A lot of people did.
Wow, would you look at that? Right there, Ruben going to respond quickly with the cage. I really liked how he had defended in that previous one, allowing the brawler to go on the left and help his push out. Has to worry a little bit about the Magic Archer, but not going to be the case. Ruben just cannot get enough offense. Vitor is defending this perfectly and attacking aggressively.
Yeah, he's getting just enough damage in and defending just well enough to stay in the lead. And now a Fireball plus Zap going to clean up those piggies pretty well. Valkyrie has to come out for the Dark Prince, but a nice Magic Archer lineup here. Going to get it 2 shots in and blocks it with the Berserker. Very, very nice there on the right-hand side. That has now just widened the gap to something that might be insurmountable here for Ruben.
Right there, going aggressive with the Royal Hogs, and that's going to also hit the tower. I mean, Vitor has enough elixir.
Wow. Wow, that was getting a little dicey for Vitor. You could see his celebration when he used that ability again on that game-winning Magic Archer. Great block with the Berserker at the bridge, gets a few shots in, then uses the ability, gets another shot on tower with the Magic Archer. And just as that was all happening, it looked like Ruben finally had a good enough offensive push, but Vitor races to the finish line, wins by a nose.
Yeah, I mean, just in time. The pups would have definitely been really scary, and I have to look at the deck overall. These lava decks without Loon, it just in CRL, it can feel somewhat weak. I like seeing Loon, I like seeing Aggression. It just feels like you have all these responses. You have Zap, Fireball, Valkyrie, Cage. You're going against Royal Hogs, Magic Archer. Magic Archer's been, nerfed, so it's not even at its strongest point. And it just felt like it was way too easy from the Royal Hog side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see about these lava decks. Obviously, we just saw Tanjiro beat Riley with it, but Riley only had 1 unit that could attack the air, and it's a very weak unit in terms of straight single target DPS with that hero Magic Archer. Yes, he has the death damage from the bomb tower. Yes, he has the E-Spirit, but like when you're talking about dealing with lava, that's not really the spot you want to be in, especially if there was a Loon in that deck as well, but it actually almost worked out better for Tanjiro that his deck was so tanky. Now you get into this matchup with Vitor and Ruben, and I couldn't agree more. It really felt like Ruben it felt like he was just doing enough damage to almost fool you into believing he was still in the match as the game went on, right? And there was obviously that last-ditch effort that you see players go for all the time with Vitor. It didn't feel uncalculated. It didn't feel desperate. It just kind of felt like he was like, okay, Ruben's starting to build up a decent enough push. We're getting deeper into double, getting close to triple. Let me kind of just steal this game before it goes off the rails, and that's exactly what he did. Here we go, game number 2 between Vitor and our former world champion, Ruben, with Team Queso. Vitor, of course, a world finalist, though, never doing exactly what he wants. In 2021, he got 16th. In 2022, he got 8th. 2023, he got 12th. And in 2025, he also got 12th. So he's clearly got what it takes to make it there. Now we want to see him take the crown.
And right there, pops the ability. Just a little bit mistimed overall with the entire interaction. Bar Barrel could have been a split second earlier, could have potentially protected the furnace, and right there, just a little bit easy of a defense for Vitor. And there we go, Hog MK quick cycle. Gonna be interesting to see the last 2 cards.
Yeah, very interesting to see how fast this deck gets around with how heavy it is and how light it is at the same time.
Mega Knight scaring Ruben's defensive cards for sure. And this Hog, with the help of the Mega Knight, could it get that second shot? And it does. Wow.
And looking like GY bottom of your screen here. Ruben did run some GY over the weekend.
It's a great Ice Spirit right there. This Bar Barrel getting a ton of damage on top of the tower. Furnace still alive. And Musketeer forced to be played right on top.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about with the Hero Bar Barrel. I think it was such a great change to be able to make that card as effective as it can be now offensively. And Vitor, as you can see, we've seen this face many, many times before when he goes down, just trying to lock in, doing a decent amount of damage on that left-hand side, ahead by about 600, but going in the same lane, going to be a bit tough, although he is going to get some Fireball value here. Now baiting out the Fireball, goes immediately with the Evo Knight, meets the Evo Mega Knight at the bridge and the GY. Now we have that bar barrel being tanked for by the Skellies, but it turns around. Whereas, in the past AC, we've always wanted the bar barrel to tank for the graveyard. Now you can have it do both. You can tank for the graveyard in the beginning, you hit that ability, now it's getting tanked for by the Skellies. Great synergy there.
Yeah, beautiful synergy right there. And even though Vitor is defending this quite well, it's just not mattering. And we see kind of the look of disgust on his face. It's just too much. I was right in the middle of saying Ruben's given up too much damage on that early opening push. And, that's the reason why he's so good. He knows the interactions. He knows how much he can give up because he's going to get such a strong response.
Yeah, and talking about strong responses, I really love that play of getting the Evo Furnace behind the Princess Tower to bait out the Fireball to then go straight onto offense. Poison does come in just in time. Ruben knows there, and it took my eyes off of the top left tower as there was a lot of pressure coming in the bottom left-hand side, but Ruben not worried about it as the Poison ticks away and takes game number 2. But we've talked about this over the years with players like Mugi, who's so good with RG. You can watch him slowly paint his opponent into a corner, knowing what's in his hand, knowing how they're going to respond, and then just absolutely obliterating them. This wasn't exactly the same thing, but Ruben was also known for doing that too. A great RG player as well, but understanding the micro and the macro and the way that your mind works. And Vitor there, I don't know if there's anything you could do other than Fireball the Evo Furnace behind Princess Tower, but it did just feel like kind of one of those bait plays. Did you ever have that feeling when you were playing AC where someone would do something and you're like, I know this is just to bait out a response, but I'm going to do it anyway?
Yeah, I am so unbelievably stubborn. It is definitely one of the things that kind of cost my career. I don't care if you have barbs and magic archer. I'm still gonna fireball your minion horde. Yeah, I absolutely understand that feeling.
Shout out here to our production team getting QR codes out. That's actually a great addition. I really love that. I mean, we all have talked about it over the years, casters and fans of CRL, of, oh, that deck was interesting, I'm going to run it. Well, now you have a way to do it with those QR codes. As you can see, the decks are labeled 1 and 2, along with the respective QR codes at the bottom of the screen. So if you liked any of these decks, you can wield them yourself. Shout out to Stats Royale as well for making all this happen. And, of course, to our production team as Ruben evens things up here in game number 2. AC, any thoughts about the decks that we're looking at on screen? And, we used to talk a lot about what do you think they're going to run next. It's so hard now with so many cards in the game, so many different archetypes in the meta. I'm not going to ask you that, but any thoughts on what we've already seen?
Yeah, I really liked the Tesla inside that Royal Hogs deck in game number 1. I thought that was just a really strong deck overall. And then game number 2, Ruben flipped it. And I really do think Ruben was the first player to understand macro to one of the highest levels. Not necessarily in a perfect way, but at least with RG, with at least a few decks, it was as near perfect as possible. He really taught me a lot over the years with his macro decisions.
So game number 3 coming your way between these two titans of the game. Ruben also, obviously having the bigger accomplishment under his belt, being a former world champion, but Vitor has gone to world finals many, many times before and would love to punch that ticket to wherever we're going to be having world finals in 2026 in our first monthly final. But first, he's got to get through this guy. Mother Witch, something that you love to see against this Tombstone, though, so Ruben having to respond quite a bit here. Mother Witch, one of the most annoying cards in terms of giving up an elixir advantage or putting yourself in an elixir disadvantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And to kind of ignore the competitive scene for just a tiny second, Mother Witch is the most annoying card in the game when it comes to just forgetting that you're going against that card.
Yes.
It will just swing the game completely, and it's like, oh man, I'm getting past this, and then all of a sudden, one little hog comes, 2 little hogs, and oh my goodness, he's got 20 hogs and a half health Mother Witch. This is going to be trouble.
Yeah, it's amazing how sometimes, you might want to try to switch lanes against your opponent, and then their opponent just plays a Mother Witch in that opposite lane. As you said, all of a sudden 20 pigs are out. Now you're spending all this attention and elixir on the other lane that you haven't been focused on, and then they punish you back on the opposite side. So it's just one of those things, whether you're going same lane, you're going opposite lane, it can really, really punish you if you make a mistake. And it's something that can, or it's a card that also can punish you even more so in single elixir. It's definitely brutal. So Ruben, though, puts a stop on it pretty early on. 1949, though, so damage still done as he is about to get into double elixir here, and you can imagine he's going to try to turn things up a bit with this relatively heavy deck.
And here we go, Giant Skeleton on Giant Skeleton. Tombstone comes down, but this is a lot on the right side. And the Snowball's going to put in a little bit of work, but still going to need to respond with more. And Miner does make it safely and protect the tower.
And that's kind of exactly what we were just talking about, right? The Mother Witch is making all this attention, all this elixir be spent in the left-hand side. So then Vitor goes aggressive on the right-hand side, starts to even things up a bit. And now the synergy that we've seen so much in the meta, so much in the group and Swiss stage, is the Giant Skeleton with the Evo Battle Ram behind. So much to deal with, so difficult to deal with. And then again, Vitor doing such a great job of opposite lane pressure with the Golden Knight plus the Mother Witch. Now we're going to get a Piggy on tower. Vitor playing this very, very nicely. Untouched so far as that Royal Ghost does get the King Tower activation for Ruben with just a lick of HP remaining.
You know, he gave up a little bit of damage, but I thought Ruben protected himself as best he could. He didn't have a lot of elixir. He had to get the right timing down, allow the Golden Knight to dash, then get the Miner to pop it off the tower. You know, as scary as it is, he still has an opportunity, and that's because of how talented he is.
Yeah, he did a good job of not panicking, but now maybe a little bit of panic going to come in, but luckily the Evo Executioner going to deal with that Battle Ram well. Giant Skelly's going to work on the left-hand side, and now the Loon finally comes out here for Ruben, and Vitor just been sitting on that Hero Wizard, but Loon definitely going to get a drop in still? No! Wow! That is tough.
Yeah, that was almost perfect for him right there. Still has the Executioner alive, and Ruben has himself back in this game. You know, he didn't give up. He kept fighting. He still has that opportunity. But Vitor, I mean, it just goes Giant Skeleton one lane and then Golden Knight Battle Ram the other, and you just can't stop it.
Yeah, it has been really difficult. The layered offense from Vitor here. Mother Witch always coming out behind. Golden Knight always out front. Giant Skeleton clearing the way or creating space. But you talk about a great push here. You got the healthy Giant Skeleton tanking for the weaker Giant Skeleton. The Hero Loon behind. Hero Wizard going to do a decent job cleaning things up. And if he avoids...
I think that's... Yeah, that's
Giant
on.
Skeleton. Giant Skelly Bomb comes in, gets on top of the tower there. It looked like Vitor was going to somehow get away scot-free again. But Ruben gets some great damage in. Now in the lead. Loon is there. Miner is there. And Vitor drops the set with a great come-from-behind victory there from Ruben. AC, what went wrong for Vitor in that final minute plus?
Yeah, I mean, it's just everything went right for Ruben. He played it absolutely perfectly. Just, I mean, the correct decision again and again, even at the very end. He allows the Battle Ram to connect, then he gets the Snowball. He plays the Tombstone down, but he protects from the Mother Witch with the Skeleton Dragons. It was just the right decision for a full minute from Ruben. I loved how he ended that game.
And that's what we've talked about with Ruben for so long. That's kind of what I was intimating at the beginning of the set, just talking about his macro understanding, his patience. You know, we talked a lot about how he didn't panic in that final game. He saw the way through. They both did. You know, Vitor saw the way that he needed to layer his offense and create dual lane pressure, you know, abuse the Mother Witch, abuse the Golden Knight ability, save that Evo Battle Ram. He was kind of doing everything right. The other side of it, though, was Ruben recognizes, okay, the biggest threat, the biggest problem that I'm going to have is going to be this Hero Wizard. So I can never get a push in unless I have the Giant Skeleton up front. I have the Executioner behind. I have NATO in hand. I can send the Miner in, you know, just really, really patient there. And that's something that is really impressive when you talk about players at the highest level, because they know there's only one way to break through. Their opponent is trying to make it so they don't have those cards in hand. Ruben made that hand happen and then executed perfectly. So you can see Vitor now down below with Riley and Rafael Nadal as Ruben stays in that upper bracket with a great come from behind win there in game number 3, taking that set 2-1 as we continue to work our way through the day. And for Sam, OP Sam, a friend of ours, a big fan of Sam, he's going to kind of pick up where he left off in 2025, making it to World Finals. Not the run that he wanted, but honestly, I feel like for Sam and hanging out with Sam in Atlanta, it felt like he was just happy to be there. You know, a guy that had been very successful in the team phase, team era, didn't seem like he was going to maybe have what it took to be as successful in the 1v1 era, but here he is. Ends the year at the World Finals in Atlanta, right back in the first monthly final, going up against a relative unknown in Elmojas. AC, thoughts on this matchup? Thoughts on your boy, OP Sam, Chop Cham?
Yep, XOP, XSAM, X. I love seeing.
Never say that again, ever.
I love seeing Sam qualify. Just, he is one of the greatest guys out there. And, you know, he's another one of those guys that is creative, inventive, and just fun to watch. His macro understanding of the game is brilliant. Sometimes his micro isn't great, but it's clear that he now has the respect of the community. Even though he didn't do amazing in the World Finals, he still showed out. He still performed. There were other people that you were looking at and saying, I don't know, I feel like they probably should have done better. Even though he didn't continue to pull off any wins, the gameplay itself was great, and I expect another fantastic year for him.
Yeah, you know, people talking about and Sam leaning into it, the goblin machine. You know, he knew that was one of the big reasons why he'd done so well in the 1v1 era last year. But you know what? He's still here, and that deck, that archetype, that whole thing with the Goblin Machine is no longer happening. It was one of those things where people were talking about Goblin Giant a few years ago, and a lot of those people that made it in the Goblin Giant era are still active now in 2026. So Sam, first place in Group E, he went 5-2, losses to Sosa and Coco, going 0-2 against them. He did take down Vitor and Morton 2-1, and I think Rich said during the creator event that him and Morton were kind of neck and neck, and Sam took him out at the very end to clinch his spot in our monthly final. So always tough when you have to do it against your best buddy. But we nicknamed Sam, or gave him the moniker of Mad Scientist years ago, and you talked about it in his intro. He ran an E-Golem Monk Battle Healer deck that was really interesting to see here. You know, no one really ran E-Golem other than, I talked about it at the top of the show. We saw one E-Golem deck from Tanjiro. But yeah, Sam running an interesting deck there. And he actually ran a lot of Evo Royal Ghost, one of the few people that really favored Evo Royal Ghost. So we'll see if we see any of that from him today. Right now, though, Elmojas running Graveyard. Sam looking like he could be running Graveyard as well. Elmojas second place in Group D, going 5-2. He went 0-2 against Ruben, but he had really tough matchups. He did 2-0 Lucas and T-Tone, and he also beat Belly 2-1, so no slouch, as we saw him hyping himself up for this match.
Yeah, so definitely a very solid player, and of course all these players will be once they make it this far in. You know, it does remind me, you were talking earlier about like the Goblin Giant meta and can you continue to produce. I mean, we've seen that with Ta. You know, when he was running the E-Giant before everybody else was, it was like, can you continue to compete? It is really hard to compete at the highest level. All these players can still use these same decks that you're running. You have to play it just a little bit better. You have to find what others can't. So, you know, it makes sense. Even when metas are rough, we're still seeing the same players out there competing.
Yeah, time and time again, year after year, greatness sticks. And Elmojas did run Graveyard once, but it was a different version of Graveyard, so I like that he's trying to be unpredictable here. And then, of course, the Mad Scientist, bottom of your screen, always a bit unpredictable. Knight sneaks just in front. Oh, no, it doesn't. In front of the Furnace. Tries to sneak in front of the Furnace. Giant Skeleton comes down, though, and still takes it off the board. Evo Furnace played up high here, met by the regular Furnace. A nice snipe there from Sam as another Graveyard comes in. Maybe just a little aggressive on that Graveyard, AC, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'd love to see Sam punish in some way right here, getting aggressive on the left side and still protecting the right a little bit. He needs something to stay alive, and it's going to force out a Giant Skeleton in response, poison on the left. I don't know. The way this is playing out, it just feels like the Knight is not providing enough value to stop this giant skeleton. It is defending so easily everything at this bridge.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This deck at the top of the screen from Elmojas has kind of been the gold standard for graveyard decks for a little bit here. And then just over the last week, the version with Knight, Evo Knight, has come out, the one that we're seeing Sam play. And yeah, when you're talking about these two matching up against each other specifically, the Evo Bats and the Giant Skeleton proving to be a bit of trouble here for Sam, but he is playing very patiently, uses that Hero Bar Barrel nicely, that ability nicely, gets some damage on tower, and is actually in the lead. So while Elmojas may be having a better position in terms of his decksmanship, Sam seems to be playing this matchup at least a little better at the moment. Obviously a heavier deck, though, for Elmojas, so we'll see if that is punishing here in Triple Elixir. 57 seconds remain.
Yeah, great timing with that bar barrel going in again, but Knight getting blocked. We'll see the bar barrel get activated, not going to be able to protect it. And this is going to be a really nice value poison if he chooses to do so. Instead, he's going to try and win this bridge battle, allow this Evo Furnace to go off if he can. And Sam does protect it very well.
Yeah, that's a huge spot there. Doesn't have to use the poison. Evo Furnace does enough. Now uses the poison to get some damage in, thinking he has enough to deal with the graveyard coming in from Elmojas. But Elmojas should end up taking the lead here, and he does. 20 seconds remain. Sam going to be able to get back on offense. Evo Bats coming out right away. Poison coming in. Elmojas maybe showing his hand just a little bit too early there. We are neck and neck. Final GY going out on both sides. Sam taking some damage and giving some. 10:07, 10:21. I think Sam's going to take it, AC, and he does.
Wow, I mean, just back and forth. Who's going to get it? I was thinking it was going to be the clicks of the poison. Not going to matter. Sam cycles brilliantly. I mean, that is the difference between a 7-year veteran and a 2-year veteran or a rookie. You know the exact timing for everything. There's not a single thing you don't know. Okay, you know, I have 36 seconds left in OT. Now I place the golem on this tile. Or, you know, I cycle the spell. We saw him use the poison first, then graveyard second. He knew he had to get back to another poison. One of those rookies, one of those early year players might have done the opposite. I just love how he approached that endgame.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I'm seeing the chat talk about it as well. Absolutely perfect in the sense of you are going to panic. I am going to stay calm, and that's exactly what you're saying, AC. 20 seconds remaining, and we saw the the cycled Evo Bats and the regular Furnace come out for Elmojas, expecting Sam to kind of, again, panic and just graveyard. Now, I know his cycle. I know exactly where he's at. He's back around to graveyard. There's 20 seconds remaining. He's gonna graveyard. Sam goes, no, no, no. 20 seconds is quite a bit of time, actually, for graveyard. Baits out the Evo Bats, baits out the Furnace, a perfect poison comes in. Then Sam also recognizes, okay, poison is out. That means you're going to get aggressive. I'm going to make sure to spend defensively. I'm going to get the Berserker down, the Furnace down. I'm going to get the Bar Barrel out, and then I'm going to send in my graveyard poison again. So absolutely beautifully played here. I'm watching the replay again, and we are literally neck and neck. 10:07, 10:28, and in that exact moment, poisons go out in both lanes, and Sam ends up breaking through on the ground with a Knight and the Berserkers. So I don't know, man. I love that Sam goes with something that is so firmly in the meta. I love that he goes to graveyard because he's not really known as a graveyard player. Obviously, he's a guy that can do a bit of anything. And then, yeah, the calm, the poise that we saw at the end of that 5 minutes. I'm excited to see what 2025 has for Sam, or 2026 has for Sam after a great 2025.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see. It's always amazing to see these pros kind of step away, sometimes by choice, sometimes not by choice, and then come back to the pro scene and still be able to dominate, still be able to make these monthly finals again and again. It you know, it warms my heart, really, seeing those kind of things happen.
Well, yeah, and you know, is cliche as it might sound to say, you guys have kind of grown up together in this space. You guys have both been around the scene for so long. You guys were both 2v2 all-stars, you know, and also Sam's just a great dude. So, you know, a guy that once the team's era kind of ended, we wondered if Sam's professional career in CR ended. Obviously still going to stream and make content. But as for a top competitor in CRL, we were okay to say, all right, Sam had his run. You know, SK Gaming, number 2 in World Finals, the infamous 1 HP game. But then last year, getting 12th place, being back in World Finals. And Sam must know that we're talking so good about him because he's running Mortar here in game number 2. I'm a huge fan of Mortar. I'm a big fan of seeing Mortar back in the meta. Definitely was a tough meta for Mortar last season, but it is back in it. And Rascals and Cannon Cart are usually coupled with it. And Evo Minion Horde has also been showing up quite a bit with Evo Mortar. What are your thoughts on Evo Minion Horde, AC?
I am so excited to talk about this. I think it's one of the few cards that does feel relatively balanced. I'm so scared of using that
already
word.
getting flamed in the chat.
Yeah, when it comes to a CRL stream. But I love the card. I think there's a few outplay potential kind of things with the Minion Horde, but really, most importantly, it's fun to use. It doesn't feel broken. It just feels fun. And even if it's never the best card in the meta, even if we see it, 5% of matches, it's just great. I really like the introduction of the Minion Horde.
Yeah, I mean, a big shout out to our devs and our balance team. It is a very difficult thing to do to keep bringing cards into the game, to bring evolutions and heroes into the game, to balance cards that are in the game that kind of have been there forever that now need either reworks, their usage changes because of the current meta. So yeah, I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Minion Horde as well. Another Evo that I was talking about during our creator event was the Evo Lumberjack. Is a card that I have lost many games to. I think it's just good enough. I like its Evo ability, its ghost, if you will. So here we go. MK Ram Rider, something that we saw a ton of over the last 2 weeks. But Sam only having the Mortar to deal with it and nothing to reset could be a bit of an issue as we see this Evo MK dash towards that Mortar. But Rascals come out and take the Ram Rider off the board, but definitely giving a bit of fireball value to Elmojas.
Right there, protecting his skeleton dragons with the goblins. Going to activate the ability as well. Pretty aggressive, knowing your opponent has already cycled the Spirit Empress on defense, but it's going to work out. Skeleton dragons take care of the Lumberjack and the goblins.
And another Ram Rider coming in here. The interesting thing about this game and this matchup is that I feel like Sam is going to obviously try to get damage where he can, but I think most of it is going to have to come from just the Miner. Knowing that he's going to have to save that Mortar for defense a lot, knowing that his opponent is going to always support the Ram Rider, sometimes with the MK in front and the Spirit Empress behind, or the Lumberjack in front, whatever it might be. Not having that reset and only having the Mortar as a defensive card is going to make this a little bit more difficult for Sam, but as we saw, patience not a problem for him in game 1.
Right there, Mega Knight going to come down the lane, and this is a lot of elixir spent on the right side. I don't know how he's going to choose to defend. Wow. Arrows plus everything else will clean it up somewhat nicely, but that's going to get the tower down all the way to 13-19. That's just too much damage to give up end game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of exactly what I was just talking about. It's just, and now right now, just going to bait out the MK probably with the Rascals. There you go, at the bridge. Perfect MK played. Minion Horde behind, fireball value, and Sam has just no answers to deal with this, and does try to go back on offense a little bit, but kind of, we've talked about this for years with Mortar, even Evo Mortar. You always need another win condition with it, right? And in this case, Sam has got the Miner. I think historically, or I should say more recently, we've seen the Evo Mortar and the Skeleton Barrel work together, I'd say for the most part. There was also Goblin Doctor, Frankenstein. Why can I not remember the name of the card at the moment?
You got it. Yeah.
That is the other one that's been paired with it. So when you talk about Mortar being paired with another win condition in Minor here, just not really able to get a lot of damage in, especially because his opponent had great responses to pick up the Minor. He's got Goblins, he can pre-cycle, he's got the Lumberjack, he can drop if he needs, and then he's also got the Ewiz to retarget. So all of these things to deal with that Minor, which we saw pretty much all of them come out in a response, Sam only having the arrows as well. So just really not having a great way to get damage on tower, especially when you're talking about having to use that Mortar strictly for defense. And then, you know, we were talking so much about how great the Evo minion horde is. Well, when you've got Zap and Ewiz and Fireball and Spirit Empress, definitely makes it a little bit more difficult to make those cards, or that card, effective.
Yeah, I mean, you just pair the Fireball and the Empress together, and Evo Minion Horde really loses a lot of its value. There's not very many ways to protect it and, you know, go into that invincible mode, just because he's always so quick. He always kept the Fireball around. He never actually had to worry about the Rascal Girls because he was going Ram Rider plus either, you know, Mega Knight or Lumberjack, and then he was quick with the Zap, so the Ram Rider plus Zap would always take care of it. I loved how Elmojas was setting everything up. You know, Sam honestly played fine. I don't really think there's a ton to look at. I think it's just a really poor matchup, and Elmojas played that to perfection.
Yeah, really, really tough there. I'm wondering if there's actually any numbers on this matchup, just because it is such a, you know, in duel mode, it's always a unique set of cards. You know, it'll be sometimes only 7 match, sometimes only 6, but I am curious to see just what that matchup is. Yeah, with 6 cards matching, it's a 55-45. With 7 cards matching, it's basically the same thing. Not really any of the exact match out there for aggregate data. But when we talk about Elmojas here going into game number 3, you know, he ran Graveyard in game 1. We saw what he just ran in game number 2. Game number 3, I'm curious. We saw him run a lot of Piggies. We saw him saw him run a lot of Drill. He ran some RG, some Lava, some Hog Rider as well. So he actually hasn't played any of the stuff that he ran the most this last weekend. Sam on the other side of it, we saw him play Mortar just now. He didn't really run much Graveyard, so I like that in game number 1. He did play a decent amount of heavy Hog decks with Giant Skeleton or, you know, Hog plus MK Lightning. So curious if he might go that route. We could see some Mad Scientist, E-Golem Monk Battle Healer with Evo E-Drag and, or excuse me, Evo E-Drag, and I think Evo Executioner was maybe the other card he ran. I'd have to go check. So obviously the field wide open, and then the other thing that I talked about was that Sam ran Evo Royal Ghost more than anyone else, yet to play that here in this set. Although he's still looking pretty calm.
Yeah, I'm not too worried, and he doesn't look worried at all. Actually, maybe I am more worried than him. It doesn't look like he has a care in the world. For Sam, I definitely want to see either Giant Skeleton or Mega Knight. That's the only thing I want to see out of him in game number 3. In fact, I'll take both as well. But I'd love to see him abuse the meta. Elmojas does not have that available to him, so he's definitely got a little slight advantage just because he still has both of those, the Giant Skeleton and the Mega Knight, still available to him.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make about Sam and really about everyone. You know, when you talk about pride or being stubborn, there's no reason to play away from the meta just because you want to. And people that, you know, we always see the peanut gallery, the chat talk about people leaning into the meta, abusing powerful cards. You know, that's the game. You want to win. You want to win at any cost. So already looking like we could be seeing some Giant Skeleton here. Lumberjack plus Zappies coming out early for Sam. Nice stop there. Monk on the other side of it. Elmojas running Monk plus Hog.
I'm begging Sam to not be using Battle Ram Giant Skeleton because I almost said it. I didn't have enough confidence.
Yep.
So I'm hoping he's come up with something else. All right, I'll take it. I wasn't going to include the Dark Prince in my deck of 8.
That's the worst, right? You have that thought where you're like, man, it really feels like he's going to run this thing. But you're like, there's no reason for me to put myself out there like that. No one's asking for it. And then it happens. There's the Giant Skeleton. Archer comes out. There's the Zappies to deal with the Hog. Hog going to get a couple of hits in here on the right-hand side.
Yeah, just sneaks in that final shot. Magic Archer gonna stay out of the range of the tower and the Inferno Tower and get a little bit of damage. Beautiful King Tower activation by Elmojas, and he's putting on a clinic so far. Feeling really good with this start.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sam most likely going to support this push as he's got the Inferno Tower out of cycle. Does not opt to activate King Tower here. Goes high with the Lumberjack, which you kind of understand. You could play the Lumberjack off to the side and activate King Tower and then get the Lumberjack on top of the Hog more quickly, but then the Firecracker is just going to be a pain to deal with, and then Elmojas could maybe support the Firecracker. So probably the correct decision, even though it wasn't a fun one for Sam to make.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting interaction. I still don't know what the correct decision was right there. And here we go, Mother Witch to snipe, and it's not going to work. Firecracker taking it out beautifully and able to protect his Hog again. This is just easy for him to control this game. Hog does not get a shot, though.
AC, I'm a little curious about the Mother Witch coming out for Sam. I know that there might be a version of this deck out there that's successful, but when you know your opponent's already ran Graveyard, I just wonder if maybe there's a better ranged card you could play there that, the Mother Witch can still get value, and maybe he is looking for a different matchup, but I just wonder if that's the right card in this situation.
Yeah, fully agree. I think it's just not strong enough. I want to be able to go quick, go on offense, and the Mother Witch doesn't really allow for that whatsoever.
Sam in a lot of trouble here. Bomb does clean up the Firecracker, gets an arm and a leg down to defend. Zappy's Dark Prince and the Lumberjack. Firecracker comes out to clean everything up, has to fireball. That does Sam, but push basically dead on the Vine. Zappy's alive with just a lick of HP. Battle Ram sneaks through, though.
Okay, I mean, it was pretty clear that it wasn't going to matter, but it was at least something. One of those things that you have to think at the end of a game, maybe a prediction fireball is necessary in this moment, so we could see something like that, but this Mother Witch following the giant skeleton, it's just not enough.
And Sam just in a really tough spot. Not really able to get much value ever. Not able to create dual lane pressure, having a difficult time stopping the Hog with only having the Zappies. So there's really only one way to stop Hog hits, which is spend way more than you want. Elmojas holding on to that lightning. There's the lightning finally comes out. Hey, I'm glad I said that. 28 HP remains. There's the log. Wow.
Yeah, Elmojas with a beautiful reverse sweep right there. Sam feeling all the confidence in the world after game one, but now it gets flipped entirely. And I guess it wasn't a reverse sweep? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was still a 2-1 win, and, Elmojas just really, really putting the hurt on Sam there in game number 3. And I believe... Yeah, no, not a reverse sweep there. I was going to say, I believe that Sam just really had tough matchups, just really in game number 2, not having a way to deal with that Ram Rider, and in game number 3, not having a way to deal with the Hog. Oh wait, no, it was a reverse sweep. Yeah, Sam takes game number 1 with GY, and then just back-to-back wins for Elmojas there. You can see here on the screen. And AC, talk to me about the decks that we're seeing on screen. Any thoughts about how this went for Sam? Was it just bad luck? Was it bad picking? Was it a combination of both?
Yeah, it's, I definitely want to tip my hat to Elmojas with his, especially his game number 3 deck.
Yeah.
Inferno Tower could be an interesting card to see, in this monthly final and, what we'll be seeing tomorrow. Just because Mega Knight and Giant Skeleton, those are going to be the cards to watch. And, Inferno Tower is one of those cards where it's not the greatest response to something, but even something like Royal Hogs, if it's singularly Royal Hogs, Inferno Tower cleans up very nicely. You can get away with it. Even when you don't have the best matchup, it's still livable. You still have that opportunity to outplay sometimes. Inferno Tower is an interesting card, and I really liked his choice for game number 3.
Yeah, you know, that's something that we haven't talked about yet today is the developing meta over any said tournament weekend. It's something that we've talked about for years. It's something that always seems to happen. And yeah, I like that call there about Inferno. It seems like a card that we could be seeing quite a bit just in terms of how heavy the meta is, like you said. Giant Skeleton, MK, Lava, Royal Giant, all of these things. So here we go. We are a quarter of the way through our day, 4 matches in. Yeah, just a quarter of the way. Like we said, we got 16 matches to go through, halfway through our first round. Next up is a big one between Sandbox and Clown. 2 guys that have done so much in CRL, although with 2 very different stories, right? When you talk about Sandbox and what he's done historically in Clash Royale League, you know, he went to World Finals a couple years ago in 2022 and in 2021. Didn't really have the showing that he wanted in 2021. I remember him talking a good amount about nerves. He ended up in 12th place there. 2022, he did a lot better. He got 6th place. And then he was quiet for a couple of years. And then last year, he kind of screamed back into the World Finals conversation, getting 4th place in 2025. And that Vitor Sam matchup in the lower bracket is going to be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to one of them today. Of the 4 players you see on screen right now, we will be saying goodbye to 2 of them. But back to Sandbox, you know, a guy that just got 4th place at World Finals in 2025. Great showing there. Seems like he's kind of started to conquer his live stage nerves. And then Clown is a person who has been Clown/Kickash, has been in the scene for years now. He's been so close to World Finals numerous times. We're talking about being, you know, if we're taking 10, he's been in the 11th place spot. If we're taking, you know, these 7 players, he's the 8th person. He's always kind of been that guy, but he's been a very, very strong player for year in, year out. And I'm excited to see what he does. He also had a really, really tough group in the group stage, being in the same group as Mo Light.
Yeah, that's always going to be really difficult. Both of these players, if you wanted to call them your dark horse, that would be a correct decision.
Yeah.
Both of these guys can absolutely run through the gauntlet, be able to qualify, get themselves to the World Finals. So this is going to be really exciting. And was this your matchup of the day? Is that what I'm remembering, or was it something else?
No, mine was Mo Light and Rockin, Lava.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see. I just want to see if we could see a crazy upset there. But in terms of just top-tier gameplay, I think this is going to be way, way up there. Sandbox losing to Surgical Goblin and Venpers in his group. He had Gariko in there, Inthrill, and Rockin as well. Clown on the other side of it. Very, very difficult group to be in. I already mentioned Mo Light. But the other people in his group were Ian, who he 2-0'd, Furkin, who he 2-0'd, and Trainer Adnan, who he 2-1. So a really great battle, a really great group there for Clown to battle through.
Yeah, impressive lineup right there. I mean, that's a lineup you look at and you're like, okay, well, that was the final 8, right, of the monthly finals. So definitely impressive he was able to get to today.
Sandbox on the other side of it. I already mentioned that he lost to Surgical Goblin and Venpers, but did beat Kafri Hubie and Inthrill and Gariko. And a zap to stop the charge and a Spirit Empress to clean up that Ram Rider for Clown, but damage done in both lanes. 2308, the lowest tower for Clown, and Sandbox sitting at 2786. Clown looking like he's going to Lava, so we can imagine he's going to be sacrificing some damage to try to get that Elixir advantage to get the Lava down. Even leaks a little bit of Elixir right there to respond.
And right there, you know, both these players, you know, making arguable mistakes. Definitely not the cleanest right there. Sandbox going with a Lumberjack when it really wasn't needed. I don't think the Empress would have made it to the tower. And then that Valk as well, just responding when you can give up a little bit of damage. So I don't know if it's nerves or, you know, these players are both prepped for it, but, you know, maybe a little bit of overspending from both of these guys.
Yeah, you have to imagine there's some nerves, you know. It's always tough coming out later and later in the day for round one as you're watching all these players, you're watching the action happen. You've been awake for hours just sitting there thinking about how the gameplay is going to go. Mega Knight comes down just in time to pick up that Spirit Empress, but now having to deal with pressure in both lanes is Sandbox. The Ground Spirit Empress going head-to-head with the Ground Spirit Empress. Wow, MK does not get the leap just in time there.
Yeah, and Sandbox has defended it just perfectly. The pressure with that Evo Lumberjack, it was the exact right timing, and right now, again, we've got the Ram Rider going down the field.
Evo Zap to clean things up. Clown doing a pretty good job of having the correct responses, now able to get a Lava Hound out. As his 7th card in his deck played, still hasn't shown his big spell. Someone in the chat talking about, wow, these newcomers being very, very good, and that's something that I think we're going to see a lot of in 2026 as the game evolves and as we've opened up the group stage to 500 more players. You never know what you're going to get in any said month, and so far 2 upsets in our first quarter of the day. Riley and Sam a bit surprised there.
And all of a sudden, Clown just not only back in the game, just completely winning. Just constant pressure going in with the lavas again and again, and willing to change lanes. That's something that you need to be willing to do. And he's just whatever works best for him. It doesn't matter. He's going to be able to adjust and get ready to do well.
Yeah, that's really what you have to do, especially with the way that Sandbox was playing this matchup, and that Evo Valkyrie going to be a great response here to help clean things up. Again, Clown doing a really good job of knowing when the pressure is going to come, waiting and waiting to decide to get on offense. And there you see, he's got the Evo Valk in cycle to deal with the defense, and then as soon as that's all cleaned up, he goes immediately with the lava plus Mega Minion at the bridge. Pretty well defended by Sandbox, but as you said, AC, 894 now, the lowest tower on the board, and it is Sandbox's. We'll see how Clown wants to deal with this push, and again, he's got the Evo Zap ready, so he's basically always going, I have to have either the Evo Zap or the Evo Valk in cycle to deal with this Ram Rider.
Yeah, and right here, 10 seconds left. Going to go in with the Ram Rider once again. We should see a Zap potentially. Needs to do something. Not going to matter. Clown going to take this. Just Sandbox did not have enough pressure at the end.
Yeah, and that is exactly how you have to play that matchup. Just incredibly patient for so much of that game, all the way into double elixir, sitting on that lava, not forcing it. And Sandbox did the right thing as well, just keeping up the pressure, trying to break through dual lane pressure, supporting those Ram Riders. But, the patience and the hand of Clown was always really impressive to me. Just always having the Tombstone on the ground, always having the Evo Zap or the Evo Valkyrie in cycle. If it was the Evo Valkyrie, it was like, okay, I need to support this push, or this defense with a high DPS card like the Spirit Empress or the Mega Minion. If it was the Evo Zap, making sure he had units right on top of it the whole time. So just really, really well played there, kind of recognizing the macro matchup did Clown early on.
Yeah, I love some of his defenses. There was one point where he had the Evo Valk and he placed it in such a way that the Mega Knight got pulled like 0.2 centimeters away from the Spirit Empress. So then it started locking on to the Ram Rider and it took that out first.
Yep.
It just felt like he was in complete control of the deck overall. It's not like, I've played this deck and I think I can play it in CRL. It's, I've mastered this deck. Please give me this deck so that I can use it in CRL.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, even just about the targeting there and making sure that the Ram Rider was always dealt with, because, at first glance, it looks like, okay, I should be able to defend this pretty well for a while, but there's going to be a moment where it breaks through, but that breakthrough only happened early on where the elixir wasn't there to turn it into a tower take, just some damage in. So really, really well played there by Clown. Clown did great in his group stage. As I said, it was a very difficult group stage. Got second place in Group G. He went 5-2. He did lose 0-2 to Mo Light, but just a quick update. Everyone lost 0-2 to Molite other than Ian. And I'll get to the matchup when we get to Mo next of what he played against Ian. It was really interesting decks. I almost wonder if it was for the content. But anyway, back to Clown. He does get, yeah, like I said, the 2-0 wins over Ian and Furkin. Ian had a better Swiss stage and the same record, but Clown won the head-to-head. So when you talk about all those tiebreakers and the way things kind of shake out, I think a lot of people were surprised that Ian didn't make it, but he did get 2-0'd by Clown. Clown ran a lot of piggies. He ran 3M piggies as well. He ran some minor, some mortar, some hogs, some graveyards. So while he did have a pretty vast deck pool, he did not go as much to Battle Ram and Ram Rider and Giant Skeleton or Loon as we've seen some of these other players. On the other side of it, Sandbox, he got first place in Group B going 5-2. He barely played RG. I think he played it maybe twice on the whole day, maybe. Might have only just been once. And I like that for Sandbox because I feel like there was a while there where Sandbox was talked about as not necessarily an RG one-trick AC, but as a guy that would always go to it as a bailout deck.
Yeah, it was way too easy. You knew when he was going to be running it in CRL. It's almost like you could see it in his face, in the camera, in between games. It just felt like it was too simple of a game plan. And so I really love that he's not, just abusing that. He's branching out and everything. But man, Clown, after game one, after looking at some of his games from last weekend, I mean, he's got to be feeling great, and it's always fun to see him in these monthly finals. It'll be really cool to see if this is the year for him.
Yeah, I mean, Clown keeping tradition alive, in the past, historically. He's barely made it out. This time, he barely made it in. And I would say that was probably, Group G was probably the toughest group. Sandbox on the other side of it, as I said, did go 5-2. He lost to Surgical Goblin and Venpers, 1-2 in both those games, but he did beat Greco and Rockin 2-1. He played Piggies really, really well, so we'll see if he comes out with Piggies here in Game 2. He only lost one game with Piggies, and it was to Surgical. He also played Giant Skeleton Loon a decent amount, and as I said, just really did not go to RG much. Clown coming out with an Evo Royal Ghost, or Royal Ghost in its regular form at the moment, and that Snowball trying to get a lineup, trying to be a little bit cute, as you like to say, AC.
Yeah, not going to be able to do it. Snowball probably could have been having the right tile placement somewhere, but that was definitely a very tough interaction right there. And right now, RG crossing the bridge, Bomb Tower plus Berserker going to be able to defend that very nicely, very easily.
So Sandbox going a little bit fast here, and Clown going a little bit slower. Going RG against the one of the RG masters of the game with Monk RG, so at least happy about that in terms of the Magic Archer lineup. And Drill coming out defensively here.
Always interesting to see when players want to go defensive drills or try and cycle back to these cannons or bomb towers, whatever it may be for their towers. Maybe because it's bomb tower, you have to use drill. When we were watching the earlier set today, I forgot who it was, but they had cannon and drill, and they would just cycle cannons. So the difference between 3 and 4 elixir is actually pretty insane when it comes to defense.
Yeah, and obviously trying to get around to that Evo drill, so makes sense there. And Sandbox kind of doing the exact same thing that we're talking about here, especially with that Monk there for defense. No ability coming out, because that's something you have to be worried about, right? Is you get that bomb tower out first instead of the Goblin drill, and now it's reflecting the bombs as well. And this is a really nice breakthrough from Clown, getting a couple shots in. Now Sandbox spending all his elixir on defense. Magic Archer does turn around to help with those Skelly Dragons, so that's a really nice interaction for Sandy. And we'll get the King Tower activation here, so while he did keep the Magic Archer alive, at what cost having the King Tower activated against the Evo Drill?
right there, trying to allow the Dark Prince to make it to the tower, but just not going to work. Clown defending this perfectly, and he's just dominating this game so far. It never really feels like Sandbox has any true opportunity to win. You know, Clown hasn't been abusing the Monk just yet. He hasn't really needed to. It's just been good offense, solid offense, and getting a lot of lightning value.
Yeah, great lightning value there, and, you know, another unfortunate snowball for Sandbox. He used the Evo snowball that time. Doesn't really hit the Evo Royal Ghost. Royal Ghost still there to clean up the goblins, so very little damage done. You see the Berserker here looking to tank for that Fish Boy, so Dark Prince can take it off the board. I like that. But Clown looking for the Magic Archer at the bridge with the High Royal Ghost, and this is a scary version of Clown that we're seeing here, AC, as he's got double Monk down.
Yeah, I like that bomb tower placement by Sandbox, actually, allowing the Ghost. And as soon as I say that, I realized that he put it one tile too low.
Yeah.
This is completely over. The Evo Snowball is going to protect, I mean, going to keep him alive for another 15 seconds, but that's about it.
Yeah, very, very tough. RG does not get a shot, so just hanging on by a thread is Sandbox here as the Evo Drill does go out. Evo Drill can do a lot of damage. Sandy sends the drill to his own side of the board, and that is a very nice 2-0 win for Clown, who, I mean, we've said this for years about Clown now, which is why it's been shocking that he hasn't made it to World Finals yet. But you look at the level of gameplay, you look at the thought process, you look at the shutting down defense, you look at the aggressive offense, all of it is so clean right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically variance gone wrong, you know, kind of unlucky when it comes to Clown's career. You could, I mean, really, you could argue. You know, it's clear that he's one of the upper players that you have to be watching out for every single month. You know, it's at the end of the day, even if it is somewhat unlucky so far, it feels like he's due. It feels like it's time. I would not be shocked to see Clown, you know, have the year of all years for him this 2026.
He needs to, honestly. It's time. You know, he's doing this against Sandbox. You know, as I said, his group stage was very difficult. He came out on, you know, close to the top. He still qualified. And when you talk about the deck picking in game number 1, Clown having a great matchup there, you know, pretty close to what I'd say is a 60-40. I think Royale API agrees about a 60-40 there, which is, you know, it's not the best that you can get. You know, we talk a lot about, you know, every now and then in the highest level, there's going to be those 90-10s, those 100-0s. But what you want your analyst to give you is the 60-70 to 30-40 range, right? You want to just have that slight edge, and then the skill comes in. And that's kind of what we saw in both of these matchups. You know, game number 1, it felt like a lesser player probably would not have had the cards in cycle as much as Clown had, and the defenses locked down as well as Clown did. And then in game number 2, when you talk about what he's playing here, that is a pretty tough matchup, right? That feels like a 70-30 plus. Just so many ways to kind of... the Skeleton Dragons are really hard to deal with. The Monk is really frustrating because of the Bomb Tower, the Magic Archer. You've got the Royal Ghost there to deal with the Goblin Drill. It was just a really nice pick. And then you have the Lightning as well, right? There's so much Lightning value to be had. We didn't see a lot of Lightning come out, but when it did come out, it was effective.
Yeah, I mean, it provided so much value. And really, once you know your opponent has Lightning, and you don't even need to know, you can just kind of assume,
yeah,
it changes how you defend. So even if
Yes.
you haven't played it, you're still spreading out troops too far. You're not getting all your troops down at the same time because you know they're going to come out with a spell. It changes the game, and yeah, I mean, that's 70-30, 80-20 pretty easily.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a really great point that you make. It's a feeling that I'm sure we all have when we recognize that we're going up against Lightning, whether it's been played or not. And that's kind of what we saw at the end of the game there, right? If you're trying to avoid a Monk Reflection and Lightning with your Bomb Tower, you might get a misplace, right? And then even if you don't misplace, sometimes that Monk is going to body block the RG. You know, the Monk is a little bit dense, so you got to be safe in where you're playing the Bomb Tower. If you're trying to avoid the Lightning, on top of that, it just becomes a really, really difficult thing to defend. And I think Clown recognized, if I can just RG in the back here, I don't think Drill can create enough offense that I can just kind of make this a downhill push for the rest of the game. And here we go. The golden-chaired golden boy. No, wait, no, sorry. Yes, that is Mohamed Light. That is our 3-time world champion, back-to-back world champion, 2025, 2024, 2022. He's just doing it time and time again, rocking that new swag as we saw someone else wearing as well. Going up against Rockin, a guy that has done very well on ladder over the last year and a half or so. I think since January 2025, he's been in the top 10 finishes, like, I think 7 or 8 times or something like that. I don't know exactly how many, but he has been playing at the highest level, at least on ladder, for a hot second. But the question comes out, and it's kind of tough to be a one-trick on ladder these days because of how much the meta changes, but we'll see if he can do it at the highest level against Mo Light. Looks like RG going up against Bait.
Yeah, I feel like in order to compete against Mohamed Light, you need to be a one-trick. You need to have the mentality that I don't care who I'm playing against, you know, I'm the best in the world with this deck, because those kind of players can carry it over. Even if they're not the best, you need to have that confidence. That's how Mohamed Light wins before matches start, because he knows his opponents are thinking, you know, it doesn't matter what I choose. I need a 70-30. I need an 80-20. When you're a one-trick, you have the mentality, yeah, forget about it. I don't need a coach even. You know, just put me in the game and I'm winning. And that's the way you beat Mohamed Light.
Yeah, which is not something a lot of people have done. As I mentioned in the group stage, Ian was able to beat Mohamed Light 1-2 or 2-1 if you're Ian. Mo Light in those games, though, he ran Expo Cannon in the set, and he lost that game, which is very surprising. And then he also ran Skeleton King, Evo Skarmy, Hero Magic Archer, Minor Poison version. So another version of a deck that we haven't really seen at all. But what I will say about Mo is he didn't lose any games other than that. He was 100% win rate with Piggies. He played basically everything, even some minor cycles, some bait, RG. Like, he did it all. He was the most unpredictable player, I think, out of everyone in the tournament, and he was also the most successful, going 6-1 in games, or in sets.
And right there, pretty interesting push by Mohamed Light, allowing the Musketeer to take out the wall breakers. Just hasn't had the best response so far, and you know, I'm saying all that, and here we go, might take the lead, not quite. Rockin still in the lead, but just barely.
Yeah, Mo's got to feel pretty decent about his matchup, just having the Valk, cheap cycle cards, and the delivery to deal with pushes coming across the bridge. But, as you know, AC, 3M Piggies can kind of steal the game, and at any moment, it's going to be tough to do against Mohamed Light, though.
And right here, this is a lot of damage giving up and taking out most of the 3 Musketeers. Something to watch out for. Another thing to watch out for, just Mohamed Light. No spell that can cross the bridge. I am not counting Goblin Barrel in this exact moment. Just before anybody wants to say anything. And that's going to be something that's really difficult. If he's not in the lead, Rockin will just be able to set up with 3 Musketeers over and over again. So he needs to keep up this pressure before triple.
And triple coming right around the corner in 10 seconds. Mo Light in a substantial lead. And Rockin does have a big spell to deal with the Marcher, which is nice for him. Usually you don't see big spells too often with 3M, but right now he's got it. As Mo Light playing some nice defense on both sides of the board. Pretty perfect interactions from him, which is what you can expect. Perfect placement as well. Taking, I'd say, minimal damage for minimal elixir expenditure.
Fireball coming out quickly, not going to allow the second Magic Archer to get any value. Musketeer on the left, Royal Hogs in the middle. And I love the pressure, but I mean, Mohamed Light has just been defending it so easily every time. Yeah,
and Mo Light, I'd say, you know, we talk a lot about how he's the best at so many things. I do believe he's also the best Tesla player on the planet. I know that's such an interesting statement to make for a lot of people that maybe don't watch the highest level of competition, but the way that Mo Light plays his Teslas is just, it's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, and right here, just perfection in game number 1. I mean, when I look at the matchups, I'm thinking Three Musketeers does well. I feel like you have so many opportunities to set up, control the pace of the game. Just Mohamed Light did not allow for that ever. And it was never these crazy plays. It's just like the little things, the correct timing for the wall breakers to protect right here, and you know, the Evo wall breakers to go up in the face of the Musketeer, plus the Ghost with the delivery on the opposite side. It was just simple for Mohamed Light.
Yeah, I mean, and Mo Light finally gave the people what they wanted. He's been playing a lot, or excuse me, he's been playing a lot on stream. He's been making a lot of content out there, and you can hear him talk through the thought processes of running decks like this. You know, he's a guy that can play anything out there in the meta, and he makes videos on them. Then you can hear him kind of talk through it. And one of the things that you pointed out that stood out to me, for one of the things that I remember him mentioning in his videos was, you know, I have to save my Evo wall breakers for defense in a specific matchup. He was just talking about where he was at, where the cycle was at, what his opponent was going to push with. That's something that I did or learned a lot playing a lot of Evo Skeleton Barrel, just because Evo Skelly Barrel was so popular for a while. There was some times where you're like, all right, I know this big push is coming in. I'm going to have to use it for defense. I need to cycle back around so I can use it defensively instead of offensively, which I think a lot of people think about their Evos as being offensive only, or like once you get to the Evo, you really want to use it on offense or else it's wasted. Mo Light is a guy that's never been too precious about any card. You know, sometimes you have to use Evo Skellies to just soak up an Ice Spirit, you know, in situations like that. Whereas, again, we go back to us and being stubborn. I'm like, well, I got my Evo Skellies. I want him to do something crazy. You know, I don't want him to just soak up an Ice Spirit. But we saw that with Mo Light here. Evo Wall Breaker's doing great defense late game there when he had a lot of dual lane pressure, especially in that left-hand lane. And then, yeah, just the placement of everything. The just perfect placement of the deliveries, of the Valkyries, of the Teslas. Just exceptional stuff from the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah, and I loved his deck overall. I'm not sure if that's popular somehow, some way. But it looked really interesting, really fresh. And then I think it just works in this meta. You know, even if you're going against the Giant Skeletons, the Mega Knights, you have that delivery to protect yourself in any sort of, with any sort of push coming down the lane. I think it's just a great deck from him.
Yeah, he was running kind of a version similar to this last season. It was not as defensive, though, and it was a little bit more offensive. That was also when, you know, the Hero Magic Archer was a little more broken. So it was one of those things where I think this is kind of just the evolution of what that deck was, and especially for a competitive scene, you want to have it be just a little bit more defensive. As the Battle Ram somehow still connects. Goblins come down, Snowball comes down, and you can see Rockin already just going, man, how is this possible? Like, no one else in the world does that Battle Ram connect, but for Mo, of course, 1,000 damage already done.
You know, you can get so many phrases. Like, so many phrases are actually perfect when it comes to the reactions against Mohamed Light. Like, he actually put his hand in his head. Like, it's just spot on. People are so emotive and expressive when it comes to playing against him, because he'll just hit you with everything that you thought you've already been hit with and would never get hit with again. I mean, it's just perfect for Mo Light.
And a quick aside here to shout out the chat. So loved CR. Would love to see a hip-hop song come out featuring Josh and Andrew. Yeah, I'll maybe just dance in that one. I'll just be a backup dancer. Ooh. AC, you can do all the singing.
I also would like to dance. Just you know, let me run wild.
So Mo Light, just so much damage done in both lanes already. Royal Ghost going to connect. Great Hero Wizard ability, and I mean, man, you just talk about a guy that just cannot seem to lose a step for almost half a decade at this point, and Mo is just so clean.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting real, you know, we're not there yet. We still probably have, you know, several years before we're allowed to, you know, actually say what we're all thinking. But, I mean, this is historic levels of skill and consistency amongst all sorts of esports games. I mean,
Yeah.
it is definitely top 10 all time for me already, even if he quit playing today. I'm okay with people disagreeing, but you have to give him so much credit.
No, I mean, this really does have the rumblings of the Faker League of Legends status for Clash Royale. I mean, he is just the undisputed GOAT. Everyone loves to see him play. He is a celebrity at World Finals at any event that he goes to. And again, Evo Battle Ram connecting on the right-hand side, Elixir being spent by Rockin on the left-hand side just to stay alive. Very, very little damage done. You can combine both of Rockin's towers, and you'll get the HP of Mo's weaker tower on the right side there. So that's just kind of a, well, now you can't because the fireball and the snowball. But it was fun to say for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like his games are also quicker. You know, somehow, some way, it feels like 3-minute games are 2, 5-minute games are 3.5. I mean, just Mohamed Light's so smooth with it.
I mean, you talk about 45 seconds in, he's already done 1,000 damage when it was defended with a set of goblins and a snowball, and you're just like, man, this is, and it's just so demoralizing. You know, it's got to be so demoralizing, not only for Rockin, but for everyone else that's like, man, he just, like, didn't school take up any of his time? Is it like... Right. And Royal Ghost still getting tanked for by the Battle Ram.
I mean, now you have to worry about the zappies on the right.
Yeah.
I don't even think the fireball is doing anything. And sipping on the juice once again. I mean,
bro, the juice, that's when you know you're in trouble. So Mo Light living it up, sitting back, drinking the juice, taking a very quick 2-0, and there is just, I mean, what else can you say? I mean, unfortunately, there's just nothing to say about Rockin in that match. You know, I mean, that whole set was just so dominated by Mo, doing exactly what he is expected to do, picking up where he left off in the group, Swiss stage, and World Finals. And just because the chat loves how much we talk about how great Mo is, the other accomplishment that he got in the group and Swiss stage was the highest win rate by about a mile. The only person that got even close was Adriel, but Mo had an 86.67% win rate in the Swiss stage, going 13-2, and then he had an 85% win rate in the group stage, going 6-1. Whew, don't worry, guys. We're about to keep moving on, so that can be all you have to hear about Mo, at least till we get to the upper bracket quarterfinals, which is how we're going to close out our day. But AC, anything else that you want to say about this said set?
Yeah, it gets tough to talk about it. Rockin, you know, there were a few small things that you could definitely point to and say, maybe had he done this, we would have seen a different result. Take a look at game number 1. It felt like it was a little too easy for Mohamed Light to defend with Tesla plus Royal Delivery. I'm not sure if Rockin should have potentially stopped running the Royal Hogs and tried to cycle 3 Musketeers on 3 Musketeers. So maybe one split behind the King Tower and then one at the bridge, maybe all in the same lane. There were just a few things that I would have liked to see him try. And then game number 2, you know, it was a lot of damage to give up early. Had he snowballed correctly, he could have defended that a little bit better. It's a lot of small things, but, you know, the end result really still would have been the same. Mohamed Light still would have gone up 2-0. So that's why it's so frustrating to even talk about mistakes when it was just absolutely beautiful for Mohamed Light.
And I think we have probably our most exciting match to look forward to towards the end of our day now in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Clown versus Mo Light, 2 of our 2-0 victors. And again, Clown is a guy that has been exceptional for years now, so excited to see what he does against Mo. That was such a clean set that they both played. Bottom of our screen here, we got Sandbox and Rockin, who will be fighting for their lives in just a little bit. Vitor and OP Sam, Rafael Nadal, and Riley. So a lower bracket filled with some world finalists, some newcomers, and some players that have just kind of been in the conversation for a while. I saw the chat asking about Where was it? Oh, yeah, about the lower bracket and if it will be played today. Yes, it will. We will be eliminating 4 players today. It will be our matches 8 through 12, and we'll be closing out the quarterfinals upper bracket for matches 12 through 16, or 13 through 16, excuse me. But we do have 4 more players to go, 2 more matches in our upper bracket. Adriel, and Samuel Basoto, Ta, and Kimchi. This is going to be a really, really exciting one. We talked about at the top of the show, AC, this was your matchup to look forward to. This was your matchup to watch. Talk to me a little bit about why that is, a little bit more in depth, and what you are expecting to see out of this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I believe these 2 players at a minimum, right now today are probably a top 5, top 7 player for Adriel and top 10 player for Basoto. These guys are ultra talented, and both of them, it might not be the next round, but they're going to have to go up against Mo Light in, the rounds after. So, that's probably weighing on them a little bit. There's so many things running through their brains. They want to make sure they're set up correctly. And again, I talked about it a little at the beginning of the show. Basoto needs to win his first set. That's the way he does well in a monthly finals. When he loses his opening set, he oftentimes just loses overall immediately in the lower bracket. We need to see him start out strong if we want to see him compete at Worlds.
Good friend of yours and former teammate is Samuel Basoto, our former world number 3 a few years ago. As you can see, he had some great success in the group and Swiss stages, but not as good as Adriel, who had an 81% win rate in Swiss, going 13-3, just a hair behind Mo Light, as I mentioned, and then 85.71, going 6-1 in his group. So very, very clean stuff from him. His only loss was to someone named Evolve, who actually gave a couple people their losses, but he did beat Betfus and Rainbow 2-0, and he played a lot of RG, Piggies, and Hog. Maybe one of the easier groups, but still very impressive nonetheless. Samuel Basoto, he did get second place in his Group F, going 5-2, but he had the exact same record as Ta, but a worse Swiss record. But he did win the head-to-head, so a little bit confusing there on why Ta was first as opposed to Samuel being first. But I guess all that to be said, Sam basically got first in his group and is playing very, very good. AC, he did the opposite of kind of what you talked about at the top of the day, where if you're going to run lava, you want to see Loon with it. Well, he ran Loon, but he didn't run any lava, so we'll see if he's got any of that today.
Yeah, Basoto, definitely one of those players that is like shockingly good at Balloon, that you really wouldn't expect it. One of the things when he used to be my teammate and we were looking to pick him up in the offseason, our coach trainer Luis told him, okay, I want you to try out Loon, get back to me, let me know how you're doing. And he played 4 grand challenges and went 48-0 with it. So, he's just ultra talented with the quick macro, heavy micro decks.
Yeah, Sam getting 3rd place in the world back in 2022, 12th place in 2023, and then has not been to World Finals in the last couple of years, but he has always been a titan of the game. He's got a lot of #1 finishes on ladder. He won the BCC way back in 2022. He's just kind of been around forever, AC, and again, you know him very, very well. Very talented dude, and he looks very locked in. On the other side of that conversation, though, Adriel is someone who has never not been locked in his entire... I'm pretty sure that dude was born locked in. And he's also a guy that is incredibly emotionless when he plays.
Yeah, it can be really intimidating playing against him in person. It just feels like he's ready for the next match while the match is going on. Like, it is wild to see how strong he is with his mentality.
And I would have loved to see, and I thought he was going for it. I thought Adriel was going to go for the King Tower activation there against the MK, playing the Bomber first. I think maybe he was trying for it, and then he was thinking the Knight had to stay on the board on the right-hand side to deal with the counter push that was coming down the lane. So, pretty sure that's what his thought process was. Maybe it was a slight misplay, but either way, still in the lead.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where he probably expects himself to have the correct matchup, and so he doesn't want to take any risks.
Yeah.
So even a 90% King Tower activation play is just not worth it in that moment. So I like that he was willing to ignore, you know, something that could be great for, you know, making sure that something that could be awful doesn't happen.
Yeah, you know, that's something that Eric Benemu used to talk about, obviously former coach of Team Liquid, former commentator here in the CR booth. He was always saying, look, there's really exciting heads-up, cool plays you can make, but then there's the 100% play that you need to make. And that's exactly what Adriel did there as he is trying to defend with his 500 HP lead. 30 seconds remaining, Samuel kind of turning up the bridge spam, turning on the poisons, and narrowing that gap. MK almost getting to tower. This is getting very dangerous for Adriel.
Right there, everything on the board, getting the offensive poisons. Mega Knight at the bridge, and
Sam
all of a sudden,
this
is a ridiculous close match.
Sam is in the lead, but Evo Drill coming in. Can this be defended perfectly? Very difficult to do. Poison comes down. That is going to be enough for Adriel to take game one. 1174, 1031. And could you really want anything different from these two titans of the game going head-to-head? 143 HP remaining, and I can't tell if Adriel is about to pay his taxes or if he just won a match in a monthly final. I can never tell with him.
No, I actually can't tell. It is taxes.
It is taxes. He's doing both. He's dual wielding right now, ladies and gentlemen, and no surprise there. I mean, yeah, AC, let's talk a little bit about that. You kind of mentioned it during the game, Adriel being so intimidating to play in person because, you know, when you're just staring across from him on a stage with a loud crowd and you see that he's emotionless, but he's still incredibly intimidating to play against online. And they can't even see the player cam.
Yeah, I mean, he's easily one of the most disciplined players, and really we saw it with that earlier interaction. Instead of taking the 90% play, he took the 100% play. He figured that the most effective method was to continue to defend, and I mean, he was right. Even though it was ridiculously close, even though 3 seconds later he would have lost, he had that calculated. He had that mapped out. He got the correct defensive poisons. He got the correct offensive poisons. So it's just perfection from Adriel every single time with how calculated he is.
Yeah, and I'm trying to scrub back here really quickly to just see that interaction that we were talking about where it was looking like he was trying to activate King, but he ends up going to not do that instead. And I'm pretty sure, I'm having a hard time finding it, but maybe I'll get to it in a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that Knight maybe did mitigate just a little bit of damage. So we see the Knight, yes. So that Knight comes over and gets one shot on the Berserker, causing the Berserker to get one less shot, and then tanks for the Miner for half a second, so the Miner gets one shot as well. I don't know if that would have been the game, AC, but for a moment that we have been talking about for a couple of minutes, to actually have an impact on a 143 HP game is actually pretty insane. That's literally exactly what we were talking about how you have to make the 100% play instead of the cool heads-up play, and that might have actually won the game for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Adriel to a T. It's just, I love what he does. It's very creative the way he plays, kind of boring, because like you need to make the right play every time, and that's just what he does.
We saw some minor poison decks with like Goblin Hut and Archer Queen, but Samuel went to go with that Hero Musketeer deck instead, and it didn't really feel like that Hero Musketeer's ability was much of an impact. Who knows if the Archer Queen's ability would have been more of an impact, but just kind of interesting to see him run a slightly different version than what we saw some people run this last weekend. And as I said before, Sam did play a little bit of everything in his group stage. Him and Ta were kind of the only big names in Group F. And like I said, they basically had the exact same records. So we'll see how Sam does here in game number 2, trying to bounce back. Obviously not looking to get swept.
Yeah, going with the quick cycle, most likely RG. We're going to see if he wants to pop that ability again, and that's not going to be the case. Adriel on the other side, you got to assume Grave, maybe Hog potentially is something that I'd be looking at.
And it is Piggies, so kind of close there. Yeah, Graveyard I heard you. I saw your brain working where it was like, could be graveyard when we see the Evo Furnace, and but then you see the E Spirit, and you're like, well, it's probably not going to be graveyard. It does end up being Piggies with Monk, and that's going to be really nice for Adriel, as you can see here. Doesn't even have to use his bomb tower to defend. Decides to go with the Monk instead, and should be able to get an ability off, but he opts not to get a little bit of damage, as he already has damage in the left-hand lane.
Yeah, that Hunter getting the final shot stopped the momentum for Adriel quite a bit. He no longer really felt comfortable with going in on any sort of counter push. And, it's always kind of weird watching certain troops just defeat something that was made to counter them. Like, the activation and the ability from the Monk would have done a lot of work. Instead, Hunter taking it out before it got the opportunity.
Yeah, right. It's like literally exactly what it was made to do, but falls to that shotgun shot from the Hunter as Piggies come in on the left-hand side. Nice dual lane pressure here from Adriel, going to take the lead by just a bit. 23:04 to 23:85 is where we stand. Samuel just behind by 81 HP. AC, talking about Sam and his mental. Hopefully able to bounce back here in game number 2, not feeling the tilt yet.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like he's pretty comfortable with how he's playing, trying to get the RG down properly every single time. And look, he is able to defend with the Monk, but you're still getting 1 or 2 shots every time. So you're still getting, and right there, forget everything I've said. Wow. Bar barrel plays too early.
Wow, a couple bad hero bar barrels from Samuel. There was one in the very beginning that didn't really make a lot of sense against the bomb tower, and then here taking a ton of damage down to 13-19. Now starting to feel the pressure with 70 seconds remaining in this game. The other thing that Adriel has always been good at since his debut is never rushing for the finish line. If he sees he has a substantial lead, he will sit on that lead and only take value when he can. He will gladly never get his win condition out again. And there we go. Guards first to deal with the barrel and to distract the fish boy instead of the bomb tower. But a nice fireball there. RG going to get one shot in, only one.
Right there, Monk on defense, going to clean that up nicely. And I loved what Basoda was trying to do, but it just wasn't enough. Adriel going to clean that up beautifully every single day of the week.
Yeah, and this is just tough stuff. Adriel doing a great job of creating dual lane pressure. When he did get the pile up defense, he had the lightning to clear the path. He had he had so many ways to stop, reset, stun that Royal Giant. He had the Monk, obviously, for the pushback. He has the bomb tower as a building. He has the E-Spirit as a stun, as a reset. He has the exact same thing with the log as a stun, reset, and knockback. He's got the lightning to play at the bridge as well. We always talk about RG and how you have to support the RG. A lot of times is with the fish boy and the hunter. Well, not going to be a good thing to support the RG with when your opponent has lightning. The hero bar barrels were just not it for Samuel in this matchup. And my goodness, what a great showing for Adriel.
Yeah, just great gameplay, solid gameplay.
So here we go. These are the matchups that we saw. And there's the QR codes I heard or saw people talking about in the chat. Obviously, there'll be a QR code at the end of our broadcast for a reward. And when you talk about matchups, as I just mentioned, AC, Game 2, tough. Game 1, how do you feel about that matchup? It was only 143 HP. It felt pretty even.
Yeah, it felt really even. Definitely a few things to look at. The difference between drill decks and miner decks and how they get their chip damage. Once it gets the triple elixir, miner poison can put in a ton of work. So maybe one of the things that Basoda should have been trying to do is just allowing less damage. Yes, you're going to get less damage yourself, but maybe instead of, a difference of 800 going into triple, there's only a difference of 600, and that could have been the difference. So maybe a little bit slower could have been a little bit better from Basoda. And then game number 2, the RG, when I think of Basoda, RG is one of those decks that kind of just pops up into my brain. So using it in game number 2, especially a quick cycle variation, not a lot of creativity, not a giant skeleton RG, not something fresh, something new. It does make me hesitant to think about how Basoto has set himself up for this.
So talking about Basoto, we have almost filled out our upper bracket quarterfinals and our lower bracket elimination round here. Our first round of the lower bracket, 4 of those players will be going home, or 4 players in the lower bracket will be going home. Who knows? Maybe Samuel will end up taking his opponent down. The other thing that I wanted to mention about that first matchup was just, the explosive damage for Samuel in that minor poison deck is going to come from what is very difficult now is a Hero Musketeer turret lock on tower, or your Mega Knight jumping on tower. And Adriel did a really, really good job of stopping both those things from happening. The much more difficult task at hand is to deal with the Evo Drill, right? That Evo Drill can get so much damage in. A lot of the best Evo Drill players will be in a situation where they haven't been able to make much happen for 4 minutes or so, and then they'll just get one great Evo Drill in and steal the game. Evo Drill also on that work in progress balance change list. We'll see if that sticks. But here we go to our final matchup of round number 1 in the upper bracket. Kimchi, one of my favorite foods in the world, been eating it my whole life, and Ta, bottom right hand side of your screen, a very well-known player in CRL esports at this moment in time, as he has kind of earned that badge over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of respect. Finally being given correctly to Ta. At first it was meta, at first it was this, but then it was like, okay, no, it's just quality skill. And speaking of kimchi, I've recently been doing kimchi rice, like twice a week over the past month, and it's been great.
What all you been throwing in there? I gotta know.
I try to do 2 eggs, but usually it's just 1. And I am ordering, so it's not like I'm doing this myself. So
okay, so it's not kimchi rice that you're making. I was gonna say you gotta get some green onions, some spam in there, but either way, kimchi fried rice, absolutely delicious. Something that I'm sure Kimchi is a fan of. And Ta here looking like he is going to Ram Rider Giant Skeleton with Hero Wizard. Hero Wizard, it's funny, Rich and I had a conversation about this during the creator event. There was this moment in time when if you saw someone play Witch or Wizard on ladder, you were like, okay, all right, this should be pretty easy pickings for me. Not the case anymore with Evo Witch and Hero Wizard, 2 very strong cards in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Wizard, definitely one of those cards that I also believe is really fun. Not going against it, but using it yourself. It can allow you to get really creative with your pushes, and getting any sort of prediction on an opponent is always fun, and it's easy to predict with the Wizard. You know your opponent wants to defend with a ground troop right on top of it, and so you can get that crazy timing that allows you to just win the game outright.
And talking about defending, perfect defense so far for Kimchi here, who has just kind of split Ta's defense wide open with that last Evo Drill, Evo Snowball combo. Ta not playing his defense perfectly micro-wise. You could see it on his face as it happened. And because of that, down 1,000 HP and finally getting a little bit of damage on tower with that Rage plus Piggy, but not much.
Yeah, just trying to figure out something to do. In this Giant Skeleton deck, I've played more than a few battles with it recently within the last couple weeks. And every once in a while, you can just get stuck. It feels like you're constantly cycling, constantly trying to break through, and then your opponent will have just enough elixir to defend and just enough elixir to put you out of position. It's a strong deck, but it's really not the strongest in my opinion.
So right now, Ta having a tough time breaking through. But going to try to do it again here, and there's that Inferno Tower that we talked about earlier in the day. Not a great snowball there, pushing it away, but then an Evo drill has to come out. Not exactly what you want to have to do on defense for Kimchi, but that's kind of what we were talking about earlier with Mo, is sometimes the best option is not the most favored option.
Yeah, and right here, Wizard getting taken out, so didn't want to pop the ability, and I think that might have been an opportunity for him.
And Drill going to come out defensively again, which means that Kimchi has used 2 drills defensively, so he should be back to his Evo drill.
And bundling everything up with this Inferno Tower. I mean, I've been very impressed with it, and that Lumberjack is going to make it through. Forces out the Evo Snowball, but a lot down on the board. Will need something to work out on Kimchi's end.
Yeah, only 18 seconds remaining. That's the thing about these Battle Ram decks, is they might take a while to break through, but when they break through, a lot of damage is done. 22:05, 17:49, 10 seconds remain. Vines comes in. They do get pushed, but they don't get pushed on top of the tower, those Evo barbs. And a very nice win for Kimchi, who is that the Ian meta playing on the bed? I think that's the Ian meta. I guess it's also been the Mini Minter meta who played on the bed a couple years ago. Love that. So here we go. Nice win there in game 1. Definitely a bit of an upset if you talk about what was expected here. Kimchi, he did well in his group. He was second place in Group C. He went 5-2. His loss was, or one of his losses was to Adriel, 0-2 there. But he was able to take down Betfus and Rainbow. So you can see, obviously, no slouch taking a game off of Ta here, AC.
Yeah, I mean, that was phenomenal from him in game number 1. I mean, there was a lot going on. These Inferno Tower decks, you know, I'm hyping them up, and so far we've seen a lot of good things from them. But at the end of the day, it is really tough to play those well. You have to have every single interaction down pat. You have to be able to protect it when you need to and allow it to get taken out by this troop while having this troop lock onto the other thing. It's a lot going on. So the fact that he was able to walk away with game 1, that's great.
Kimchi is a Japanese player, even though his name is Kimchi. You might think he's Korean. He's been around in the scene for a couple years-ish. He has really only done well in global tournaments. Back in 2023 was the first time he showed up in a global tournament Mega Draft. He got 3rd place. And then in the 64th season global tournament, which was in late 2024, he got 4th place. And then in mid 2024 in a Mega Draft tournament, he got 1st place, and he also got 1st place in a Mega Draft, or in a global tournament back in April of this year. So he's clearly been putting in the work over time. Just not a guy that has broken through to CRL until this year. But having a #1 finish in a global tournament is a tough thing to do. Ta on the other side of it, we talked a little bit about how he got 1st place in his group with Samwell, even though he lost the head-to-head against Sam, but he had a better record. So he did have 1st place. His losses were to Sam and Sinestro. Both those were 1-2 games, so no sweeps against Ta. He played a lot of piggies. He played some drill, some hog, some GY, and some minor poison. So obviously a lot of things still at his disposal. When we look at the matchup that we just saw there, on paper, at least according to Royale API, it's a 75-25, but from a very, very small sample size. When you look at a larger sample size of 7 cards or more matching, not the full complete 8 of 8, it's actually a huge favor for Ta there, going at a 62% to 38%. So while Ta struggled in, I don't know, did I just call him Sandbox? While Ta struggled in this exact matchup, that is the case, at least in a small sample size, that drill deck, just able to lock things down, not having a big spell, not really having a good target for your Mother Witch. And then, yeah, when you don't have, I mean, I guess the Vines is kind of good against Inferno, right? Because you can at least kind of stop it for a second, stop that sizzle. But not having a big spell to deal with anything else on the board can be a bit tough.
Yeah, it does stop the sizzle, But at the end of the day, you don't have enough troops that can just take out the Inferno Tower. You need like a freeze would delay it long enough for your troops to go to work and take it out. But the Vines, it just kind of resets, and then the Inferno Tower stays alive for that extra 3 seconds.
So looking like Hog Lightning here for Ta. Usually what's coupled with Hog and Evo Furnace. And on the other side of it, a heavy Hog EQ deck, maybe with Giant Skeleton as well when we see Lumberjack and Zappies. But usually I think when you have that version or a version like this of Hog, you do not have a building. So we'll see how much Ta can abuse that.
And right there, Monk plus Tesla should line up perfectly, and the Monk is able to push away the Hog and defend that properly.
You know, one of the things that we love so much about Ta is how emotive he is. Right now we can see the negative side of being emotive, which is we could just see how frustrated he is in these 2 games.
Yeah, not trying to hide it whatsoever, just trying to think of something that he can do, something that he can pull off that'll allow him to get any sort of edge, and we just have not seen it yet. Fire Spirit doesn't make its way, doesn't get the log timing down right, so it jumps.
Yeah.
And Kimchi going to go straight in with the Mega Knight, realizes he's up quite a bit of elixir.
Yeah, I don't know about this Hog opposite lane. It feels like Ta could just take a little bit of damage, defend lightly. Excuse me, Kimchi could take a little bit of damage, and now Ta has no elixir to defend as that Spirit Empress ground version goes to town on the tower. And this looks like another big upset here in our final set of the upper bracket, AC.
Yeah, the 3 elixir ground Empress, it is so strong. I don't care how many nerfs it could ever receive. It is one of the scariest cards in the meta, in my opinion. It just always feels like it's getting value. And it's like 400 HP a swing.
Yeah, really, really interesting that you point that out, because it is a card that I feel like is overlooked a lot at lower levels, but at the higher level players are much better at abusing how strong it is, how fast it is, and as you mentioned, the DPS. So a bit of, man, I don't know, cobwebs for Ta. It just felt like in game number 1, he could never figure out a way to break through, didn't love the matchup, didn't love the deck, and then here in game number 2, just getting a little ahead of himself. I think the frustration from game 1 and how game 2 started just made him make some bad decisions. I really didn't like that aggressive Hog in the opposite lane. I think even at my level, I know that if my opponent has a big push coming down the other side, my Hog better demand so much attention that that push dies on the vine. That was not the case. I mean, that was a 100% healthy tower. Kimchi just defended with goblins and then just put pedal to the metal in the left-hand lane, and just absolute devastation, domination from Kimchi or Colin.
Yeah, did you see that the image that they used right there? I definitely want to follow Kimchi now. Like I want to like follow his career and make sure that he's doing well, because he looks like he should be fun.
I actually didn't, but I just saw it on the replay. Yeah. He's got the sleeveless tank with the chain, and he's given us the, I mean, for me, it looks like the first form punch that I did back in Taekwondo back in the day. That's what I'm calling it, just because his name is Kimchi, even though it says he's Japanese on his profile. That's the punch that I'm seeing. Here we go. We are halfway through our day. That is right, friends of Clash Royale, fans of Clash Royale League. We are not even close to the end. We are about to go to our lower bracket, which means you will see 4 players eliminated. I have seen people asking about where we're going to get to today. Well, we are only halfway, which means we are going to go all the way through the lower bracket. We are going to eliminate those 4 players. Thank you so much, production team. First up is going to be Rafael Nadal and Riley, Vitor and Sam, Sandbox and Rockin, and then Samuel, Basoto, and Ta, which should be a very exciting way to close out the lower bracket. And then in the upper bracket, we have EGW versus Tanjiro, Ruben versus Elmojas and Elmojas. Wow, I don't even know what's happening in my brain right now. Elmojas and Clown going up against Mohamed Light, and then Adriel and Kimchi. A handful of upsets, AC, in the upper bracket. Anything that you want to talk about before we go to a very quick interview break?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of 2-0s on the board. That's especially in that first or second month of the newest year. We'll see it time and time again because so many of these players, they're not used to having that pushback. It's like, okay, yes, I won this tournament. I did well on ladder, but you need the competitive edge. You need practice with it. And so we're going to be seeing that today and tomorrow. The players that can really reset themselves are the ones that are the scariest. Anybody who went 1-2 in that opening round, those are the players I want to be watching. Anybody who went 0-2, I'm nervous for them.
Yeah, that bounce back ability, the mental fortitude, all those things, very, very difficult. The emotionless play, that's what you want to see from the best players and what we usually see from the best players in the world. As I said, we are only halfway through our day, folks. Lower bracket coming your way in just a little bit. Remember, we still have a reward to give away at the end of stream. More rewards coming tomorrow. That's right, this is only day 1 of 2. We're going to take a very quick break for you guys to watch some interviews, go grab a drink, make some popcorn, grab lunch, depending on what part of the world you're in, and we will be back with more CRL in 2026 in just a moment.
My favorite card is the Goblin Machine.
Mi carta favorita actualmente sigue siendo el pescador. Sí que es verdad que ha recibido un nerf, pero veo una carta muy útil, muy importante, que te hace ganar partidas contra el montapuerco y puede arrastrar cualquier tropa como un gigante noble, cambiarle de línea. O sea que te aporta un gran significado a la partida.
My favorite card is Mortar.
Oh, it's got to be the Room Giant. I think underrated, and I'm hoping to whip it out in the monthly finals, but we'll see.
My favorite card is the Graver.
Mi carta favorita diría que es el Gigante Noble.
My favorite card in the game now is the Little Prince.
My favorite card is maybe Tornado, I think.
My favorite card is probably Skeletons.
El Gigante Duende.
제가 가장 좋아하는 카드는 로얄 자이언트입니다.
一番好きなカードはスケルトンラッシュです。
The Mighty Miner.
The card I'm missing the most, to be honest, it's also the Little Prince because it's not very good now after they removed the 3-card cycle. I hope they buff it somehow.
Pues te diría que el barril de duelos.
The card I'm missing the most right now would be the Little Prince because that's when I got my best finishes on her.
I am missing the Goblin Machine in the current meta.
El Gigante Duende.
제가 가장 부족하다고 느끼는 카드는 광부인 것 같습니다.
現在のメタで一番欲しいカードはトルネードです。
Maybe Giant Skeleton.
E-Giant, I think.
I think Hog. It's not that bad, but I wish it was better.
Probably the Princess.
Pues yo creo que puede ser la mosquetera Evo, ya que solo se usa ahora mismo prácticamente héroe en el 2.6 o casi no se usan los mazos. Y he estado jugando un poco la Evo y creo que está muy infravalorada, ya que tiene como 3 disparos que quitan bastante y te puede cambiar la partida.
Maybe I'll use Firecracker.
I feel like the most underrated card in the game right now might be Minions.
I think the most underrated card in the game is the Royal Delivery because I feel like it's only used in like 1 or 2 decks, and I also think it's a really strong card, and maybe if people are more creative, they can use it in other decks too.
Pika.
Hard.
La máquina duende.
今このゲームで最も過小評価されているカードはメガナイトです。
And it looks like we're back on broadcast, ready to go. Just talking about how well I was saying Elmojas' name. I think that's clip that.
Super well.
Ruined my life. Elmojas, I'm sorry, man. I promise you it'll be perfect from here on out. Back to gameplay after those fun interviews. One thing that stood out to me in those interviews was how much people are missing the Little Prince. I thought I was not alone on that, but maybe in a bit of a minority on that. But I really do love the Little Prince. I think since the 3-card cycle changed, it just hasn't been as effective, although we did see him show up today. We'll see if we see more of him throughout the weekend. But here we go. We are getting to our lower bracket, which is really, really exciting stuff. This is where we start to say goodbye to players. While we do get to give away money, it's not really the amount of money that they probably were hoping for coming into the monthly finals. No one wants to go home on day one, but that is where we are at, kicking things off with Rafael Nadal and Riley. This was interesting, right, AC? Because Nadal came out against EGW. Nadal, a relative unknown, at least in the Clash Royale world, maybe not the tennis world. Didn't really... He just didn't do much. EGW played very, very well. But on the other side of it, Riley against Tanjiro, that was a huge upset against our former world number 2. So we'll see if Riley can bounce back here in game 1 of what could be his elimination set. Or, I mean, could be his last set. It is an elimination set.
Yeah, I think Riley still has to be feeling pretty confident. You know, a few things can go wrong, but he's always had a funny personality, a personality that sometimes you wouldn't expect to like work well in competitive environments, and it's just not the case. It actually does. He actually can reset, get himself ready for that next one. You know, he had you know, the aura walking onto the world final stage when he was competing that, you know, a lot of people didn't expect him to actually be able to have. So, yeah, I expect some great things, and already we're seeing a Loon. That's going to be 2 shots, too.
Yeah, 2 shots, death damage in. You can see Rafael Nadal already just slightly beside himself after just a very, very tough day. You know, you come out, you're the first match of CRL in 2026. You go 0-2, and now you're the first elimination match of 2026 going up against a former world number 2 in Riley. So we'll see if he can turn his fate around, as things are already off to a rough start here.
And right there, good King Tower activation, not giving up a lick of damage on the left side and still getting that King Tower activated.
So Evo Mega Knight working down the left-hand lane here, as we're seeing a Evo Mega Knight plus Miner deck here. Miner control, Evo Mega Knight with Goblin Hut, Evo Bats. Mega Knight does get a shot on tower. Berserker does break through and is getting tanked for by that MK. So, you know, as bad as things went for Nadal to start, now actually narrowing that gap down to just a 700 HP difference.
Yeah, definitely a really good push, and you know, that's absolutely something. The momentum, you know, momentum is a real thing. So,
yeah,
you know, just getting some damage, even if you don't win this game, is still huge for the mentality.
Yeah, any sort of momentum going into game 2 if he drops game 1 is just a huge necessity, as everything has kind of been a steamroll. But he misses the pull with the Goblin Hut. That is going to be it with only 13 seconds remaining. A pretty emphatic, dominant win here from Riley as he sets up the cannon on defense. 5 seconds remaining, and Rafael Nadal now going from bad to worse, just hoping to pick up 1 game win on his first CRL main stage.
Yeah, anytime you compare Giant Skeleton, Skeleton Dragons or Baby Dragon, and Balloon, you always have to be careful about your building placements.
Yes.
You know he's going to protect all his troops with the Giant Skeleton, but you know the Skelly Dragons or Baby Dragons are going to push the Loon outside of the regular range.
I gotta say, that is one of the most frustrating interactions in the game, is having your building be pushed out of sight, or excuse me, the units be pushed out of sight from your building, because a lot of times you're going to place it offset to the opposite lane, right? Because it's the most travel time for the unit, it's the best pull, whatever it might be, it's the farthest away from whatever's coming across the bridge. Against balloons, you're going to place it more in the middle just because of the sight range thing, but then you add in a giant skeleton up front where you don't want the death damage to take it out, and then you add in the push from either the baby dragon or the skeleton dragons. it just becomes kind of a recipe for disaster. And we've seen that a couple times today, and that's not specifically with the balloon, but we saw it earlier with Sandbox trying to get on top of that RG, but avoid the monk and avoid the lightning with his bomb tower. That was a little different because it was a misplacement, whereas this one was a bit of both, a bit of a misplacement, a bit of a push. So really nice stuff there from Riley picking up that win, which is kind of exactly what Riley needed to get back on track. As you said, AC, this is a game of momentum, and while he didn't get swept in his first set of the day, it was a really big upset. So I feel like Riley's got to be feeling good now after game 1. He's now 1 game away from making it to day number 2, while he will stay in the lower bracket with just 1 life to give. Got to be feeling a lot better than he did a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, just getting 1, just getting that momentum, it can be enough. And so Nadal is... Nadal is going to have to figure out what he wants to be doing. Because this is now 0-3. There's just nothing that he's showcased so far, and it's clear to make it this far that, you know, he is one of the best, but something needs to change.
Yeah, just a reminder of Rafael Nadal's journey to get here. He did beat Nikoko in the group stage, who we've talked about Nikoko for years. He beat Asaf in the group stage. He did lose to Riley, so this is kind of a rematch of what he did in that group stage, but he still took a game off of Riley. When we look back at that set, it was Nadal who was able to take the game number 1, it looks like here. He was playing RG with Hunter, Hero Barb Barrel, and Evo Lumberjack against a loonless lava deck from Riley, who ran lava with Evo Valkyrie, Evo Cage, Hero Barb Barrel, Spirit Empress. So that's the game that Rafael Nadal won. And then he ran Mega Knight, Evo Wizard, not Hero Wizard, Evo Wizard, Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A, Hog, which is kind of a weird deck. I don't love that deck. It's 4.3 elixir. It's really heavy. It's 14 elixir to get back around. And he lost to Riley's Loon deck. And then in game number 3, Rafael Nadal ran Evo Drill with Skeleton King and Mother Witch. Maybe looking for drill or graveyard from Riley. He did get the drill. He didn't get the graveyard, but was not able to make it work as Riley took game number 3. So as you can see, he's able to at least beat Riley. We have it on record. We have it last weekend. Can he pull it off again here in game number 2 and keep his CRL dreams alive?
Coming in with the Executioner. Automatically assuming some sort of giant skeleton, heavy, control the game deck coming in from Rafael. Riley on the opposing side, probably going to be Mortar, but still could be a few other things. You know, one of the interesting things is the Cannon Cart has been having a lot of recent talk about it, because there are a lot of different little glitches that have occurred as of late. Probably not going to be seeing that in CRL, but there is a chance something crazy could be happening with it.
Someone asking how many days the final will last. It's just today and tomorrow. Just for this month, though, we have 5 more months or 4 more months of action coming. 5 more months if you count the LCQ, and then, of course, World Finals. So more action this weekend and a lot more action this year.
Fishman able to yank it, but not able to take it out. Forces out the monk in response.
I was just going to say,
we're going to see if he wants to activate this ability.
Riley running Mortar, which is making me very happy.
Did you hear Ruben's favorite card?
I did. Someone else's favorite card was Mortar as well. I was walking away to grab some water when they said it, so I didn't see who it was, but I appreciate you.
Just... Nobody said 3 Musketeers, right?
I don't believe so. Not surprised there.
All right. There we go. Don't want them to be, you know, anybody's favorite card. That would be awful.
It was terrible when they were too strong just a little bit ago. I'll just say that much. I'm sure you were very happy about it.
I was.
Nice pull there from the fish boy on the cannon cart.
Esports going to come down, but not before two of the Skellies are able to tickle the tower. Right now, Riley's still in the lead. XC does not get the shot, and Dark Goblin does. It's those tiny interactions that always seem to go the pros' way.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty tough matchup for Riley, just because the only real way to get damage on tower is with that Evo barrel. And then the Monk ability is so frustrating because you can't defend with the Dark Goblin. You do have to defend with the Mortar plus the Cannon Cart or the Rascals, which all give so much value to that Monk ability. So this is just a really tough place for Riley to be in. This matchup could be exactly what Rafael Nadal wants, but the only thing he has to worry about are skeleton barrels connecting to the tower. So he's got to start to opt to use that executioner to clean up those barrels maybe a little bit more, just to avoid the sure damage, right? We were talking earlier about sure things with Adriel. Well, the only sure damage that's going to come in from Riley is with those barrels, because you know the mortars have to be used on defense. And I'm just not loving how easy he's making these barrels connect. Although cheap defense there means good offense on the left-hand side, maybe making me eat my words as he gets a great couple RG shots in.
Yeah, I mean, it looks he's been dominating this entire match. It does feel like it should finally be going his way, allowing him to feel good about himself. I love this deck choice, and
yeah,
you know, he doesn't have the log going against, you know, some sort of log bait, but it doesn't matter. The Ghost plus E-Spirit plus Bar Barrel, it's just putting in a ton of work.
Shout out to Foolbound in the chat here saying, also, fun fact, Ruben won the final game of 2020 with Mortar, Graveyard, Hunter, Knight, Spear Goblins, Bar Barrel, Fireball, Cannon Cart. Little blast from the past there.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. You know, a little bit of proof. I don't know. I thought he was just kind of hammering it up for the camera. I didn't realize people actually like that card.
Whoa. Whoa! And the Mortar does get a shot in because the Executioner's range damage does go in on that left-hand tower. It's down to 80 HP, and it's just not going to be enough for Riley, who actually made that a lot closer than it felt like it should have been towards the end of that game. Nadal may be getting just a little bit more comfortable than he should have.
Yeah, definitely feel that way as well. But at the end of the day, you got the win. You secured it. You were able to do just enough. Probably needed a little bit better of cycling at the very end of the game. But it's also one of those things where it doesn't really matter. You know, the difference between a 300 win and a 700 win is, I guess, 400, but it's still a win.
Yeah.
So he was able to get it, secure it, and most importantly, get himself to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if you were the coach of Nadal, what would you talk to him about in that game? It felt like that matchup was pretty strongly in his favor, and I feel like he's still. I mean, am I delusional just thinking that he didn't defend those barrels well enough because he did opt to take damage instead in the opposite lane? You know, you're talking about his cycle at the end of the game. Chat's talking about him almost selling at the end of the game. What are your thoughts there?
You know, there's definitely going to be a few things. I don't mind the E-Spirit on defense instead of the barrel. If you want to get aggressive and use the barrel offensively, by all means, go ahead. But there were a few times where one time he defended the E-Spirit was only 2 skeleton shots. But then the very next skeleton barrel, he got like 5 or 6 shots. And so if you're always going to be using the best method and the E-Spirit in the right placement, then you can feel good about anything. But if you're going to switch it up and do the wrong placement half the time, that's when it's like, okay, maybe you should defend a little bit better. It's just not the smoothest gameplay, but at the end of the day, it was enough right decisions. Because, yes, I did think the matchup was definitely very good for him as an RG player.
And, you know, we've been kind of going a little hard on Rafael Nadal, which is, honestly, it's what happens at the highest level. When you come in as a relative no-name, and unless you blow everyone away and shock everyone, then you're going to be critiqued. That's how you get better, especially, again, at the highest level of CRL. To give credit where credit's due, he is now in the same boat as Riley. They are both in a best-of-1 elimination game here in game number 3 of our first set in the lower bracket. He could just as easily move on as he could be eliminated. So obviously a tall task of beating Riley again. And as I said, historically in their group stage, since they were in the same group, he did lose to Riley 1-2. But it is actually very surprising to me that we're finding ourselves in a spot where Riley has got his back up against the wall this early on in the competition against two no-names in Tanjiro and Nadal.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's not like he has been playing all that poorly. It feels like Riley's doing well and setting himself up with solid enough decks. Just something hasn't clicked for him this month yet. And so we'll just have to see. It is game number 3. You know, technically nothing matters. You know, everything that's happened in the last couple hours doesn't matter. It's just one game. Let me get to tomorrow, and then tomorrow can be a new day. Tomorrow can be a fresh day where I'm at my best. I got enough sleep. I had enough food. I had the right dinner. So, yeah, all you're trying to do is escape to day number 2.
Yeah, we heard at Mo Light how important it is to be well fed on a World Final stage. I'm sure it's the same. Yeah. That kid loves his food, man. He really does. He loves his food. He loves his juice. Here we go. Going to game number 3, first elimination game of 2026. Really, really exciting stuff here when you talk about a relative unknown going up against a former world number 2, arguably one of the biggest content creators in the world, one of the greatest players in all of Clash Royale in Riley. Can Riley keep the momentum going from game 1, or will he feel the pressure of losing game 2, and can Nadal pull off another one of the big upsets of the day? This one would be the biggest upset of the day in the sense that we would be saying goodbye to Riley this early on, but I'm sure a lot of his fans are hoping that is not the case. Remember, guys, we are going to be here same time, same place tomorrow to finish out the upper and lower brackets and to crown our first champion, our monthly champion of 2026, give away our very first golden ticket, which means you'll already be able to start thinking about, oh, my favorite player is there. How am I going to get to wherever we're going to go? And I've had a few people reach out to me. I don't know where we're going. AC doesn't know none of us know where we're going yet. So as soon as we know, obviously you guys will know, and I cannot wait for another World Finals. DreamHack was such a blast. So all that to be said, make sure you guys are subscribed here on the channel. Turn on your notifications so you know when we go live. It's definitely early for us here in the States, especially on the West Coast. So that notification bell could be a great thing to wake you up. But that being said, here we go. Game 3, elimination. Can Riley do it? Looking like he's going to drill already.
You know,
Rafael Nadal running piggies.
Riley's definitely one of those players that you can argue that they're a good Tesla player as well. Anybody that's incredible at micro just knows when to place it, when to defend with troops, what's going to get the biggest... I mean, it's just, they're so well practiced with so many interactions. And that's the reason why, you know, when it comes to who would be a favorite between a micro player and a macro player, and we're talking beat down against quick cycle, people are always going to go with the quick cycle player as the better one in their mind because they have so many more decisions to make. And it's, I just really like this deck from Riley for game number 3. Give yourself an opportunity to place as many troops, allow your opponent to make as many mistakes as possible.
Yeah, I like it as well, just because everyone knows that Riley has been really loving drill in the current meta right now, whether you saw him Swiss group or on his channel. And I like that he has the confidence to say, I don't care, I'm going to run it anyway. And finding himself in a decent matchup here. Doesn't look like there's a great way to get on top of that Marcher. Poison's going to be nice as time goes on. And then for Nadal, he does have the Bomber to help clean up the drills. Kind of a tricky drill placement here going to the inside.
Yeah, Lumberjack going to clean that up real nicely. And that's a pretty aggressive Magic Archer. The pop back should be pretty valuable. But that Lumberjack should get his swing. I like the Fire Spirit from Riley protecting it just a little bit more.
Yeah, a lot of elixir spent on this one Marcher and giving it another opportunity for King Tower activation, and Nadal finally hits it there. He missed it a couple times already. I guess the first time he missed, and then he missed the first shot there on the Bomber, but gets the second one, so nicely played by him. That activation is definitely going to help as time goes on.
So he's switching up his offensive pushes. Sometimes he's going in with aggressive Three Musketeers, sometimes he's not. Sometimes it's zappies. I always like when a player can mix things up, not allow your opponent to just memorize how to defend.
AC, you are a 3M player and a former pro by trade. What are your thoughts on how to play through this matchup if you're Nadal? What is some of the key plays that he must make?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is reactive. When your opponent uses that poison, do you have the Three Musketeers? Did he use it on the zappies of the Three Musketeers? You have to be very careful about not giving away too much chip damage.
Wow.
Right there, that Magic Archer putting in so much work is detrimental to your overall game plan. So, you know, it's just a lot of things going on, and even though that Arrows is catching it, I mean, all of a sudden Riley's completely back into this game.
Yeah, 3 Marcher shots there as Nadal just took the lead, and Nadal in the lead again. While his lead is small, and he's had it a few times, we did talk about the boom or bust ability of the drill, especially late game. It can kind of just get a ton of damage on tower. Evo Piggy's not too dissimilar, and 3 Musketeers, but you talk about those Evo Piggies coming in, you don't defend them perfectly, all of a sudden they drop on your tower. It can do an insane amount of damage. Snowball pushes that Lumberjack forward. Probably going to have to drop something else on top of that LJ. There he goes. Berserker is down to tank, but now the Piggies have a path to the tower, and the Lumberjack still gets a shot in. Now that lead is much larger here for Nadal.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job of cycling through Musketeers, not allowing Riley to get any sort of offense. And these Lumberjacks are great as well. Sometimes you just need to place troops on the map. There's no true way to go about it. It's just get it on the map, let it get work, let it get value, and that's what he's been doing.
8:08 remaining here on the tower. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Riley getting some good damage in with the Evo drill. Bomber gets hit by the poison and the snowball. Need more defense here from Nadal. He does get it in. Earthquake cycle's gonna be enough. Can't get the Magic Archer lineup. And Riley has been eliminated from CRL 2026's first monthly final by Rafael Nadal. Also known as Akaza Dominic, also apparently known as Yoru.
And right there, I mean, getting the reverse sweep when your back is against the wall, getting it with a deck that other people aren't really running. I mean, that is how you give yourself momentum. That is how you push yourself to a day number 2. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people counted him out right there. And to be able to recover, be able to do what he did, I mean, impressive. Just impressive.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolute clinic there by Nadal in terms of not giving up on yourself. You've got one of the largest names in the world in the lower bracket elimination game. You go down game 1. You're able to get 2 great matchups in games 2 and in games 3. That's a little bit of the conversation I want to have here, AC. Talk to me about that matchup in game number 3, that it just felt like the gap just widened more and more as time went on.
Yeah, I think it's one of those matchups where you look at it and say, you know, 65-35. And so 65% of the time they're winning it. And he played it, I mean, just so beautifully. Everything was smooth with his actions. You know, it was the correct timing. When he was getting aggressive with Royal Hogs, plus Earthquake, plus arrows, he was getting those arrows down at a time when Riley was trying to put the Fire Spirit down. So everything was smooth. Everything was exactly how you draw it up. And that's how you win a 65-30. You just do the right thing at the exact right time. It's not as much about matchup as we're used to with these kind of things. It's more that he just played it beautifully.
And we say goodbye to Riley, at least for the month of April. Many more months of action, though, coming your way, as we have 4 more golden tickets to give away in monthly finals. We also have the LCQ. But for now, a day that has been kind of showing with some upsets. I wouldn't say riddled or covered in upsets, but we've had a few upsets here. That is the biggest one of the day so far. Riley is eliminated by Rafael Nadal, who will come back in to action on day 2 in the lower bracket. So as you said, AC, let's just get to tomorrow. Nadal has done it, as we're going to continue through our lower bracket with a fun matchup here between Vitor and OP Sam. Now, this is going to be an exciting one. Obviously, two dudes who have been around for a very, very long time, two very talented dudes, but both of them now about to face elimination. They were obviously both at World Finals last year. Things went a little bit better for Vitor than they did for Sam, I believe. And, you know, when you talk about that first set today, Vitor losing to Ruben, Sam being taken out by Elmojas, and I am just curious to see which of these guys is going to stick with it. Sam is a guy that's like a little bit less bothered by losing. He's a little bit more emotionless. Vitor is a guy that is very passionate about it. While he might not freak out too much or be too emotive about it on camera, if you know him, you know exactly how affected he can be by that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can tell it just kind of constricts his heart. He'll get like choked up with everything. And that's definitely something he wants to be avoiding. So we're absolutely going to have to see how he wants to recover and set himself up with this. Sam on the other side, you never have to worry about him. You know that he's ready for the next game, ready for the next set. It's not so much get to day number 2 for Sam as it is these other players. You just want to see consistency. You want to see smoothness with his gameplay. And you're not ever really worried about, you know, having him feel any sort of way after a set loss or set victory.
Both these guys were in Group E. Sam was in first place of Group E. Vitor got second place there, and it was Vitor who lost that head-to-head 2-1. Sam ran Lava, Barbs, Hero Mega Minion, Spirit Empress in Game 1, which he won. And then he ran in Game 2 Evo Battle Ram, Giant Skeleton, Mother Witch, which he lost Game 2. And then was able to turn things back around with a Prince, Evo Royal Ghost bait deck with Princess and Dart Goblin in Game 3.
And right here, Spirit Empress, again, we're seeing it constantly in almost every single set, and there's just such a good reason why. It is just so strong, always is providing value. It's just so tough to take out.
Yeah.
You know, it's easily one of the hardest cards to take out.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, is that the Spirit Empress is so difficult to take out, so frustrating, and because of the range, it makes you make mistakes. And talking about making mistakes, Sam completely overwhelmed in the left-hand lane. Vitor just putting in a ton of damage. Tower down to 906, and Sam has a very weak counter push to show for it.
Yeah, these furnaces for Vitor are getting so much value. It's defending the remaining troops, and then it's still forcing out some response from Sam. Right there, having to spend 3 elixir after the furnace has cleaned up everything, it's just not what you're looking for. You need something different.
Sam setting up with a Giant Skelly in the back, and, you know, while we love the mad scientist, we love that he does that, there's some times where I wonder if he just gets a little ahead of himself. I cannot think of a time when Mirror has ever really been viable in competitive play, other than when there was, like, I don't know, maybe the Bald Hut meta, but even then, you know, Mirror just doesn't seem to be a good card, period.
Yeah, it's oftentimes, it's like some sort of, look at me, I'm so good, I can win with Mirror, instead of, look at me, this deck actually works.
Yeah, and that's definitely not something that you want to try against someone as good as Vitor, as this game is all sewn up. Fireball comes in. Sam basically gets no damage down. And yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't quite understand the thought process there. What are you going to mirror? Are you trying to mirror the pigs eventually? I mean, I guess there was that moment a little bit ago, several months ago, where there was like a mirrored piggies Giant Skeleton Mother Witch deck. Does that sound right? Like several months?
Yeah, I remember it, and I see the synergy behind his deck. I see the potential for it. You know, I feel like that's the kind of deck you pull out against, you know, it's definitely one of those that you pull out against Mohamed Light because you're looking for that random 70-30 kind of matchup. But just any of these top pro players, but like the upper echelon, the guys that you think are kind of unreachable if you can't get yourself 1 or 2 matchups. With Vitor, I feel like the skill levels are very similar, and it's just too risky for me to think that any sort of giant skeleton mirror deck is the way to go for Sam. I just don't think you use it against a player like Vitor.
Yeah, and let me take a look at that deck again. It's funny because someone in the chat was talking about how Mirror was good when Evo Lumberjack first came out, which is a moment that I very briefly remember. You know, you can turn your arrows into a bit of a bigger spell. You can get 2 sets of piggies out. You know, if push comes to shove and you have to use an I don't know, a mirrored giant skeleton on defense. I don't know. Mirrored Spirit Empress just because you found out that your opponent has no way to get to it. But just wasn't the case here in game number 1. There's those QR codes again if you want to copy either of those decks. Maybe you can take Sam's deck and win with it. But right now, Vitor feeling the high, riding the wave after a dominant game 1 win here against Sam. Sam back up against the wall, 1 life to give, 1 game to give before he gets eliminated. And as I mentioned, both of these guys making it to World Finals in 2025. They both qualified off of points. Is that correct? No, Vitor was the last chance qualifier who came in at the very, very end of the season. So that was really, really exciting for us. Sam qualified off of points, but they were both sent home on day 1. Vitor was taken out by Ian 2-0. Sam taken out by Sandbox 2-1. So that's why I was like, I think that one of them had a better day. No, not really. I guess probably a better day for Sam just in terms of him making it to World Finals in the solo version of competitive play, whereas Vitor has already done it numerous times. So going into game number 2, AC, what are your thoughts here on this matchup?
Yeah, I'm just not sure. Right now the meta is still getting figured out. You know, that's always what's going to be the case on day 1. Especially the first monthly finals. But it just feels like, you know, Giant Skeleton is already out, so then he goes to Mega Knight. But I don't know if you need to outthink your opponent right now, or if you just go with something normal, something regular. I wouldn't mind seeing Mega Knight. I wouldn't mind seeing Lava. And at the end of the day, you know, it's still Sam. You know, as much as we want to say, you know, why would you use Mirror? Had he won, we'd be singing his praises, so I don't want to take away his confidence. If he feels comfortable with using a specific deck, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, that's a great point to make. If I'm Sam's coach, I'm saying the same thing. As a fan of Sam, as a friend of him, I agree. As a commentator, as my job, it does just feel like a bit of a misstep. But I think that's a great point you make, AC. That's why we love Sam, and to have him show his confidence that he's willing to still, I guess, gamble with decks like that is a good thing. I just like to see something a little bit more straight and narrow here in game number 2, and so far kind of seeing that with Hog coming out, but with Hero Barb Barrel, a little different, I think.
Yeah, and he's going to be using the Mega Knight version. Mega Knight cycled on the left, Lumberjack on the right, and can he get it in time? No, Hog going to get 2 shots, and the Firecracker going to be putting a little bit of work on the left as well, so a lot of damage for Vitor right there.
Yeah, Sam did play some heavy Hog decks. He played some Giant Skeleton Hog. He played some Hog Lightning. So curious to see if we're going to see the Hog Lightning here with MK and Lumberjack. Obviously, a lot slower to get around, but one of the things that he has to be feeling good about is that his opponent is running Monk, and so far Sam has no good targets for the Monk, only good ways to deal with the Monk in terms of the Lumberjack, even the Skellies. The Skellies are a good way to deal with the Monk, the Barb Barrel early. So a lot of ways to deal with the Monk without giving the Monk a lot of value. And there we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That Barb Barrel gets a swing on the tower. That is such a cool change from a card that would have been absolutely useless in the past in that situation.
Yeah, no kidding. Barb Barrel, definitely a fun card to be watching. right here, you know, there's so many small plays that both of these players are doing that are just absolutely brilliant. You know, the split skeleton dragons in the back, walking up just enough so the firecracker gets the king tower. Mega Knight getting down just in time. There was a log to defend the push from Vitor on that previous push. That was brilliant. But right here, you know, forget everything else. You know, king tower is great, but you still have to worry about the crown tower. Hog getting 3 shots.
I know that I've literally heard this kind of echo in my wow, and that's a great monk ability. Maybe able to turn things around a little bit. Now Firecracker's going to get some good splash. Double monk down, which means you're not going to be able to get to that Firecracker, and some nice plays here from Vitor to narrow that gap as the Firecracker is still alive. Evo Firecracker and regular Firecracker on the board, and another hog goes in. Great stuff there.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we have basically a tie game, and now Vitor has the Evo Tesla up and fully healthy. It's going to be interesting to see if Sam wants to attack into this or let it go, and he's going to attack into this. That Mother Witch destroyed as well as the Lumberjack, so Vitor very happy that Sam went aggressive against it.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I've heard this kind of echoing in my mind for years of King Tower activations and then but at what cost? I can't remember if it's Rich that said that or if it was a moment in time, but it's so true. Sometimes you see that lineup, you see the ability to get it, you think about the positive effects that having a King Tower active is going to have against something like Hog Rider, but at what cost for Vitor? They're just giving away so much damage. Vitor, though, still happy to create dual lane pressure as he knows going into this Evo Mega Knight is always going to be tough.
And right there, Fireball, good timing, able to take out the Firecracker. Yeah, my favorite like meme video is definitely the one where you bring the P.E.K.K.A over to the King Tower and then it just 3 crowns.
Yeah, that's a good one. 10:68, 10:21, neck and neck, 60 seconds remain. Sam needs to win this game to stay in the competition for at least one more game, and ideally for him until tomorrow. But can Vitor close him out in 2? This is looking like a pretty good push from Sam. Barbell getting tanked for by that MK again, talking about the prowess of the Barbell now. 6:69, 37 seconds remain. Sam in the lead.
Yeah, Sam doing a great job of putting the Mega Knight up high, not allowing the Firecracker to go to work. Pre-log going to be able to help out the Hog. I'm not sure if it got a shot. Either way, this is it. 20 seconds left. One of these players is winning this game.
Lightning goes in, Barbarrel untanked for again, but that King Tower activation coming in and showing its worth. Hog goes in, MK misses, and now you know the Lightning is going to come down. Can Sam win this in 7 seconds? There's still a chance. 5, he needs the Hog hit. Does he get it? He does!
I mean, as close as it gets. Vitor saw it like 3 seconds early, still really close to the end game. I mean, everything going on at the end. It's just, can you get the spells? Can you protect your tower? And right there, Sam, just way to, you know, keep yourself alive.
I don't know if you guys saw when I came back on camera, I was looking over at my dog who was freaking out a little bit because of how much we were freaking out. Sorry, Snick. But great stuff there from Sam to stay alive, and exactly what we saw in the first set of the lower bracket. We're seeing the same thing. Can we see another reverse sweep? Brilliant stuff from both those guys as that game went on. It's so hard to say whether that King Tower activation was the right or wrong thing to do, even after the game is done. Maybe you'll have more to add to this, but my thoughts initially are you give away so much damage. That was the whole conversation of, but at what cost? But on the other side of that conversation, there was a couple times where that Hero Barbarrel would have been much larger of a threat and had to have more elixir spent on it if the king wasn't up. There was one time when all Vitor needed was a log plus the King Tower because of the King Tower being up. Had that not been active, would those defenses have been the same? I don't know, AC. What are your thoughts? Was it a mistake? Was it the right thing to do? Is it too hard to tell because it was neck and neck?
You know, I think it's very close. I want to say it's not a mistake, just because Lightning is such an odd spell. You know, at certain points, Lightning is one of the greatest cards in the game, and you can just win outright. You go in with the Hog, you catch all three Musketeers in one push, and all of a sudden you're doing 1,800 damage to the tower, and you coast to a victory. But every once in a while, I mean, Lightning just can't do anything. It can't finish off the Spirit Empress. It can't finish off this card or that card. And so sometimes you need to take that damage to the King. I think it was definitely worth it. You know, it's just up to whoever wants it more when it comes to the end. And Sam is quickly becoming a guy that I want to make a new category for. And it's like a final 20-second warrior, where in those final 20 seconds, that's a guy I want to trust. You know, with a Martian beam aiming at, you know, Clash Royale, you know, he's the guy I want to turn to for those final 20 seconds.
Done it twice already today, just sticking with it. We saw it in the Graveyard match earlier in the upper bracket. We just saw it again in a Hog matchup, which is funny because both of them have been at least the same win condition that they're going up against. Sam being able to kind of hold on to those final moments. And I'm curious, does Vitor maybe think about going opposite lane? Right? I mean, I guess you're looking for the lightning value in same lane, but you have to go up against that Evo Mega Knight in the same lane. You know, a lot of times we talk about Hog players, you have to be willing to change lanes at the drop of a dime. Is that something that we should have maybe seen from Vitor, or do you think he has to say same lane throughout that entire matchup? I mean, that other tower it got down to 13-27. With well over a minute left before he really had to commit fully to the tower he was focused on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point and a great question, because the Monk can change certain matchups when it comes to, yeah, you're supposed to go opposite lane, but actually in this moment, he can't really spell this card because of the Monk, and it's going to block everything up at the bridge. You know, it's easy to look at it. He lost. He probably should have done something different. So that's going to be my answer. But in the moment, it would have been impossible to tell. I can see why he kept going into the same lane.
Yeah, and especially after that moment where you saw that huge breakthrough that he had with the Monk. You know, you were just talking about how the Monk can kind of turn games around very quickly. There was that really great breakthrough with the Monk using the ability just in time against the Evo or the Hero Bar Barrel. Then a lightning comes down. So I understand why Vitor was he felt like he was forced to have to go into that same lane. I just wonder if maybe committing a little bit more earlier on to the opposite lane would have been better for him in the long run. But that's neither here nor there. Here we are in game number 3, another elimination game. Will it be Sam or will it be Vitor who stays alive for day 2?
So Giant Skeleton available for Vitor. Definitely something to watch out for. Sam on the other side already used the Giant Skeleton and MK. And so now he's going to go P.E.K.K.A. I do love the adjustment. You know Giant Skeleton is available for your opponent. Why not use P.E.K.K.A.? And that's exactly what we're seeing right there.
You know, that's actually a really, really great call that you make, AC, about P.E.K.K.A. and just like how much more will we maybe see her over this weekend. Although right now she is doing Sam very, very dirty. Does get the King Tower activation again this time for Vitor. Misses the snowball a little bit, but if he had not missed the placement on that snowball, that would have been a 100% perfect defense, an insane amount of offense done, and a King Tower activation. So I'm not mad about it, Vitor.
Yeah, still has to feel great about it. So the thing is, P.E.K.K.A.'s always one of those weird cards where the matchup isn't what you would expect a lot of the time. So even though, you know, it's going against the Giant Skeleton, well, you know, sometimes the only point of the Giant Skeleton is to freeze everything so the Magic Archer can get value. So, you know, the P.E.K.K.A., it's still not getting the correct value that you'd expect it to be. It's just something we're going to have to wait and see how both of these players are going to set everything up.
So here we go. Giant Skeleton walking into that Mama P.E.K.K.A. on the right-hand side. Battle Ram needing a cannon plus a snowball just in case Vitor needs a little bit more help on defense, but that Giant Skeleton bomb should be more than enough. Cannon there for safety.
So still getting pretty aggressive on offense, going into the one Rascal Girl plus Dark Prince. Evo Snowball.
Wow.
Gonna get a lot of damage. So even though it was kind of awkward and the Dark Prince went to the tower, you know, that's still great for him and gets some chip damage.
And this is a matchup where that King Tower activation is so very helpful. But wow, Sam, huge push, right-hand side, and just like in game number 2, here we are in game number 3, basically all tied up as we're going into overtime. Great, huge uppercut there from Sam, but he does line up the shot with the Marcher, and now all it's going to take is a poison. Can Sam create enough pressure on this final push? Going for the last dash, Sam's going to do it!
Oh! Oh my goodness, what a game.
Oh, I really didn't want that poison to go out on offense from Vitor, man. I mean, I'm so happy for either of these guys to win, but the second that poison went down on Sam's naked tower, I knew the bridge spam was going to come in hot and heavy.
Yeah, that bandit, just placed it at the bridge, let it go to town on whatever gets dropped. You need it to be aggressive and quick. And I mean, there were so many emotions. I mean, how do you even like quantify who was the person who was supposed to win in those final 5 seconds? It looked like it was easily Sam, easily Vitor, easily Sam, and then all of a sudden Sam able to lock it in.
I
Wow.
mean, I don't know about the whole Martian laser beam thing, but I will hop on board with the final 20-second champ here of Sam, getting a lot of love in the chat, talking about how clutch he is, and that is exactly what he has done 3 times today, and in back-to-back elimination games. The reverse sweep, the German from SK, pulls it off once again. We had the nail biter with Graveyard, we had the nail biter with Hog, and now we get some great bridge spam play with Big Mama Pekka, who did him very dirty in the beginning, but she comes around at the end, and the Bandit, the Dark Prince on tower, GG, well played, and Vitor has been eliminated.
Yeah, one quick little thing about the micro gameplay and the macro gameplay overall. At the very end, when he cycled Wizard behind the King Tower, Vitor ended up going with the poison, and then immediately, like 1.2 seconds after, Sam cycled the Dark Prince in the very back. He knew that a half second later, he was going to go in with a drill on top of the Wizard so he could get the right timing with that. I mean, it's just such a heads-up play to set yourself up, force your opponent to have to use that poison, have to use that snowball to finish off the tower, give yourself that opportunity. I mean, it's those final decisions that it's like the game slows down for him. He sees it so well.
Yeah, and not to take anything away from Vitor, but in general, it usually speeds up, right? In those final 20 seconds, for all of us, it feels like the triple elixir, the spam, especially against bridge spam. You have to think about the lineups of the Magic Archer. Like, there's just so many things that just go into those final 20 seconds of units being spammed at the bridge or on the board. And yeah, somehow, once again, Sam has just really harnessed the pressure and turned it into absolute clutch gameplay. So as much as we love to see Sam win, we hate to see Vitor go. He'll be happy with the cash, he'll be happy with the points, but probably not too happy with how his results went, being said goodbye to on day 1 here, similar to his goodbye on day 1 of World Finals. All right, speaking of World Finals, a repeat World Finalist, bottom of your screen in Sandbox, going up against Rockin, who had to run into the force of nature that was Mohamed Light. And I guess, I don't know if this actually works, AC. You can tell me, because you've been there before and I've just talked about it. When you lose to someone that you know you're supposed to lose to, is there something about it that's a little bit less demoralizing? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm trying to look back. You know, it's close, but at the end of the day, I don't think it helps.
Yeah.
I think you have to. I think you have the wrong mentality if it helps for you
That's
to
a good
lose
point.
to somebody you think is like supposed to be better. I think you need the mentality, otherwise you're just not fit for it.
That's a good point. I mean, I've heard Ian say it. I think Riley said it recently on his CRL video, just talking about while he might know he is not the best in the world, he has to think that he is. And I think that's a really brilliant champion's mindset. Everyone knows Mohamed Light is the best in the world, but you have to believe that you can be better than him if you want to beat him. So I think that's a good point that you make, and we'll see how much of that translates here to Rockin's gameplay of, yes, I lost, but, you know, it was against Mo Light, and I've had a lot of time to reset and think about it, and now I'm going up against Sandy. So Sandbox also not having the start to his day that he wanted, but it was against Clown, who did pull off the reverse sweep. Sandbox took game number 1. Or excuse me, not the reverse sweep, the 2-0. Sandbox was not able to take game number 1. He lost that to Lava, and then he lost game number 2 to Royal Giant.
Yeah, and right there, a lot of damage. Can't even quantify it as chip damage at that point. That was over 1,000 tower damage on top of the crown tower, and all of a sudden down to 1348. But this is okay for Rockin. He knows Lava. He knows what he can give up and what he can allow to happen, and he's just figuring that this is the best method, the only way for him to have a chance.
Yeah, I like him going to his comfort deck. Sandbox doesn't have a straight-up snipe, but he at least has good ways to deal with it. Evo Tesla, Lightning to kill some of the support troops. Obviously, the Evo Furnace is a tough card to deal with. His opponent does have Fireball Zap, but this Hog is going to get another hit in. And now that you're below 1,000 HP, you're going in the same lane. Sandbox, you can see, it looks like he has a lollipop, and he's vibing. And Rockin on the other side of it is going to have to figure out, when do I actually get another lava down? And it's going to be very difficult to do if Sandbox plays this right.
Yeah, I mean, the Lightning is going to come down. Zap plus Empress. I mean, still alive, but, I mean, it's really just barely.
Yeah, and that Fire Spirit is just brutal. It's almost like the Fire Spirit there was the nail in the coffin, because that was the only moment where it felt like Rockin could maybe start to build up a little bit of a push, but he had to overspend basically 4 elixir for 0, because that Fire Spirit came from the Furnace evolution. And there you go.
Yeah, I don't mind that. As long as you give yourself an opportunity until pretty much the bitter end, it's okay to give up at the end.
Yeah, I agree. We always talk about how we don't like to see people throw in the towel, but there's also that interesting point of, if I keep trying, this is going to make me worse in the next game.
Exactly.
I just need to get it over with.
Yep.
So,
I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, you just... there comes a point where you're only frustrating yourself, and there's only negative things that can occur by having that game get delayed. So I like that, and
it's how I feel in most of my games played. Actually, Josh. All right, so let's take a look here at the matchup. You know, Rockin came out of an 0-2 set. Both these guys got 0-2'd. Rockin by Mo, Sandbox by Clown. Game 1, Rockin ran Piggy's 3M against Mo Light's Marcher bait deck. You and I were both really big fans of that Marcher bait deck. It was kind of an evolution of what he had ran last season. Last season, I think it was the Magic Archer, Suspicious Bush, Fire Spirit, like very, very fast cycle, very offensive deck. This deck from Mo had a lot more defensive capabilities to it, so Rockin was not able to break through with the the Evo Piggies and the 3M. And then in game number 2, Rockin ran MK Ram Rider. You know, in general, he's known as a lava player. We saw that did not go well, so that's also going to be a little bit demoralizing after going 0-2 and then losing with your comfort. A lot of times we've talked about in the past, well, when things are going really bad, go to your comfort deck, you know, and he just did that. We did see a lot of Battle Ram MK and a lot of Battle Ram Giant Skeleton out of him during the group stage. We also saw some Drill and some Mortar, so we'll see where he wants to change things up. I don't know why our producers are living in my mind, but they really are. I was actually going to talk about how I'd love to see the prize pool again, so shout out to our production team. Right now, you guys are seeing how much you're going to get money-wise. You'll also be getting points as we see our leaderboard at the end of maybe tomorrow only, but we might see it at the end of today. But you can see all these guys are going to walk away with $500 who get eliminated in day number 1. And, you know, that also makes this a $500 match, right? Because if you win this match, you immediately get to double your prize to a minimum of $1,000. So not only is it a $500 match, it is also a chance to stay alive and to get that golden ticket and to come back on day number 2.
Yeah, especially if you're a World Finals contender, like, I mean, probably both of these players, but especially Sandbox. You know, making it to day 2 is a perfect way for you to think about the year and say, all right, you know, month 1 was good enough. I set myself up for the future. The consistent players really need to be focusing on at least making it to day 2.
So that loon going to be stopped. First time I think we're seeing spears today, other than out of a goblin hut. And I like this deck that Sandbox is running so far. Just fast cycle, a lot of control. On the other side of it, we have Loon coming out, which is honestly a pretty good matchup so far when you look at what's on the board. You know, when you look at this graveyard deck, he's just got the spear goblins. Otherwise, he's got to be creative with the Evo Cannon and with the poisons and with the dying Gob Demolisher. And you can see Sandbox kind of shaking his head, but also kind of vibing like he was in game number 1. Rockin, though, a very different look on his face, looking a lot happier, knowing that he's got the guards, he's got the cannon, he's got the executioner, a lot of good ways to deal with that graveyard.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a matchup where his team was prepared for it and really kind of hoping for this kind of thing. Only the Spirit Goblins can do work, but you're also just a little bit slow with the cycle. Yes, you're getting to all your troops in only 9 elixir or whatever it is, but when you're trying to get that second cannon up for defenses against loons, you need that 7 elixir cycle, that 8 elixir cycle, and that extra 1 or 2 can be just massive and detrimental to defending. Rockin definitely has to be feeling great about this.
But is behind at the moment, and I would really like to see him set the line at the bridge a bit more with the giant skeleton. He knows what his opponent is running. His opponent is running a very fast cycle graveyard deck. Wow, Barb Barrel on tower, tanks for the Spear Goblin, then they change places. Another huge blow there to Rockin. And like I said, here he is being creative with the Evo Cannon and the Poison, which is going to be more than enough, but we need to see that line set at the bridge with the giant skeleton over and over, and it just hasn't happened yet. And there he goes, cycling it in the back again. I'd go aggressive at the bridge if I was Sandbox, although he is just barely ticking to 8. I think if he didn't play that Demolisher, he might have went in.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Both players kind of timed it wrong, and finally we're seeing it. You know, Rockin going with the Luna in the back, and that's what you need to do. You should have the matchup, but then all of a sudden you're down 1,200. Something needs to change. Something like that with the loon in the back. Allow yourself multiple loons, multiple giant skeletons. I like that adjustment, even though that first push didn't work.
Giant skeleton in the back again. You imagine that a graveyard's going to come in, and it does. I do like at least the Evo Snowball coming in, but I don't know, man. I just feel like this was played so poorly.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what should have been done, but allowing your giant skeletons to always get blocked, although this could be special, the loon almost.
Double cannon is down. Loon does get the death damage on tower. Second loon coming in, but it's not going to be enough.
Perfect pre-log, but way too late at this point. Barb Barrel again.
Yeah.
Good activation, getting on top of the tower, putting in a little bit of work, and we're just going to see it. Night block, graveyard offense, Sandbox 2-0.
And the good game comes out from both players. Nice little bit of sportsmanship there. Yeah, man, I I feel like there was just so much about that game that could have been played differently. I think you know you're going up against a very fast cycle graveyard deck. You know that he's going to try to cross the bridge with his knight. If he sends in a bar barrel graveyard, there's not a lot you can do about it, right? That's one way that you'll have to defend a graveyard push, is if they're going to go graveyard bar barrel. That's why they work so well together. But the thing that happened time and time again was just not giving credit where credit's due. Sandbox has a fast cycle deck. He's going to play it aggressively. Every time you cycle a giant skeleton in the back, you're putting one of the worst cards to defend a graveyard near a graveyard, and you're putting the best card to set the line at the bridge in the back of the map. You've got to change those two things up. Also, you know that your opponent basically only has Spear Goblins as an air attacking card. You got to use the Snowball for the Spear Goblins. And lastly, your deck is so much heavier than your opponent's, you need to wait until you're deeper in double and in triple to get that big push that you want. Anything I missed there?
No, that is spot on and exactly correct. You know, potentially there were opportunities for you to go, you know, loon to protect your miner, or miner just in front of the loon. But it's really the Spear Goblins needed to be taken out by the Snowball. Maybe even just something as simple as an adjustment with Minor Loon on offense and Giant Skeleton at bridge could have, just those two things alone, could have flipped the entire matchup on his head. It did feel like a misunderstanding of just how the deck composition is set up. You know, something was off with that gameplay.
And, you know, pressure will do that to you sometimes, man. Sometimes pressure in the moment. There's also this horrible feeling in Clash Royale where you recognize you're doing the wrong thing, but it's too late, and you just kind of are stuck in that cycle. Could have been the case here, but Sandbox takes our first sweep in the lower bracket. Next, we'll have Samuel Basoto going up against Ta to close out our lower bracket for the day, and back up to the upper bracket we will go after that matchup. EGW versus Tanjiro. Those guys have been sitting very patiently for a couple hours now. And then we have Ruben going up against Elmojas, and then we have Clown, Mohamed Light, Adriel, and Kimchi. I'm just like scared to say Elmojas now. I feel like I butchered it so bad in that one moment, but I'm going to have to do it as long as he keeps staying alive. So I got a couple more matches to practice before we get back to that. Right now, going to a very exciting one here. AC, you talked a little bit earlier about how Samuel really needs to win his first set of the day. Unfortunately for Sam, he did not win his first set of the day. Do you think that's as detrimental as you were making it out to be? Do you think he's a little older now? Maybe he can reset. He's got a tall task in front of him, though, against Ta.
You know, some of the interesting and probably my favorite thing about the Clash Royale esports scene is that you have that 4, 5, 6 month break in between World Finals and the next season starting. So you have that evolution of a player that's hidden from the public. Yes, you know, you're still putting tweets out, or you still have 100 people on your friends list and whatnot. So some people are tuned in, but you know, unless you're really trying to stay up to date with all these players, you don't know what they're like. And so there is that opportunity that Basoto has changed without really telling people, without letting people know. So we're gonna have to see. You know, it's something that we've seen before, but he always comes in with something new about his gameplay, and if the mentality is that something new, that could be huge for the level of play we'll expect to see from him this year.
And I like the aggressive play of Sam, recognizing he's going up against Lava. He goes Knight at the bridge, supports it with Bomber. But the one problem with Lava decks now, as you can see, there's the Valkyrie, there's the Berserker, there's the Tombstone. We're used to seeing that. We're used to recognizing that when you're playing against the Lava deck. Oh, okay, these cards are out of cycle. Now I can go punish on the ground. The only difference now is the Spirit Empress adds in that ever-needed ground troop to Lava decks sometimes when your cycle is messed up. So nice play there from Ta. Gets the Spirit Empress ground out to deal with that, and is just sitting at a nice spot of being a little bit down in damage, but he's already made it to double elixir.
Yeah, and again, coming in from Ta, we're seeing no Lava Loon, just Lava. And then from Basoto, I mean, last card is probably Bomb Tower. A lot can depend on if it's Bomb Tower or Tesla. So we still have to wait, and it is the Tesla, so a great sign for Basoto.
Someone in the chat's saying that I want Elmojas to get eliminated just so I don't have to say his name anymore. It's not true. I want him to play well. Drill going in on the left-hand side here. Sam does have the lead by quite a bit, but Ta finally gets that lava down, and you can see the double Tesla coming out, the shake of the head from Ta, and a lot of frustration coming out of the Japanese player here. Evo Snowball to clean everything up, and a beautiful Fire Spirit to clean up all those pups and the Spirit Empress.
Yeah, gorgeous wombo combo right there. Bomber has to get picked up from the Berserker, and that's exactly what will happen. And now this Tesla is going to put in a lot of work. Can the Mega Minion take it out fully? It will. So that lava not really damaged all that much, but, you know, it's still only a lava. The lack of Loon doesn't make it the scariest thing ever.
There's just something about the way that pros play Tesla versus how I play Tesla. And I think what it is that they are so much more willing to just cycle them and play them, even though they know that they're an important response. And what I mean by that is, like, there's no lava on the board, but their cycle's not in a good spot. Wow, and that is a brutal bomber connection there. Their cycle's not in the right spot, and they know that, like, a Royal Giant or a Lava Hound's coming down the lane, but they're already thinking about that second Tesla coming down and how much work that first one is going to do. I know it seems so, like, rudimentary or elementary when you talk about it, but when you watch the highest level gameplay and you watch even, like, outside of the top 100, the top 1,000, you will see those top 100 players play their buildings so much more defensively than reactively, whereas so much like more often as you get lower down in skill level, you see people holding that building so preciously until it's needed. And I just thought that that was such a great use of the Tesla throughout that game by Samwell.
Yeah, I mean, he kept it hidden for a while because he didn't need it, and then once he started to actually need it, he was it just felt like he was prepared. It definitely felt like he had a lot of experience with that matchup. And it's not even just the variation. It was like that exact matchup he has played time and time again. He knew to get the Evo Snowball in cycle. That means he can go in aggressive. You know, sometimes we worry about players throwing the game away at the very end because they get too aggressive. And in that moment, I wasn't worried whatsoever. He goes with the drill, the poison, Evo Snowball, and it's like, all right, this must mean this works 100% of the time, and it worked. And so it just felt like he was really prepared in that matchup.
Yeah, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but because these lava decks are relatively heavy and they don't have Loon, it makes not having an air attacking unit not as imperative, right? If you're dealing with lava Loon pushes over and over, Poison plus Tesla is probably not going to be enough as time goes on. But because you don't have to worry about that Loon, it seems like you're able to make these decks that a lot of times people would struggle with against a lava deck that much more impactful because you don't have the pressure and the damage of the Loon.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I'm wondering if people are trying to save it because they know the Giant Skeleton Loon Miner deck is, you know, really strong and really something they could be potentially using in all their sets. But I don't know. It just, we're slowing down on the creativity, and, you know, sometimes you want to start speeding things up.
Nice high cannon here to protect that Magic Archer as it gets a massive lineup, gets one more shot in with that triple shot. Now we see a Balloon coming out aggressive opposite lane, and exactly what you just talked about, AC, coming into practice here. Lightning comes down, Todd goes, bro, I got your building, I got your E-Spirit, I got your Magic Archer out of cycle, let me go Naked Loon at the bridge, and a perfectly timed Lightning comes out from Samwell. And what I was saying is just a perfect call by you because I'm asking about this lava deck without the Balloon. You're saying it's to save for Giant Skeleton Balloon. Here we go in game number 2 with exactly that.
Yeah, and Basoto is so talented with these quick cycle decks. Dark Prince plus the Magic Archer should be putting in a lot of work. And yeah, I don't know. Ta definitely going to struggle against this matchup. Still need to wait, though. It should be the Royal Hogs, and that's exactly what we're going to see. And Basoto willing to go in the right lane. He knows that it's okay to continue to swap. Giant Skeleton can be really fat and create some weird interactions. So the fact that he's already going both lanes is really good awareness.
AC, it's 2026. We like to say that the Giant Skeleton's dense.
Yep, I knew it as soon as I said it.
Another Lightning plus E-Spirit to clean up this Loon. Sam adds the E-Spirit this time to make sure he doesn't take the death damage. So spending 7 for 5, not ideal, but does recognize that is the thing to worry about most and does have the lead.
Yeah, and it's just so awkward for Ta to place troops together. You can't place the Skeleton Dragons with the mine. I mean, even with the miners. So, of course, you can't do it with the Loon. Everything gets spread out. And you can get chip damage at times, but I don't know. Ta has to get really creative. Otherwise, it becomes super easy for Basoto to defend.
Yeah, and I feel like Ta has struggled a little bit with that creativity today in his 2 sets. It feels like he's just not quite had just what he needs today. I don't really know how to put it other than that. It's like some of his interactions aren't right, some of his macro understandings aren't great, and I think the biggest thing is just kind of his matchup situation has been a little bit tough as well.
Yeah, sometimes at the end of the day, you know, it can just be straight matchups. And that's okay. You know, it's going to happen. Clash Royale does have variance. The most important thing is that you make the correct plays when you have the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make. You have to know that bad matchups are going to come your way. You can't always play through them, but you can play them to the best of your ability. 1498 to 2104, both on the left side of your screen. The person with the lower tower, though, is Ta, who has already dropped game number 1. 70 seconds remain here in this elimination game for Ta. Samuel with still 1 life to give as a balloon is set up in the back on the right-hand side. Giant Skelly on the left working down the lane.
Yeah, both players, you know, making these kind of interesting plays. Early cannon, late in the corner Loon. Just both players hyper aware that, you know, something needs to happen for Ta. So both players kind of predicting that early on.
Yeah, Sam playing hyper defensive right now. You saw right there, happy to take the death damage just so he could be sure to have the Evo Cannon in cycle. Magic Archer actually turning around and focusing on that Loon in the opposite lane. And honestly, that feels like it could... Oh, wow! Those Skeleton Dragons actually even up the game and take the lead for Ta. 20 seconds remain, 13:31, 14:57. Obviously, Sam does have the Lightning to take it, so that is what he is relying on here. As long as this Loon doesn't do anything, and it does not. Miner comes in as well. Loon again, 7 seconds remain. Is it enough time?
I mean, he has to
He needs
out.
the Lightning.
He protects it. Does it? 11.
Oh! Oh! What?
What?
What happens? It's a draw! It's a draw, bro!
We're going to another game too?
Yeah! That's incredible. That is actually absolutely incredible. And because this is duel mode, it's just like they lost 8 cards each that can't be replayed. Even the chat
is a new one.
react. This is a new one, boys and girls. This is why I love this job, man. This is my 9th season of commentating, and I love this job. What a way to end an insane game. Sam was in the lead that entire time. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, and he didn't give up on the play. Yes, he gives up a chunk of damage to the Skeleton Dragons, but at the end, he played the correct cards. I mean, he got the Skeleton Predict, got the Dark Prince to protect. I mean, 0.1 seconds left. That's when the Lightning zapped the tower. It wasn't before that. He just had that elixir. And, wow. Yeah, that's a new one.
Wait a second.
Are we not saying it's a... Is this...
Did he... He lightning the wrong tower.
What?
Shout out to the chat. Okay. 5 seconds remain. Sam has 7 elixir in the tank. 14-16 on the left tower that he'd been focusing on most of the game. 13-32 on the right tower that he had not been paying attention to. He lightning the wrong tower.
Oh my goodness, that is insane.
If ever there was a time for replay, that would be it. Oh my goodness. The pressure, my friends, the pressure of Clash Royale League will stun anyone, even someone as good as Samuel Basoto. I've made that mistake many times.
I've made that mistake many times. I would make that mistake twice a month. Yeah.
Wow. I don't even. I mean, similarly to Sam, I don't even know when that damage happened. Okay, look at this. Yes. Let's go, production. Okay, look at this. 19 seconds remain. 23-96 on that right tower. Dark Prince completely undefended. Gets the charge, gets the shot. Skeleton Dragons turn around late. 13-32, 14-16. 5 seconds remain, ticking to 8. All he needs to do is get a lightning in. He gets the Dark Prince down in time, and then he lightnings the wrong tower.
I mean, I want to come after him. I didn't see it though. That's
I
the
didn't
thing.
either.
Like it's so hard to come after someone when you yourself missed it.
And we're not even playing. And I was watching the replay. And I still didn't even catch it. I was too busy looking at the timing and the placement. And wow. Shout out to production. Thank you so much for that replay. I know we have an incredibly long broadcast today now with 16 competitors, so we weren't planning on having any replays, but that was definitely a replay. And we are giving the chat a moment to catch their breath, us a moment to catch our breath, and of course, Sam and Ta, who are now going back into game number 2, even though it's technically game 3, when you talk about their deck pool. They are now 2 decks down with only 1 game played.
Yeah, and you know, it's definitely worth a talk about mentality, because knowing that you could have won and spelling the wrong tower, that takes a toll on you. You know, I had a WCG match where I didn't know my spell damage correctly. I think I earthquaked the wrong tower, or didn't earthquake when I had the opportunity, and I mean that still eats at me. So, you know, to come
still
back,
keeps you up at night.
Yeah, I promise you I mean this too. I was thinking about it last week, and I was like, why? I don't get this.
You're just like laying in bed, and then you're like, eyes wide open, just thinking about it. And yeah, I mean, this is a moment where Sam is going to be thinking about this for some time, in my opinion, because like you said, this is a momentum game. And if I'm Ta, I am riding lightning right now, dude. I am so hyped that I somehow got back into the game. I somehow got a draw, and that draw also came on the shoulders of my opponent just not seeing how much damage he had done to both towers. Yeah, wow. And if, I mean, I'm assuming Sam also didn't have a coach in his ear, because I don't even know, because we're watching it live, we're watching it on replay. I don't even know if the coach would have caught it in that moment, because you're just looking at all the things that are happening.
Yeah, 100%. You know, that's a good question. I'll probably talk to him after today is over, because yeah, you need the coach to step up in that moment and say right tower, because
yes,
again, I mean
that's
you
part
know,
of their job.
That's part of their job. Probably 5% of people are actually seeing that in the right time. It's just crazy.
Yeah, being able to see that real time, because also you've got to be, someone said Andrew scripted this. I wish I could have, because you also have the coach yelling, you got to get a unit down. You got to protect. The Skeleton Dragons are going to connect. Something has to come down. You have just enough elixir, play anything that you can, and then get the lightning out. To be able to be like, you got to play it and get the lightning on the right tower. And then there's probably the moment of having to convince your competitor of like, well, what do you mean right tower? You know, and then Sam looks and then time's gone, you know? So all of that, incredible. I just love it.
Yeah. I mean, how do you call that out as a coach? Like, right tower, trust me, lightning. Like, is that like the quickest call out you can do?
I mean, I guess if they're your coach, you just kind of listen, right? I mean, it's so much easier said than done. Getting word from production here in League Ops, they actually can repeat cards in a draw. I don't know. First of all, my opinion doesn't matter, but I don't I don't love that. But that's the way it goes. So just to more so, not to talk about my feelings, but more so to let you guys know at home, if you see a repeated card from game 2 that was a draw, there is no penalty for that.
The only thing I like about that is that it does help with the timing of everything. You no longer really have to give the players like an extra minute. How do we got into the game 3, game 4? So that part is nice, but yeah, I agree. I would have liked to see that count and have a little switch up.
And Ta, again, and this has kind of just been the story of Ta today, just making some really bad defensive plays. He gets the Demolisher really deep, but he doesn't play the Bar Barrel very well. The Valkyrie connects, just a little bit, not a little bit, way too much damage coming in.
Yeah, and you know, when you actually take a look at the deck that Ta is running, it's definitely one of those decks where you can't give up damage. You don't have an opportunity to make micro mistake after micro mistake. It's a little bit easier to defend with than certain other decks, but you know, once you make that mistake, the game becomes that much harder.
Yeah, especially when, you know, graveyard decks are traditionally known as very strong defensive decks. So we'll see how Sam wants to play. I mean, you don't want to get too complacent with your lead and allow your opponent to get super aggressive. I can't imagine Sam's going to do that, but also the pressure is completely gone.
And Sam going with an early bomb tower, trying to take out the knight. We'll see if he wants to block at the bridge or how he wants to approach this, and that's going to be what he chooses to do so. Very clean defense coming in from Basoto, and now Evo Tesla on defense, but just giving a lot of value and not trying to hit the knight, just going for the Spear Goblins.
1782 to 2684. Sam has this locked down, but he also had last game locked down, we thought. So anything could happen here. Nice block at the bridge with that Valk.
Musketeer not able to get it in time, and so, you know, all of a sudden we're saying all these great things about Basoto, but it's a close game again.
I just said that, right? I was like, he's firmly in the lead, but we've seen him kind of give away the lead in this set and in our non-existent game, and that Gob Demolisher connection is absolutely huge, but Ta's... I don't understand. Ta has Tesla, he has Bar Barrel, he has Demolisher, he has Spear Goblins, he has Poison. I just don't get how these graveyards are doing so much damage every single time.
Yeah, you know, one card to look at could be the Bar Barrel, but it never really feels like it's the Bar Barrel. It feels like, you know, it feels like it's almost naked graveyard plus Fireball, and then all of a sudden it's done 700 damage other than those two cards. So
yeah.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. 1000 HP separate these two. 65 seconds remaining here in regulation. Fireball comes in for Sam. Ta is kind of forced to go in the same lane, which is not good because Sam is always going to get Fireball value. Poison value is going to come in for Ta as well, but it's just not as impactful, although that is some decent damage with 48 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very clean defense right there from Basoto. Can he get the Bar Barrel out on offense? No, gonna go in with the Fireball instead. Bar Barrel on defense as well as the Bomb Tower. And Basoto is defending these brilliantly, giving up a couple shots, but nothing really major.
And a very nice Evo Valkyrie there to kind of stop this entire push on the Vine at the bridge. And you can see Ta knows that that might have just done it. Perfect time for Sam to have his Evo Valkyrie in cycle. That would have been the moment for Ta to steal another game. But instead, Sam going to go with a 2-0 victory with an asterisk. A 2-0-1 victory, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, has to feel great about being able to recover. You know, the thing about being a pro player in anything, but especially with Clash Royale, is that it's very important to be basically hallucinating with your mindset. And so right there, if I'm Basoto, I'm thinking, nice, against one of the best players in the world, I just went 3-0 against them. Like,
yeah.
And to have that confidence going into day number 2, that's important and almost more valuable. He tied game number 2 because it allows him to feel that way.
Sometimes it's good to be a little delusional out there, right? You got to have that faith in yourself and confidence in what you did. And as you guys can see, we have no crown given away in game number 2. Something that you and I know, speaking for both of us, so awesome to be a part of. That was so exciting, so cool, especially with kind of all the layers of nuance that came with it and how far behind Ta was, and then the lightning on the wrong tower. And then we get to game number 3, and we have this graveyard matchup. AC, what went wrong here for Ta?
Yeah, I think Basoto had a pretty solid understanding of how the matchup was supposed to be played out. I really loved how quick he was cycling those Evo Valks into the arena once triple elixir hit. I felt like I wasn't seeing the normal Valk the entire final 3 minutes, or the final entire minute. It just felt like it was always swinging everything together, allowing the bomb tower to get extra value, clumping everything together. And then I liked his pushes. You know, you're allowed to go naked graveyard plus fireball if it works, if you can defend properly. And he was able to do that. I loved how he approached that final minute.
So we say goodbye to our 4 players at the bottom. Ta, Rockin, Vitor, and Riley, all eliminated. Rafael Nadal somehow pulls the bunny out of the hat in that set, turns it around, picks up his wins, first wins of the day, both against Riley, eliminates him. OP Sam stays alive, and some nail biters against Vitor. Sandbox 2-0 over Rockin, Samuel Basoto, and Ta, another nail biter there. Samuel takes that 2-0, like I said, with a bit of an asterisk. And then we go to the top of our bracket. These are our final 4 matches of the day, still moving at a pretty great pace, all things considered, with 4 more competitors. EGW and Tanjiro, the battle of the relative unknowns. Obviously, EGW been around for a little bit longer in competitive play, and it says he's a coach. I don't know who he's coached, but if someone knows, let me know in the chat. Rubizales, Ruben, Team Queso, Ruben going up against Elmojas, and Clown and Mohamed Light. And then to close out our day, Adriel versus Kimchi. And as you guys can see, there's still a lot more empty spots on the bracket. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, with a lot more action coming your way to give away, of course, that grand prize, that 14K, and the ever important, the ever coveted, sought after golden ticket of 2026. Whew, AC. We got 4 more matches. We're back in our upper bracket. We're going back to the 2 relative unknowns. This is going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both players have to be feeling so confident. You know, these are the kind of guys that are worried about getting bounced day 1, especially if you're having to match up against Riley. And honestly, you know, while you're grateful for getting matched up against a relative unknown like EGW was for his first opening round, it can make it a little bit more nerve-wracking, because if you lose that, well, then you're expected to lose the second round, and all of a sudden you lose one set, you've already lost 2. So there was a lot of pressure on both of these players, and so the fact that they're here right now after consistent and good gameplay, it's exciting to see who's going to make it just that much farther, still in the upper bracket once day 2 hits. It's an exciting set.
EGW has been playing a decent amount of ladder as he's been off screen, but to remind you of what he did on camera, it was when he started our day off, taking out Rafael Nadal 2-0. Game 1 was a Rune Giant Mega Knight Little Prince deck. with Goblin Curse and Rage. And then in game number 2, stuck with the small spells, but beefed up the rest of the deck. He went Vines and Snowball, and then he went Giant Skeleton, Evo Battle Ram, Evo Lumberjack with Hero Marcher. Tanjiro, on the other side of it, has just been sitting back and watching the gameplay, at least on this account. He ends up taking down Riley 2-1. Game 1, he started off hot with Evo Mega Knight, Evo Furnace, Hog. Game number 2, he went to the skies with a Loon, Giant Skeleton, Skelly Drag Miner deck, and he lost that game to Drill, which obviously Riley's very good with Drill. And then in game number 3, went to the skies again with that Lava, Goblin Cage, Spirit Empress, Evo Valk deck. And to start things off, Tanjiro taking the Rage from EGW, but both of them got the note about the Giant Skeletons.
Okay, I was wondering if EGW was going to be running something like Eagleum with the Giant Skeleton. Not going to get too crazy. And that Giant Skeleton should be able to splash onto everything. Wizard doesn't take that last step, and all of a sudden, we got 2 pushers, one on the right and one on the left.
Yeah, one on the left, going to get a nice connection there with the Battle Ram in. A little bit of damage on both sides. 2 untouched towers for Tanjiro. Now it's turn for EGW to get back on offense. He goes Balloon plus Miner. Miner does not distract the Evo Wizard, unfortunately. But that Balloon should get a shot. No, Fireball comes in, and that is a very, very necessary Fireball with the support of the Snowball coming from EGW. Oh, that is a great Xe.
Yeah, perfect timing right there, and the Giant Skeleton slotted right in top. And so now we still have a 70% health Xe and Hero Loon, but this defensive Hero Wizard, we need something special. Oh, that is massive.
Wow, that was an incredible 30-plus seconds for EGW. Tanjiro got way too ahead of himself. I don't think he recognized that the Executioner was already back in cycle, especially not the Evo Executioner. It felt like he goes, I think EGW overspent on that. I think maybe he made a misplay. I think I can punish him at the bridge, and instead gives so much value. I think he was up like 7 or 8 elixir at that point because they were around, or I can actually look on the VOD, but they were around the same elixir, but then you have an Executioner and a Giant Skeleton on the board for one of those players.
Yeah, it made it way too easy for him. And, you know, that's just going to be one of those things when you're a rookie or when you're early on in your career. You know, the coach can be as helpful as anybody else, you know, but sometimes you have to make the right plays. Sometimes you have to think of the cycle, know what's in Evo right now and what isn't. And right there, it just did look pretty clear that he was not aware of the situation, and it cost him dearly.
Yeah, I mean, literally the whole game just goes out the window in that one moment. EGW was ticking to 4. Tanjiro had just ticked to 7. So that's a 4 elixir favor for Tanjiro. But EGW had a Giant Skeleton and an Evo Executioner on the board. So then you add that 11 elixir in, and all of a sudden, yeah, like I said, it's about 7 elixir favor in the hand of EGW. He goes Balloon right behind. He gets a perfect NATO plus Evo Snowball. And, I mean, that was just kind of textbook play on how to win that matchup.
Yeah, and one thing you do have to watch out for when you're Tanjiro is that the NATO is so strong against the Wizard. Because, yes, you can clump it together when you have the Evo Xe, but if you're putting it in the middle, your opponent can also NATO it to the opposing side. So it's just a very difficult matchup for him entirely. You only have Wizard, Giant Skeleton, Fireball, Rage. You need perfection, and, you know, even though it was a poor matchup, there were just still so many mistakes.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that you make. Definitely a favorable matchup for EGW, even looking on API. Even though this is a pretty small sample size, it happens a lot in dual mode because you're going to change out certain things so that you can have them later down the line. But yeah, I think you said it really well there. The only other air attacking card that he has is, you know, you can use the Mother Wish, you can use the Fireball. We saw the Fireball's effectiveness early on. But yeah, that's just one of those things where if it feels like it's too good to be true, it might just be too good to be true. You know, EGW definitely had a plan. Probably in that moment, maybe dual lane pressure is better for Tanjiro. You know, let the units on the right do their thing to bait out some elixir and then send the battle ram down the left. Might have just been a good moment to reset. So either way, going to have to shake off that very quick and dominant victory. It seemed like we were just having a good time playing a game of Clash Royale, and then it was over just as soon as it started. Here we go, game number 2. Tanjiro, not facing elimination, but being maybe being forced to go down to that lower bracket.
EGW setting himself up with the Mega Knight, and you know, just like we saw in game number 1 with Giant Skeleton versus Giant Skeleton, we're gonna see Mega Knight versus Mega Knight.
Yeah, so much of those two cards being played, and you know, we talked about it a little bit ago when we saw that big Mama P.E.K.K.A. That is a very dangerous. I was going to say that's a very nice. It is a very dangerous ability use there by the hero Mega Minion. Definitely getting a beautiful King Tower activation there, which now makes this matchup really, really tough. Just a heads up play, guys. If you didn't know that that could be done, it can be done. The other thing that you have to be wary of if you're a person that is running a deck with Graveyard and Hero Bar Barrel is you have to do what EGW did there. If you want to try to get that ability on tower, you need to go to the outside, because a good player with Tornado, if you send that Hero Bar Barrel on the inside or down the center of the lane, they can also activate King Tower if you use your Hero Bar Barrel abilities. So a little bit of a dangerous card synergy there when you're running Graveyard.
And right here, the Zappies plus Mega Knight going to defend this super easily. Tanjiro definitely in the future will need to make sure that he doesn't set his pushes up that way. And now all of a sudden, EGW can go aggressive on offense even after this King Tower has been activated.
Yeah, and that's it's never a sentence you want to be able to say if you are the person that has activated the King Tower against Graveyard. And Tanjiro just, man, it looked really good for about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So now gets an MK push. MK is tanking for the Loon. Loon going to come down and deal with his Goblin Hut, but not before some spears get some damage in. Zappy's going to come out now too, and you can see Tanjiro just wants to get out of this game. Get me out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, doing everything he can at the very end. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was either some sort of prediction or some sort of perfect timing with the Loon's hero ability, but it just doesn't matter. EGW has too large a lead and just too strong on defense at this point.
Tanjiro having a very rough couple games here, and that's why we love CRL. You really have to be perfectly dialed from top to bottom. We get another heart there from EGW, who started our day off with the heart and some wins and closes the day out with the heart and 2 more wins. By the way, EGW has not lost a game yet today, and he will be sitting back, sitting pretty until we get to day 2 tomorrow.
I mean, he's got to be regretting going into coaching. 2-0-2-0, I mean, does not get better than that as a pro player.
Yeah, he could have been here maybe years ago, or maybe that coaching gave him all that game knowledge to get to where he is. Game number 1, AC, talk me through both these matchups.
Yeah, game number 1, Giant Skeleton Loon going against Giant Skeleton Wizard, and I think both players kind of recognized it early on. You know that Tanjiro always wants to defend with the Wizard, and EGW always wants to have NATO in cycle for offensive pushes. It was a matter of time, and EGW was able to connect by circling everything into the lane and then using the Evo Snowball to protect his Loon. Game number 2, Mega Knight versus Mega Knight. And, you know, the Loon Miner from Tanjiro just could not get through Zappies plus Goblin Hut. It's just too strong on defense. And then the Hero Mega Minion. We've been seeing it a lot in the last couple of sets, and it's putting in work. I kind of expected before this tournament started that we'd see more Mega Minion than we actually have, and we're finally starting to see it.
And for those asking in the chat, are we done for the day? No, we are not. 3 more matches coming your way to end out day number 1. Next up, we have Ruben and Elmojas. We have Clown going up against Mohamed Light as our penultimate match. And then to close out the day, Adriel versus Kimchi or Colin. So here we go. 3 more to go. And what's interesting about these final 3 matches is you have Mo Light and Clown, who have seen each other many, many times over the years. Exceptional players, well known in the community. And then the other 2 matchups, you have someone who has gone very far, including winning World Finals against 2 relative unknowns. And AC, we're starting to fill out the bottom of our bracket as well.
That's right, getting filled out completely, and we're definitely starting to see some more back and forth sets. I was a little bit worried at the beginning that we'd see a bunch of 2-0s throughout the entire day, and you know, we did see it in the final, or the most recent set, but at least a little bit of back and forth action from these players.
So Ruben and Elmojas, let's take a look at what they ran earlier today, and just in case you guys didn't hear before, there was a matchup between these guys in Group D where Ruben won that 2-0, but the little caveat on that conversation in Group D was that the matchups were really, really bad, if I remember, for Elmojas, and part of that is Ruben's deck picking. Part of that might be luck, but yeah, game 1, Ruben ran a Evo Valk Cannon quick cycle deck with Evo Wall Breakers and Marcher against a Piggies deck. So he just was able to always cycle back around, probably always able to have that Evo Valk in cycle. Those pushes at the bridge, when you have an Evo Valk, a Fire Spirit, and a Marcher, are going to be really tough. Even has the Evo Wall Breakers for defense. And then game number 2, Ruben ran a Mortar Miner Evo Horde deck against Drill. But his Evo Mortar deck had Skeleton King, had Goblin Gang, and had Rascals and Arrows to deal with everything.
And so Mollejas has seen one of the previous sets and decided to still go in with that deck. It looks like the exact same deck that we just saw a previous set loss with. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Not going the Giant Skeleton Loon, just going Giant Skeleton Battle Ram.
We did see a bit of composure from Elmojas earlier in the day, dropping game 1 to Sam and then turning it around for a reverse sweep. Ruben, the king of kind of sitting back, figuring everything out, and then punishing you for it. 2 guys that look like they have some strong mental fortitude. It'll be fun to see them going up against each other here. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining in regulation. Ruben up by about 500 HP with this Hog Lightning deck.
This Evo Furnace has just been getting so much value just throughout the day.
Yeah.
Definitely one of those cards that I do want to take a closer look at just for my own personal gameplay, because I've been wildly impressed with it.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of the Evo Furnace. I think that they got it to a pretty good spot. It's still a very strong card. That is not the interaction that Ruben wanted. He gives away damage on tower, he wastes Elixir, and his Evo Furnace gets cleaned off the board. The ability for the Evo Furnace to do as much damage as it does is incredibly impressive. The other part of it is the regular Furnace can create such pressure in the opposite lane for so cheap. The ability to clog up a lane and create pressure at the same time with one card makes it a card that is almost always spelled off the board. We saw someone bait out that spell earlier today and then win the game because of it. It's just a fascinatingly strong card right now, the Furnace.
Yeah, and it does really pair up well with the Giant Skeleton. Right now, though,
yeah, all
of this doesn't matter if you're going to allow Battle Rams to connect to the tower, and that's what happened. Tower down to 18-24.
Yeah, Tesla just misplaced to the right there. Got to just put it in the center of the map or even towards the left side just a bit if you're worried about that, you know, the density, the fat Giant Skeleton, you know, anything pushing that Battle Ram around. And that time I think it was just an LJ, so just one of those things that you got to be more aware of if you're Ruben. You got to either play that up a tile higher or over a tile to the left.
Right there, I really like the Vines taking out the Furnace with the help of the Mother Witch and the Giant Skeleton, but Evo Tesla placed in the middle should be perfectly fine, should lock up everything.
Another conversation out there that we haven't talked about yet today is the changes. We talked about the changes to the Spirit Empress that have been discussed, the Giant Skeleton that have been discussed. Even the Goblin Drill is getting a nerf, at least work in balance. Oh, wow, and another connection from that Battle Ram. The last thing I wanted to say about that is that we're also going to be seeing, or at least they're talking about, a 15% damage nerf to the pulse damage for when the Tesla pops out of the ground. So, interesting thing there. It does feel like Evo Tesla is still incredibly strong.
Yeah, Tesla, I don't know. Tesla's one of those cars that's hard to decide with, because if you're not a pro, it feels like Tesla is one of the worst cards ever. And then if you are a pro, it's just disgusting
broken.
How much value you get.
Yeah. And, you know, it wasn't long ago that we had the Evo Tesla giving 2 pulses. I think that was just a crazy time to be alive in Clash Royale.
That was a bad time, yeah.
12:08 as these barbs work towards the lane. Espirit has to pull one away as we see Ruben trying to create any offense on the right side of the board. He gets a lightning down, not going to be enough. And Elmojas keeps his run going. The reverse sweep into a Game 1 win over a former world champion. Well played by this young man.
Yeah, and Ruben has no one to blame but himself, just kind of micro mistake after mistake. I mean, it was like every minute there was something that could have gone better for him. Elmojas did a fantastic job of just being consistent, trying to set himself up so that his opponent can make mistakes. And then, you know, he kind of got away with it. But at the end of the day, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Make your opponent's life as difficult as possible. And that's why he won game number 1.
Elmojas, you know, a relative unknown. He's a player from Mexico. He has... it looks like that was a triple draft, I believe, global tournament that he got 4th place in. That was back in 2024. Otherwise, he's participated in something called Gameline G Gem League. He did that in 2025, where he got 6th place. It's a team event, and he did it in 2026 in March, where he got 2nd place. He's been a 20 challenge winner since 2019, every year since. So, you know, that's at least impressive. He's consistent. He's been very good at the game for a very long time. He just hasn't really broken through to the top level. And I believe that's because of, you know, his tournament gameplay, and his highest finish on ladder is only 143, you know, and that was back in 2024. So that was a while ago.
Yeah, ladder is one of those weird things where, you know, historically it hasn't meant as much as you'd expect to the competitive scene, because, you know, at the end of the day, who's going to be better? You know, a one-trick RG player or somebody who's incredibly well-rounded and just slightly worse. Yes, the RG player might finish higher on ladder, but that doesn't mean anything when it comes to competitive natures. So it's hard to find that balance, but still, not having that top 100, that's certainly something to look out for.
Yeah, that is interesting. But the consistency from 2019, I mean, even though I've never won a 20-win badge, it is not really enough to make you a top contender in CRL. It is the bare minimum. So for him to have been doing that since 2019 shows he's been consistent and he's been playing at a high level for a long time. But now it's apparently his year to kind of break on through to that next level. A couple people in the chat asking about when they're getting their freebies. We're going to be getting them in the end of the last match. So we are almost there. Only a couple more matches to go. There's about 2.5 matches left or so to be played, and one of those matches will have Mohamed Light in them. I know a lot of people still asking if he's going to come out again today. A lot of people thinking he's not going to, because this year we have 16 players instead of 12. So last year, if you won and you already had that first round bye, or I mean, if you won and you were in the upper bracket, you just wouldn't come out again. Whereas this year we are seeing that upper bracket quarterfinal be completely played through on day 1. Getting ready for this next game. We are getting very, very close. Again, just a shout out, same place, same time tomorrow. We have our monthly finals coming at you for the next 4 months. We have our LCQ after that. And of course, World Finals will come shortly after that. Make sure you're following along here on the channel. Make sure to subscribe to Clash Royale Esports here on YouTube and go follow along on X and on Instagram to make sure that you guys are not missing out on any of the action. And remember, you could be here. Top 1,500 now are making it to the group stage, and the group stage is paying out now. Paying out in points, paying out in cash. So if you've thought about it before, you've thought you could beat the best pros in the world, well, now's your time.
Right here, Furnace again, seeing it set after set. Good timing with a mortar, and that's going to actually be such an interaction where the skeleton barrel was able to land on top of the goblin hut. Kind of a funky little thing that was hard to predict. But Elmojas going to be running Graveyard.
I was joking with production that I could just call him Elmo, but I feel like that's just disrespectful.
Yeah. In the off chance it isn't, it almost might be worth it because it does work out that way. But yeah, that's probably right.
Once we become boys and he makes it to World Finals, I'll start calling him Elmo. But until then, I'll stick with the I'll stick with the full run.
Probably smart. Probably smart.
Just like how we all thought it was Adriel. Oh, he's got a puppy in the back too. Man, now he's really winning me over. Okay, to the gameplay. To the gameplay.
Yeah, he has to be bros with you. It can't just be you bros with him.
He's my best friend. Someone's saying Elmo is diabolical. Agreed. That is why we won't be doing it. Evo Furnace kind of stopped at the bridge by those rascals. No, Hero Bar Barrel is in. Now a Bar Barrel has to come out in response. And a decent counter push here for Ruben with some pretty nice defense.
Yeah, so the minions added to the deck. I remember seeing one of the players saying that the minions were one of the underrated cards. I don't know if it was Ruben or whoever it was, but minions are going to be really nice, especially with all these cards, not allowing the poison to get on top of the tower all that often. And, you know, Mortar versus Graveyard, definitely one of the classic archetype versus archetype kind of decks.
Yeah, and Ruben has a lot of great ways to set the line. He can create pressure with his mortar and with his skeleton barrel, which is nice for him. You've got goblins to do a good job of cleaning up until you bait out the poison. Once you bait out the poison, then you have the ability to, you know, cycle a cannon cart in the back. So, you know, classic matchup here. Not really anyone specifically in favor at the moment, although it does feel like Ruben might have a slight advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting right there. Really good micro from Elmojas, getting the Berserker down properly. And that really could have been bad. Had it been pushed away from the Skellies, that would have been anywhere from 400 to 800 damage from the Skellies. Instead, the tower's still relatively healthy and still in the lead.
Another mortar comes out here on offense as a Rascals plus Skelly Barrel push goes down in the right-hand side. Ruben decides to eat that Fire Spirit to take out the Furnace, and then we see a Hero Bar Barrel come in. Goblin ability comes in as well. That was a nice adjustment by the balanced team also, making it 3 instead of 4 and spreading them out a little bit.
Yeah, and Ruben realizing that, you know, something needs to change in his plan of attack, started going with the Fireball on top of the Crown Tower plus Furnace. I like how he's mixing things up.
And obviously easier to say in hindsight, but I would have liked Ruben to try to catch that Furnace. I know whether it was the Furnace or something else, I would have liked to see him maybe double down on that mortar, drop something in front of it at the bridge. Probably worried about running into the Knight, but would have just been nice from a pressure standpoint as he goes for another mortar. That is a weird poison.
Did he get that? Oftentimes he didn't, and that's going to be locked on top of the tower.
What was that poison?
I guess it was a prediction. You can't make that prediction, though.
That is a crazy prediction poison on basically nothing. And then Ruben gets the Evo Mortar connection. And you talk about Graveyard being able to steal a game in the final moments, and Evo Mortar will do just that, and then some. Ruben taking a good amount of damage, 1239, to now 967. Not enough time, not enough space. Even if the poison does come down, those goblins plus bar barrel should be enough. And Ruben able to stay alive after... I don't know, man. I feel like that was a misclick, but I don't know. That was a weird poison at the river.
Yeah. I've really got nothing when it comes to that.
We're sitting at like 45-ish seconds. He goes for a poison on top of rascals that are crossing the bridge, and then some goblins that are coming up after defending the graveyard. But I just don't feel like that's what he meant to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Otherwise, Ruben did a pretty good job of just kind of sticking with it. That's, what he's known to do, is just to stay with it, even if he's not going to pick up the win. But a lot of times we see him kind of figure out a way in those final moments to steal the win. Not necessarily the case in this one, but kind of. He was down by a bit for most of the game. Felt like he wasn't really going to have any chance of breaking on through. Felt like Elmojas had kind of locked down that defense. And then an errant poison, Evo Mortar just in time for Ruben, and as you said, Josh, he just misses the pickup, and that's GG. I mean, you get an Evo Mortar on your tower fully healthy, not a way to reset it, and you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it really felt like he blitzed him in that moment. As soon as the poison just was kind of thrown away, he set himself up with the mortar and then put a bridge attacking cannon cart to try and snipe whatever was placed in the middle. I thought that was great recognition from Ruben to realize that the only way he wins is if he wins this interaction right here, right now. And I just think that was strong and great awareness from him.
So the Spaniard takes the game there. Our former world champion takes the game and evens things up. Loses with Hog Lightning in game number 1. Just some misplayed Teslas and just not able to get any damage in. Game number 2, you talk about Ruben misplaying Teslas in game 1, and game number 2, Elmojas, kind of the poison to nowhere, gives Ruben the opening to get that Evo Mortar on tower. Someone in chat saying, I'm finally happy now. I am finally happy now, and it's always nice to see a Mortar win. But here we go. Final game. 2 more sets coming your way. Clown and Mo Light sitting on deck, and then waiting in the wings is Adriel and Kimchi, and that will be our entire day number 1. But still, decent amount of Clash to be played. 2 more sets, and at most 1 more game here to decide who the next person is that will be sent down below.
I mean, at this point, can we even say at most? We're seeing ties all over the place. We could have another 4 or 5 games. Who knows?
I know. We get another one of those draws. That was absolutely insane. That was actually one of the coolest things that's happened on a CR broadcast, and a great way to kick off our 2026 campaign to have something like that on day number 1. Giving our players just a moment here, as we do when we get to game number 3. Even though they're supposed to keep it within the guidelines, it seems like once we get to game number 3, they always like to take a little bit more time to make those decks. But we should be hopping into that game any minute now. AC, what are they going to play? No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to you.
What I will do to you, though, is ask you, how are you feeling about Mortar right now as a meta deck in CRL? Because we've seen it kind of go back and forth, but even when it's going forth, it's due to mistakes from the opponent sometimes, instead of it just being that strong.
Yeah, well, I don't have to answer that now. The game's on. No, I will say that it was played an amount that made me happy in the group stage. I feel like I saw a lot of our 16 competitors running it here and there. In general, I do think it's just kind of one of the weaker archetypes in the meta. I guess also to just go against what I just said is it clearly isn't as weak as certain things that is just like completely ignored in the meta right now, but I think Mortar has definitely been in a stronger place in the past. And then, yeah, I mean, that would have been another Mortar loss right there had that not gone so poorly for Elmojas' poison. So, medium, I would say. Wow. That is not a medium start, though, for Elmojas, as you can see the exclamation and the despair, conversely, on Ruben's face.
Yeah, so we're looking at probably MK and maybe, yeah, I don't know. This is going to be really tough for Ruben to come back from this. It's just too much damage to give up.
Yeah, and so many great ways to deal with that balloon when you talk about the Spirit Empress, the E-Wiz, the Fireball, the Ram Rider, and just run over is Ruben, who knows that, I mean, he saw it. He put his hand up there. He knew he was going to lose the tower. Now he's got an insane uphill battle over the next 85 seconds of regulation. I cannot imagine there's any way to break through, though, because Elmojas hasn't even played 2 of his cards. He's got a big spell. He's got stuns. He's got slows. He's got the Evo Ghost. Just so much.
Yeah, and I love what I'm seeing from him. It looked like he was telling himself to calm down. He knows that in theory he should have this game in the bag, but Ruben is one of the greatest players to ever touch this game. If there's anybody who can find a way to come back, it'll be him. So he has to relax, has to calm down, has to play his game. And you know, he's very close to moving to day 2 undefeated.
Ruben gonna need some of that 2020 magic. Can he make it happen? Miner plus Loon, opposite lane, no E-Wiz anywhere in sight. A great fireball comes in, and then the E-Wiz stops the second drop, takes the Skeleton Dragons out, and I think that might do it, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, that was perfection. Gets the E-Wiz out just in time. Getting pretty aggressive with the Ram Rider. I'm not fully against it, but I also just don't think you need it. I wouldn't mind seeing him just play an MK, but instead we're going to see him continue to get aggressive, try and protect his tower, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, sometimes players think the best defense is an offense. Other times they get ahead of themselves and they should have just sat back and defended. Not the case this time for Elmojas, who just took down. Oh, he's got the cat and the dog. He's just got a whole. He's got the whole thing going on over there. Wow, though. I mean, I'm sure. Also, you know, a lot of people from Mexico being big fans of Team Queso. I'm sure he's a guy that he used to watch back in the day, you know, and to be able to take Ruben out, really exciting stuff here in his very first monthly final. Ruben not gone, just down, not out. You know, he's going to go down to that lower bracket, but Elmojas beating a former world finalist in the team's version and a former world champion in the team's version. And, of course, Sam and Ruben have both been there in the solo editions as well. So a very successful day for this young man.
Yeah, he has to feel pretty great about that. Game number 1, all about the giant skeleton wizard, defending everything, really. The lightning, you know, as strong as it can be in certain matchups, wasn't the greatest in that one. And, you know, looking at the matchup, you would think it would be. So I think it just says a lot about how he cycled and got everything set up. Game number 2, you know, definitely something was off, something was wrong, and Ruben was able to steal that. And then game number 3, he was able to walk away with a really strong victory. I mean, he saw his chance and he took it.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1 was kind of just shut down completely by Elmojas, and then game number 2, that just really odd poison. I still can't decide if it was a misclick or not. I understand maybe he wanted to deal with the rascals and then deal with the goblins, but it just felt like there was a better way to do it. And then he misses the mortar pickup, and then in game number 3, it just went from bad to worse very, very quickly for Ruben. Elmojas just completely in control. There was only that one moment where it looked like he could maybe Ruben could make something happen with that skeleton drags behind the minor loon push. Just not the case. So here we go. If I had to bet my life on it, I would not have said the first matchup in our semifinals upper bracket was EGW and Elmojas, but here we are. On that path, Riley, Sam, Ruben, and Vitor were all taken out, and the greatest clay master of all time, Rafael Nadal. And the bottom of our bracket, AC, we're starting to see what our next elimination round is going to round out to be.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these players just kind of waiting around, seeing, you know, trying to figure out who their matchup will be and how they really want to be preparing for it. You know, a lot of these players have completely different styles, and This feels like a meta that allows you to stay true to your style.
Yep.
And that's really fun and really interesting. We're seeing Hog players run Hogs and run Royal Hogs, and we're seeing beatdown players run Giant Skeleton and run control decks. Always appreciative of a meta that allows for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what was really cool about people give me crap for talking about the balance team, but you look at the group stage and you look at what we've seen so far today, and it is a really cool time to be in the competitive scene when you look and you see, wow, the best players in the world are coming out with 8-9 different archetypes throughout the day in the group stage. And then we've seen here today, obviously, a lot of MK, a lot of Battle Ram Giant Skeleton, decent amount of Lava. We're starting to kind of see our meta get flushed out, but we're also seeing wins from other things. We are seeing Drill be successful. We have seen Mortar work. We're seeing a little bit of bait. We're seeing some minor control. So again, shout out, because it is always nice to see a diverse meta, especially when you get through. I mean, usually when we're all the way through a day like this, there's a meta that has been formed for the weekend. It doesn't feel that way. And I am very excited for this matchup. Clown versus Mo Light, 2 undefeated players in round number 1. Who will be sent to the lower bracket? This is a tough spot to be in, and I cannot wait to see how this plays out.
So Mo Light most likely going with the Tesla Poison and Snowball for his last card. Clown on the other side just going to be running Quick Cycle, Control Graveyard, Furnace plus Knight. And, Furnace, Knight, and Gob Hut can just stop any push that has ever been created or ever will be created.
Yeah, I would agree. It is a very, very difficult deck to break through, and you only need one GY to take that lead, and having a lot of good responses to deal with that Goblin Drill, the Fire Spirit, the Barrel, the Berserker, the Knight. Literally all of them are great responses.
So again, you were talking about it earlier. Some of these pro players just can be so interesting. It's just not something I would think of. I'm not going to put the Tesla in the middle. It shouldn't get value is the way I would process that. But, we're clearly seeing right there, giving up 0 damage? No. Okay, 2 Skellies get a shot on tower, but it's all kind of halted because of that middle placement Tesla.
Yeah, it just kind of is about map control, and the ability to keep your opponent from building anything too much. And yeah, Mo is a guy that does that a lot of the time. So to Ian, so to Riley. You see it a lot in their videos, and that was a very clean defense. 25-32 is Clown's lowest tower as we get into double elixir. Evo Drill. Knight not tanking. At least not at first.
So right there, that was pretty good defense, but at the same time, the Bomber Chip and the Evo Snowball allowing 2 Goblins to get on tower. All of a sudden, pretty good defense still gives up 450 HP without the use of an offensive poison. So, I don't know. Mohamed Light just doing a great job of controlling everything. And yeah, just dominating so far.
The timing on that drill plus Snowball was so nice. You saw the Knight come down to pick up the drill, then the Snowball comes out. It also hits the Fire Spirit that was sent in by Clown, so then a Barrel has to come down as well. You're spending 3 cards instead of 2 to clean up a drill almost every single time, and that is just music to Mohamed Light's ears.
Bomber cleans up everything nicely, this time able to protect his Bomber and allow it to get a little bit of offensive value. Evo Snowball and Evo Drill paired together, just always getting a chunk of damage.
Mo Light barely having to turn it up at all here. It just feels like everything is so easy at the moment. Now we see the Evo Furnace work down the right-hand lane with the Knight in front. Poison going to come out to clean up that graveyard. Evo Furnace getting shut down by the Knight plus the Berserker. And while a very little bit of damage was done, that's probably about as much as Mo wanted to give him because the towers are now basically even.
right there, protecting the bomber and getting the timing down so that way the Fire Spirit would get on top of the tower if he didn't defend properly.
Wow.
Great timing with the snowball, and that's going to be left tower down to 709.
484 now. I mean, literally
Wow.
every snowball, you know it's coming, and it is perfectly timed and perfectly placed to make the Fire Spirit not do anything. It's crazy. And there you go again. Fire Spirit comes out early, Bar Barrel comes out, and then the Berserker comes down. Snowball still hits everything, and the Goblins still get on tower.
Yeah, Clown has to be pretty frustrated because, you know, that shouldn't be a matchup where it's dominated in that way.
Yeah.
It definitely felt like Molite just played incredibly well. Clown has to be probably more worried than he was prior to the set even starting about the level of skill that Molite is showcasing.
Yeah, well, a guy with an 88.2% win rate coming into this with only 2 losses over the last 2 weekends does exactly what you would expect him to do. And you watch the replay, and it's unbelievable, the snowball timing and placement every single time. And it doesn't feel like it's changing, but it clearly is changing just a little bit to make Clown make mistakes every time. We saw him triple, quadruple drop almost every drill and still take damage from Mo. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just astonishing that we see it year after year with Mo. It's hard to tell when it's creative and when he's teaching us new things and when he's learned it from somebody else and just mirroring whoever the best player in the world with this deck is. But regardless, I mean, he is playing it out of his mind. And honestly, with Molite losing, that was game 7 to Ian. Like, he had already locked up 6-2-0 victories in a row, and that's when he started trying to pull out the Expo cannon.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Like, if he had wanted to, he'd probably sit out 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Mo, that's what I do. I'm already 6-0. I've already locked in next weekend. Now I have content for my channel against one of the other biggest content creators and biggest players in the world. So he's literally playing 3D chess. He's already won the opportunity to get to the monthly final. Now he's thinking about his content, and he's trying to see what'll work. I mean, that was, you know, you go back and you look at the decks that he ran. Yes, there was some funky stuff in there, especially that at the end of the day for fun, for the memes of it all. But he was just incredibly difficult to predict. Him and Riley, I think, were the 2 best players at changing up what they were playing in every set. Riley had a lot more repeats than most still, and Riley barely had any. I think he only repeated a couple win conditions. Like, I think it was like Drill and Hog or something like that. He might have played like twice each. But otherwise, they were all over the place. And yeah, Mo, if you're going up against the best in the world and he is good at everything in the meta, every archetype, even when the meta changes so drastically every month, yeah, man, it's some scary stuff.
Yeah. How do you continue to find new peaks every single year if you're Mo? I mean, it's clear that he has other parts of his life that he's focusing on now, and so it's not the same. You know, my thought process is, all right, this is a new year. He's doing school. He's doing all sorts of things. This is going to be a different Mo that I'm used to, and I have to prepare myself for. And that's exactly what I'm seeing, but not in a negative way, in a positive way. He's still coming up with creative lines. He's still doing things that no one has ever done before.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not going to get into his personal life, but his major isn't like communications, you know.
Yeah.
It's not art history. I'm going to tell you right now. What's that?
I said it's not something I could do.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that I'm smart enough to do. So I think there was a moment a little bit ago, I think it was maybe just this last month, I think, where he had like all of his accounts in the top 10, but then he had like a final or something, or a midterm. So right?
Yeah, I think it was last month, and he just like went to bed, I guess. And then yeah, I woke up and I was like, oh man, what happened? And then it was explained to me, and I was like, oh, all right.
I like how he lets everyone know too. He's like, I had 5 accounts in the top 10, 3 in the top 3.
Just so you know, don't feel good about this.
But I also aced my midterm, which is why I went to bed early. I would have had it. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, and someone in the chat talking about, like, you can't really hype up someone too much when they've been and continue to be that good. It's like saying that you're tired of hearing about Michael Jordan in the 80s and 90s. Like, bro. So Clown now definitely looking a little bit more dismayed than before. There's a difference between looking locked in and looking a little sad, and he definitely looks just like a little sad.
Yeah. Gonna have to figure something out, though. Use the Night Furnace in game number 1. Game number 2, we could be seeing Hog Lightning out of him. And both players running the Evo Musketeer. I know it fits into the deck well, and that's how the deck is set up. I just don't think it's that strong. I think there are just other better heroes, but synergy matters the most in terms of Clash Royale composition. So
yeah.
if they need to use Musketeer, they need to use Musketeer.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I understand all parts of that conversation. I agree with you. I agree with Clown, though, too, just needing that single target DPS, or else he just doesn't have it in the air unit. But yeah, Hero Musketeer is just not super popular at the moment, although they're, of course, both running it, and then Mo's going to end up doing something stupid crazy with it, so we'll see.
Yeah, you know that's happening.
Like, oh, Clown's also running Hero Musketeer, and Josh and Andrew don't think it's that good? Watch this.
All right, I'm ready to be taught a lesson. Probably about 10 seconds away from that starting. Almost into double elixir and Molite. Slight lead, about 500 HP separated into 2 players. Goes in with the early cannon, and he is able to push and protect his tower from having the Hog go straight to.
Yeah, another just not really difficult play, but a great play for Mo, and he gets those Evo Skellies to stay alive because of the Barb Barrel. Good defense there, basically taking no damage, and he sends in a Fireball. Cannon back around.
Anybody else, and you're like, why is he doing that? I don't know what that was about. But, I'm sure he'll explain it to me through his actions. So, yeah, we'll have to see.
Cannon just always in cycle for Mo. I think he cycled 3 cannons in the last little bit. And uses the Hog to kite. The other thing about, this game Mo isn't like running away with it. He's not doing an insane amount of damage, but Clown is starting to feel the pressure of, I can't break through at all. And, maybe starting to hit the panic button a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're running basically the exact same deck, except Goblins and Tesla instead of Cannon. I mean, Molite is just running the better version of this deck when you're looking at the mirror. You want that quicker cycle. You can cycle more, more Evos, more Hogs. I mean, he's just got to be feeling incredible. Already a damage advantage and the matchup advantage.
Everybody loves 2.6 with Mega Knight, right? That's a thing, apparently. And this Hog is still not going to get through. Cannon comes down, and Fireball comes on the Cannon, and Evo Mega Knight is there, but the Evo Mega Knight of Mo is just clogging up the lane. And Molite is now 1,000 HP in the lead on opposite sides of the board with a Mega Knight Leap on the left-hand side and another pre-cycled Cannon with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, it was crazy watching the Mega Knights go at each other about 15 seconds ago because it felt like Molite's Mega Knight won every single interaction. Right there, Cannon, Skellies are going to come down in time, Esports as well to help out. And I mean, just what can Clown do?
Literally nothing. Actually, there's literally nothing he can do. The only thing that he can do, he's been trying to do. He's trying to get a Mega Knight in front of the Hog and then Fireball the Cannon. He's done all of that, and there's 2 cannons that come out and an Evo Mega Knight from his opponent. Molite knows. He's putting his phone down. Look, he even looks to the camera. He picks up his DS, his Switch. He's got the Switch out. feet up on the couch. There's no way there's a game even on there right now, Mo.
What is this? You know.
Bro, he looks in the camera. He gets his feet up on the table. No shoes, by the way. Busts out the Nintendo Switch as the game is still going. And that, I don't know, that hurts.
Yeah. What do you even do? I mean, watching Mohamed Light, it doesn't matter if you're playing against him or you're going to match up against him in two different sets. I mean, what do you do if you're an opponent of his? Do you just not watch his games? Because if you do, you're gonna start to feel bad. I genuinely think I would tell my player, if I was a coach, to not watch his sets.
Yeah. I mean, definitely watch him when the day is over, because you'll probably learn something. No matter who you are and no matter who's coaching you. But I think you might be right, AC. There's no way that watching him doesn't just, like, stress you out. He's just too... I mean, I don't care what the chat says. They gave us so much crap earlier in the day because of how much we were talking about Mo. But you watch what he's done now 3 weeks in a row. He's only lost 2 games in the last 2 weeks with 2 full days of competition. Today, he has not lost a game at all. And last week, he only lost those games to Ian, like you said, when he was, like, memeing for the content. Yeah. It's just... It's astounding. So here we go. Mo Light going to play the winner of Adriel versus Kimchi, which is going to be our last matchup of the day. Our lower bracket getting rounded out. Clown is going to be facing off against OP Sam. That should be a lot of fun. Ruben versus Sandbox also should be a lot of fun. And Samuel Basoto goes from Ta to Tan. Haha. Samuel Basoto against Tanjiro. At the bottom of our lower bracket, Rafael Nadal will be playing against the loser of this set between Adriel and Kimchi, with a potential opportunity to see Adriel versus Mo Light, which would be super exciting. It'd also be fun to see Kimchi versus Mo Light as a relative unknown going up against the GOAT. And remember, we got that reward. One more set between you and endless possibilities with our lucky chest.
I've got a good feeling about it. I've got a lot of cards in my inventory that are 179 out of 180. I've got... My account is ready.
Just use the one card, bro. Just use the one wild card.
I can't. I'm too proud. I will continue to get my 4 chests a day, and I will get it naturally. I'm not willing to use gems on it.
The worst thing is when you, like, have already leveled up a card and then you get a great draw. Like yesterday, I got 7,500 knights out of a 5-star chest. And I was like, man, if I needed these, I would be feeling real good right now. But then shortly after that, I had a 4-star chest that gave me a full Evo. So you know what? I'm not going to complain about it. Rewards coming your way in just a little bit. More rewards to be given away tomorrow. Also going to be crowning the winner of our first monthly final in 2026 tomorrow. But one more match to go before you get your reward and before we say goodbye for the day. One more time for Mo Light as we move on to Adriel versus Kimchi. I don't know what to say, Josh. He looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he looks better than ever. What is this? I don't know. Slightly frustrating, and glad to be commentating over some real people after that game.
Instead of the godlike presence in Clash Royale that is Mo. Adriel took out Samuel Basoto 2-0. Kimchi took out Ta 2-0. So 2 guys that have not yet lost a game today. One of them will lose a game here. The other one will keep that perfect record going. Adriel did look scary good against Samuel.
Kimchi choosing to remain comfortable. It's he's in the position where, like, you're texting your, like, 4th grade crush. and I like that. That's how you want to feel comfortable.
That is actually the most perfect, I think, analogy you've maybe ever made in our years and years of commentating. I think this is our 6th year together almost, so It's hilarious. Someone else wrote that pose is insane in the chat. Love it. Kimchi wants to play. You know what? We always talk about it. When you're at home, the comforts of your own home, you might as well lean into them, because once you get to that live stage, it's all out the window. And if Kimchi's not comfortable, I don't know what is.
Exactly. I feel like I'm getting more comfortable looking at him. So.
All right. Adriel might just be going with some. Yeah, I was gonna say with some Piggy's deck. And I would actually just go for a full send right now, and he does after some nice defenses played. And great damage comes in. Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A, not something we've seen a whole lot of at all, even in the group stage.
So right here does get kind of awkward for Adriel. I think he would have been able to defend that had he known he was going to pop that ability, but does it just delayed enough where it forces out the wrong response. And Kimchi playing that interaction really well, giving himself some sort of lead, not in damage, but in terms of elixir.
Yeah, that's where you got to start. And Wizard plus Evo Tesla. Wow, Mega Knight gets taken off just as the leap is about to land, so no hog danger. And man, that Hero Wizard's ability is just, it's so frustrating to deal with. Just always giving away a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's so strong. And, you know, already back to another Wizard, already back to setting himself up for an easy defense. Adriel feeling very comfortable so far. Kimchi, I don't know. I like that he's trying something new, but this feels like a regular ladder deck. This doesn't feel like a comp deck just yet.
Crazy that he's already back to another Hero Wizard, which is just
wow.
The worst thing that you want to run into right now is a guy with Tesla and Hero Wizard, and he even has the E-Spirit in case that Tesla is late. You can still get it down after the fact and then retarget.
I think we're going to start seeing Adriel split lanes, go for the split pressure. This Wizard is just too destructive on defense. It gives him so much freedom. He's popping the ability even when he's not supposed to. It just does not matter. Adriel dominating the arena right now.
And that's a great call on doing split lane pressure, because it does feel like, because of where we're at elixir-wise, deep into double, about to get into triple, that's a moment, and we're even seeing it just a little bit. Kimchi's kind of starting to break through. There's some more damage on tower, so why not make your opponent split their attention a little bit? Adriel just does it like one time, but that might have been enough now that we're in triple.
Yeah, exactly. Wizard cycled behind the right side crown tower. This is going to be what it is for the rest of the game. Wizard cycled, Royal Hogs on the left, cycle, and just continue on.
And you called it, AC. Now Adriel has the lead in the left. Now back in the... Nope, going to stay on the left-hand side. And because of what he's doing on the left-hand side, he's actually forcing his opponent to play in the left-hand lane as Kimchi sends in a hog to a perfectly healthy tower with only 30 seconds remaining.
I mean, that was beautiful defense from Adriel right there, just cleaning up everything super nicely. We see another popped ability for the Wizard. Need to stop this mini P.E.K.K.A. Doesn't have that many great responses, and all of a sudden this could be something. Wow!
Wow, the double oh my goodness!
Are you kidding me?
Does it happen? Wow.
That's the thing about these Royal Hogs decks. With Skeletons, Ice Spirit, Bar Barrel, you don't have the correct response a lot of times. If your opponent has any sort of troop going down the field and they can just go with the arrows, you can't place the Bar Barrel, Skeletons, or Ice Spirit on top of that troop.
That's a great call, AC. That is a incredible call and an incredible recognition at the final moment for Kimchi. And as you can see, Adriel is pissed. Yeah. Zero reaction out of him.
I was like, oh, really?
But we know Adriel, an incredibly competitive dude. You know he is actually upset at how that went down, and just a frustrating situation to be in. You know, I think you called it, hit the nail on the head. The recognition finally came in. Adriel was maybe, yeah, I don't know, because he can't. I like the fact that he kept going to the opposite lane, and it felt like even doing that deep into triple elixir was probably still the right idea. I don't know. Is there anything that you do differently there? Do you cycle more Dark Princes earlier on? Do you just cycle Teslas like we've been talking about? What's the way around that?
Okay, so here's the thing. I know there is an answer. With the way the decks are set up, there should have been a potential response to stop everything. Now, what it is, I couldn't tell you whatsoever. So let's skip that part of the equation. But yeah, that's the difference between some of these players where, you know, even if it's a deck they don't practice, they've played so many cards where they know the interaction in that moment. It felt like maybe Adriel hasn't played enough Tesla or hasn't played enough Skelly's Ice Spirit kind of decks, where had he played, you know, just one more Grand Challenge, he would have known, okay, in this moment I can do Tesla this tile, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter if he's got multiple things coming down the lane, I can stop everything. It felt like he needed 3 more days of practice with that deck, and he would have easily won that, but instead takes the game 1 loss.
Yeah, happy for someone to correct me. Happy for someone to send me a message. I've had that over the years where people send me messages when we ask questions on broadcast. I've had coaches reach out, which is always very much appreciated. I've had pros do the same thing. My assumption, based off of what we saw in that game, is if it were someone like Mo Light playing, I think there would have been more of a SimCity situation going on. I think he would have been much more inclined to cycle a couple Teslas. You know, your opponent is running Fireball, right? I think it was Fireball. Is that right? Let me double check.
What was it?
Oh no, sorry. It was Arrows and Earthquake. So you I guess you're giving away more Earthquake value, but then if you're pre-cycling the Tesla, maybe you're baiting it out. I don't know. I just feel like what he needed was more of a ground presence. So it's either more Teslas down. I get that the Earthquake is a bit stressful, but you could maybe play them in different spots. And then I think just having more Dark Princes out.
Yeah. And maybe you're supposed to cycle Lightnings. Maybe you're supposed to, you know, get kind of tricky, get kind of cute with the Bar Barrel and, like, bring troops into the middle. And maybe split some up that way. But, whatever it was, that wasn't the response, and all of a sudden, Kimchi in control of his own destiny, up 1-0 in a best-of-3.
Having a chance to send Adriel down below, which would be another very large upset on the day.
Right here, Lava once again. Just very popular. This is, I cannot remember the last time Lava was a top 3 meta deck in CRL. It does not feel natural to be watching this.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I'm okay with it.
I think it's honestly one of the more fun decks to view, because there's so many different ways to play every single matchup. Whether you're giving up, you know, a bunch of damage to try and get that early push in. You play defensively, you play with Loon, without Loon. You know, it's never the same game with Lava.
Yeah, it's just such an interesting win condition because of how expensive it is and the way that you have to build pushes. A lot of times you have to opt to take a lot of damage or you have to be incredibly patient. Yeah, it's watching the best Lava players in the world is always a pretty fascinating thing to do. They really understand the concept of min-maxing more than most archetypes.
Absolutely, and right here, going in with the aggressive Miner, not able to protect his Spirit Empress, but that's okay. Miner going to put in a lot of work, and we're going to have to wait to see if Adriel wants to pop his ability. Not going to be the case. And the Fire Spirit not touching the tower right there just makes me laugh. I really thought it was going to.
I did too. I mean, the Mega Minion apparently just far enough up. Now we get a Graveyard Push coming in. Evo Valk tanking. Miner to pull away so the Valk doesn't get much splash damage. But Goblin's on the other side going to get a little bit of damage in, along with this Evo Furnace getting at least 1 pop.
Wow. Yeah. Great micro defense from Kimchi. I mean, it felt like there were multiple avenues for Adriel to just win the game outright.
Yeah.
And just every single time it was the correct time. The tombstone just quick enough where the goblins aren't a problem.
That Evo Valkyrie, though, doing Kimchi dirty, as the Valkyrie from Adriel is the tank, not something like a knight. So the splash damage, then the snowball, a few big swings for Adriel's Valk, now having to play defense. And a pretty clean defense, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, super clean. Adriel, I really thought Adriel was going to be in a world of hurt, but instead, Kimchi just waiting, biding his time, trying to get that one push in. Defensive zap forced out from Kimchi because of the offensive Fire Spirit. And that's Fire Spirit plus the Furnace. That's a cool little combination.
Yeah. A pretty
Need
annoying
is that.
one. Oh, wow. You need anything, but it's not happening. Now Adriel firmly in control. Miner in to tank for that lava, but goblins come down. Pup's not going to be enough, especially if a snowball comes out. Doesn't need it as the furnace turns.
Yeah, we should see a Naked Graveyard come in very shortly. Instead, just going to defend, try and cycle back, hurry it up. And there we go. Adriel bringing it to a game 3.
And honestly, that's kind of how game 1 felt. It felt like Kimchi was doing a little bit of damage here and there, but Adriel was so firmly in control, and then the wheels just completely came off at the end of that game. Here in game number 2, though, not the case. Not the case at all. Didn't have to have a conversation about getting more Teslas on the ground or cycling Dark Princes. It was just really nicely played. I think the biggest thing that stood out to me was that Evo Valk on defense. That's a tough one, because it's like, well, what are you supposed to play otherwise? You don't have a lot of other great responses, but you know that the Valkyrie is there from your opponent. You know the snowball can still come in, so just kind of put between a rock and a hard place was Kimchi in that game too.
Yeah, and yeah, just not a lot of easy decisions for him. And it felt like even when it was the right play, Adriel was making the right play himself. And so, just because you balance each other out 20 times, you still need those last 5 decisions. And that's where Adriel was able to get the lead and get the win.
And this is what Adriel has kind of been known for, is just, again, an emotionless player that stays locked into it. Didn't feel the frustration. I'm sure he felt some frustration from that game 1, but he turned around in game number 2. And then now when you're going into game number 3, even though this is not an elimination game, going down to the lower bracket is never where you want to be. I imagine that Adriel has now really taken that momentum and moved it in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, all the momentum in the world goes to Adriel. Even down 0-1, it felt like Adriel still had the momentum. It still felt like he was playing better, and yes, you make a mistake, but you're Adriel. And so losing game number 2 and winning game number 2 for Adriel's side, it felt expected. Game 3 is when things change. And so all the momentum means nothing when it's that final game. It becomes that best of 1. So we're gonna have to see how both players react to that.
Someone just said make a tournament for the commentators. I think you should probably just save your time and watch a best of 3 between Josh and Juicy, and then, no offense, Josh, but Juicy will probably win that.
Hey, I heard the word probably. I'm not going to get too upset.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, who knows? It could happen. It'll never happen.
Yeah.
All right, last game of the day. Guys, we did it. We're here. Day 1 of 2026, CRL is almost in the books. One more player will move on, stay alive, and the other one will be sent down to the lower bracket. A full day of matches again tomorrow. I am so excited about it. We have a great day 2 coming your way. We got a lot of matches once again. technically, I believe there's only 2 less matches unless we have a grand finals reset, and then we'll have, I think, 15 matches. So about the same runtime, barring too many 2-0s or too many game 3s or too many draws after what we saw today. But make sure you guys are ready to go tomorrow. It'll be me and Rich tomorrow. AC will be sitting back and watching at home. Juicy will be here. He's got stuff going on these first couple months of broadcast, but don't worry, Juicy's still a CRL commentator. We are still very much excited to get Jackson up here in the booth, and make sure you guys stick around for the end of broadcast to get your reward. There'll be more rewards tomorrow, and like I said, we'll be giving away the majority of our prize pool, and of course that very first golden ticket. And right now, it's a little early to say it, but I will say it does feel like it might be going towards Mo Light.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where Mo Light against the world, Mo Light is, I mean, he'd still probably get like 85% of the predictions going his way. It's just incredible we can be saying that about him.
Yeah, and he does it in every stage. He did it in Swiss. He did it in group. He did it here today. Man, I almost don't want Kimchi to be... I mean, what's better? Kimchi's pose on the bed on camera, or Kimchi's picture here in the white tank with the, like I said, the Taekwondo first form punch?
Yeah, I'm not making a decision. I love both of it. It's like you're asking me to choose my favorite child. Like, both are perfect.
Josh, everyone knows you love your daughter more.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Girl dad.
All right, here we go. Game 3 underway. Last game of the day. Adriel versus Kimchi or Colin. Looks like Adriel going to Royal Giant. Happy to take that fireball value any day of the week.
So I'm trying to figure out, Kimchi could be running Loon, which probably means it's going to be Loon Giant Skeleton. Still a few other available things to him, but with no lava, you just have to assume that's going to be the way.
And Adriel just happy to sit back, leak elixir, and as the pressure builds, I imagine Kimchi's going to be feeling it a lot more than Adriel. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
You have to wonder. Okay. Does Adriel run Giant Skeleton RG if he's willing to wait for double elixir? I don't know. Very interesting start for both of these players, and gets even more interesting with the introduction of the Royal recruits on the map.
I know. Kimchi giving us a couple of firsts today. Gave us our first hero mini P.E.K.K.A. Gave us our first set of recruits. I'm okay with it. Looking like RG Monk.
Yeah, fully okay with it. Monk protecting the Hunter so far. Probably not going to activate pop the ability, and yes, it will. So got the last shove in, and there you go.
That's the ultimate caster curse there, whereas like the moment you say something, it just happens. Wasn't even across the bridge. Didn't even get any tower damage. He was just like, oh wait, Josh said it. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna activate it.
There was no need. There was no need.
And Lumberjack gonna get 1 swing plus the rage damage on tower. Rage getting to do damage is still one of my favorite changes in the game. It's so small, but so impactful. And so, I was going to say, it feels like piggies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it has to. A lot of the time when you're running pigs...
Oh, no.
Okay, you like the Evo version, instead going to be running Ram Rider. I mean, it makes sense, but this is a lot of chip damage.
Yeah, and that
on both sides.
That Evo bar barrel ability was enough to bait out the Hunter, which left the left side completely undefended. He's got to stop it. Oh my gosh. Recruits in the back, fireball cycle, GG, well played. Kimchi's going to pull off the upset. That's what you got to do, man.
Okay, so we know this from the World Finals. It is possible for spells to get stopped by these monks. So we're probably going to see him try and adjust for that. But it might not even matter. Can't get in time. It's over.
Wow. Baits out the monk. So the fireball is free. Sends in the Ram Rider. And Kimchi with another massive upset to close out our day. What an incredible performance from him. Taking out Ta and Adriel in the same day when I had never even heard of him before I saw who qualified.
Yeah, I mean, definitely making a name for himself. I love his deck choice in game number 3. I've got no problem with a player, you know, being worried about a skill deficit against another player. It's what you do with that information that will make me either respect you or kind of stay away from you. And going recruits and Evo Lumberjack, I know it's frustrating as a viewer sometimes if your favorite player loses to that. But, you know, when you're talking to your player, if you're the analyst, if you're the coach, and you give him this deck, I mean, that is brilliant stuff from Kimchi and his team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, I mean, he did the same thing in Game 1. We talk about that Hero Mini-Pack and how little we've seen it. Obviously, that game was a little crazy, went a little off the rails, but Kimchi still came out on top, giving us something we hadn't seen yet. And then something that we haven't seen at all, other than in mid-ladder, maybe right now in the ranked season, is this deck at the bottom of your screen, but it still has another twist on it where it's not Piggies. It's Ram Rider instead. So just a great play here. I think, you know, we could see that the Fireball was in Adriel's hand, so going with the Ram Rider instead, maybe not giving as much value. I just kind of love it all the way across the board, knowing that Wizard is out, knowing that Poison is out, knowing that Bomb Tower is out, a lot of ways. Furnace is out. There's just so many ways for your recruits to get value. Valkyrie's out, right? Like, there's just so much going on. That is a great, great deck pick.
Yeah, I mean, just brilliant work, and that's going to move himself, up against Mohamed Light. So, you know, as great as it is, you know you're going to have to be creative. You know you're going to have to think of some more things tonight. But that's the thing. You have that opportunity now. You have all night to give yourself a chance, give yourself that new deck, look at the meta, see what you can do to abuse the meta, and give yourself an opportunity. You know, the great thing about getting matched up against Mohamed Light is that you're still in the upper bracket.
Yeah, 12 players remain as we look at our lower bracket. Tanjiro and Samuel Basoto will face off. Ruby Zales and Sandbox will face off. Clown versus OP Sam and Adriel versus Rafael Nadal. 4 of those players will be going home tomorrow. I believe, let me double check before I get ahead of myself. Yes, I believe we will start our day off with those 4 players that could be eliminated. And then to talk about our upper bracket, as you mentioned, Mo Light versus Kimchi, EGW and Elmojas, 3 relative unknowns. EGW, if you've been paying attention to the scene over the years, yes, you are probably familiar with the name, but never to this extent. The other thing is, between all 4 of those players, you look at the records of Mo Light and EGW, both 2-0. Definitely making a standout here. All right, you've been patient. We've been patient. We get our QR code. I got my phone out already. There it is.
Same.
Boom. Got it. I'll open it up on camera here to let you guys see. And on top of the reward today, we will be giving out more rewards tomorrow. Of course, we'll be having a graphic for that for you guys in just a moment. But first, get your phone out, scan that QR code. Rich and I were saying this yesterday. If you don't know how to use a QR code at this point, we're sorry. You've been left behind. But just because it's our job, if you don't know, you can take out your phone. You can hold your camera out over that QR code, and it will give you the option to open a link. In that link, you will get a reward. If you can't get your phone out now, you can go back on the VOD, or you can follow Esports Royale on Twitter, as they usually post them on Twitter. And also, there's usually a link in the chat. So if you don't know how to get the reward, at this point, you probably don't deserve it.
See, okay, I hear you and I agree. Yes, you should be able to do that. But if I'm going to go to a restaurant and you're going to give me a QR code instead of a menu, I will walk out. What
All right, Boomer. All right, Boomer.
I'm just saying. I need physical paper.
I will say, the other day I went to a restaurant and the QR code was on the table, and they literally were like, you order through this, you pay through this. And I was like, so what's your job? But anyway, I didn't say that. Here we go. Here's my reward. I'm already up to 2 stars, so we're already in a good spot. All right, here we go. Here we go. Phone's still broken.
Okay.
Phone's still broken. Quite broken. There we go. There we go. 3 X's. Not a big XC fan, but I'll take it. Anytime I can get 3 rares, I'm happy. Excuse me, epics, I'm happy about it. AC, did you open yours? What'd you get? Chat, let us know.
Yeah, I already opened mine. 14 Cannoneers.
He's lying.
What? All right.
He would have opened it on camera if he wasn't. That's a perfect life.
That's crazy. I have it. No.
Those are the rewards tomorrow, guys. You get more rewards for sticking around for day 2. You get a banner. You get an overlay on that banner, but you also get the very first reward is a 2-star chest. Yeah, guys, I know. People asking what my screen is. I told you guys. I broke my phone like 3 days ago, and it was kind of on purpose. We don't need to talk about it, but I haven't gotten it fixed yet. Those are the rewards for tomorrow. 2 hours in, 4 hours in, and after the last match, and we are going to have a great set of matches coming your way. Remember to stay subscribed to the channel. Follow all things Clash Royale Esports on Instagram, on X. AC, before we say goodbye, you're not going to be here tomorrow. Any thoughts about today? Any thoughts about tomorrow? Any thoughts about the winner? Any thoughts about standouts? Anything, all of it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have to be looking at Kimchi. He has been incredible so far. After day 1 has been finished, that's going to be my biggest surprise, my biggest impressive. You know, I was taking a look at the CR chat, the YouTube chat before today. So, you know, probably about 9 p.m. yesterday. And somebody was like, okay, we got Sandbox, Zopsam, Ruben, Riley, Mo. This is incredible. And just all of these guys except Mo are already either out or in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
It is exciting and awesome that we're seeing so many fresh faces. That's always fun. And I just got to say, I love the meta. Really enjoying myself. Still unsure of how I feel about Lava No Loon. But, you know, Giant Skeleton Loon is broken. So if you got to use it, you got to use it.
Yeah, you got to pick one or the other, apparently, and sometimes people still want to do both. They still want to go with that Giant Skelly Loon and play Lava in the same set. So much more action your way coming tomorrow, more rewards to be given away, and, of course, the first golden ticket to be given out on our journey to the 2026 World Finals in CRL. For Joshua, AC, Sharon, our entire production team, I am Andrew Guy. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be here same time, same place, and you better keep practicing because you might be able to be here on the biggest stage in Clash Royale. We'll see you tomorrow.